Reborn in Naruto, fusion with Yamamoto genryusai at the start. In Konoha's 47 years, the third ninja war was almost over. Heitake's house, on the roof. A handsome child with his arms folded, his eyes closed, enjoying the beauty of the afternoon. The breeze was blowing the child's black hair. Fang Yuwei, shouting came from the door of Heitake's house. Fang Yuwei opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a stream of light passing through the black eyes. Carefully distinguished the sound of bluffing. Fang Yuwei's face flashed helplessly. Uchiha Obito again. Thinking of the future boss in his mind, Fang Yuwei gently jumped off the roof. Opened the door of Heitake's house. Outside, wearing a forehead protector, she laughed at the short-haired shoulder-length girl next to her. Haha, I knew Hui must be at home. The girl seemed a little helpless. I disturbed Hui-kun. I said, next time if you can knock on the door. Heitake still has a servant. Hui said. The tail of a certain crane only knows a silly smile. Nohara Lin stuck out her tongue. Sorry Hui-kun, next time I will ask you to have 3 color balls. Follow the 2 people back home. Kakashi, Obito's loud voice kept on. Hui looked at Lin on the side and asked suspiciously, don't you really think this guy is annoying? Lin could only smile awkwardly. Ahaha, but Obito is actually good. Well, it's good, kill the whole world for you, nice. Hui complained in his heart. Kakashi is not at home now, you can wait for him to come back here. Turning around, ignoring the 2 of them, he returned to his room. System, Hui whispered. A translucent screen appeared in front of Hui. Watching the countdown on the screen, Hui finally burst into a smile. There are still 10 minutes, I really look forward to it. Therefore, Hui is a traverser. When I crossed over, I witnessed the suicide of my parents. Yuki's parents were the old ones that led to the suicide of Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Sakumo. Kakashi, who was only 8 years old at the time, had just experienced his father's death a year ago. In his father's last words, he did not blame Yinhui's parents, but wrote, if Fang Yu's family has a child, it must be named after Hui. After White Fang died, Kakashi's attention was always on Fang Yu's house. Or should you always pay attention to Fang Yui's mother's belly? 1 year later, Fang Yui was born, but the Fang Yu's parents also committed suicide at this moment. Only Fang Yui was left alone. Kakashi took him back to Heitake's house to raise him. The appearance of Fang Yui gave Kakashi a deep bond in his heart. Or is the soul of Bracon ignited? Watching the countdown of the system gradually return to 0, Hui actually felt a little nervous. I hope it's not a system like a schoolmaster. Ding, the system is loaded. The role fusion system is here for you. Hui breathed a sigh of relief. System, what are your functions? There was a moment of silence, and the corners of Huey's mouth twitched. Hui looked at the system panel. Host basic information. Huey's little hand clicked. I saw Huey's data come into view. Host, Feng Yui stamina, 4, 10 for ordinary people, energy, 4, 10 for ordinary people, energy, 0, 10 for ordinary people, characters fused, 0 evaluation, saying that you are the 5 scumbags is a bit insulting. Number of draws, 1 Hui looked at the system's evaluation, and an old slot stuck in his throat. Looking at the number of lucky draws, it is clear that this is probably the novice welfare. Don't hesitate now, tap the lottery. System page is being redirected. This rush of inferior quality made Hui couldn't help but sigh, what kind of garbage system? There was no turntable, only countless names flashed in front of Hui. Hui estimated that 100 names would flash by 1 second. I can see a ghost. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a character card. Yamamoto genryusai, is it a fusion? Huey's expression stagnated, and he took a deep breath. Thumbs up silently with his right hand, the system is awesome. Yamamoto genryusai, who is that person? Soul Society is the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Suppressed the excitement. Fusion, a light that only Hui could see, slowly merged into Huey's body. The huge Ryatsu transforms his body. An expression of pain appeared on Huey's face. If you want to be strong, you can only persist. After a long time, the light dissipated. Huey's figure appeared. The appearance does not seem to have changed much. The figure is slightly longer and taller, and full of strength. He held his right hand lightly, feeling Ryatsu in his body, and the corners of K's mouth opened. This is power. Ding, integration completed. Current degree of fusion, 1 Hui looked at the system prompts and fell into deep thought. Just 1% of the degree of integration has made me change so much? If it reaches 100%, no. As long as it can be 50%, wouldn't it be sideways? System, properties panel. Host, Feng Yui physical strength, 20, 10 for ordinary people, energy, 20, 10 for ordinary people, Ryatsu 500, 10 for ordinary people, fusion characters, Yamamoto genryusai, 1%, evaluation, beyond genin, try to become stronger, boy. Feng Yui nodded in satisfaction. At this time, a familiar voice came from the door, I'm back, Hui. Hui could only remove the system and study at night, then came to the living room. A white hair came into view. Yeah, Kakashi, I'm back. Kakashi looked at the suddenly growing tall in front of him with a puzzled look. Hey, how come you guys grow so tall all of a sudden? Hui shrugged. Development period. Kakashi looked speechless. Does the developmental period make you grow so much taller in one day? Hui waved his hand. Well, don't care about that much. Turning to look at Lin and Obito. In other words, why do you guys think of being here today? Well, boy, the topic shifts very bluntly. Lin still looked at Hui blankly. After all, Huey's appearance was of a very handsome kind. Before, because they were just children, everyone was just ridiculing. Now that he is taller, his facial features are naturally more handsome. Obito on the side said, Ms. Minato is going to have a dinner party, let's call Kakashi to go with you. Hui looked at Obito in surprise. Uncle Minato calls Kakashi to eat, what does it have to do with me? At this moment, the door of Heitake's house was opened. The blonde was flying, and Minato appeared at the door. Said with a wry smile, ahaha, uncle or something, it's too much, Zaiwai. Hui waved his hand, well, this is a fact. Minato clutched his heart and pricked his heart. Kakashi looked at the brother of the foster father and mother. A pair of dead fish eyes stared at Hui and said, Hui, you must respect Teacher Minato, although Teacher Minato is indeed an uncle in your eyes. Well, Kakashi, the next half sentence is actually unnecessary. Minato held his right hand awkwardly in the air. Feng Yuwei looked at the few people in front of him, and was finally taken along. Yakiniku at Akamaika's house. Feng Yuwei glanced at the name of the store, sighed inwardly. The Akamaika family is still quite wealthy to open a chain of yakiniku restaurants in Konoha. Throwing away the thoughts and stepping into the barbecue restaurant. After everyone was seated, Kakashi looked at Minato and asked suspiciously, Ms. Minato, why didn't Kushina come? With a happy smile on Minato's face, Kushina will be here in a while. At this moment, the sliding door of the compartment was violently opened. The blood-red hair was blown away by the airflow generated when the door was opened. Blood-red Pepper looked at several people. A smile appeared on his face. Allah, it's all here. The corners of Huey's mouth twitched, and he looked back at Minato, who was smiling awkwardly. No matter how many times I have seen Kushina, I feel that Minato is a real man. Minato on the side looked at Huey's weird eyes, and his whole body trembled. I started times for everyone was grilling meat and chatting. Well, Hui, you will be entering school soon, do you want to be a ninja? Minato asked while taking advantage of the barbecue. Huey's eyes fixed on the piercing barbecue. I don't know, ninja or something. Hui took a bite of the barbecue and savored the taste. It was sizzling and a bit salty. As long as it is strong, it doesn't matter what the ninja does. Hui is right. Gradually Bracon's Kakashi nodded. However, the basics determine the upper limit, so the ninja school must go to the school. Hi Aniki, big brother, is right in everything. Knowing that reasoning cannot be compared with Kakashi in this respect, Kei nodded in accordance with Kakashi's words. Minato also said, although Zaiwai is not a civilian, but the ninja school allows you to make friends. Yeah, so you can be my disciple after graduation. The air stagnated, and everyone looked at Kushina, who was uplifting and laughing, full of many questions. Kushina's face changed, and the big hashtag on her right fist jumped. You guys, what expressions on your faces? A hand was raised up. Why should I be your disciple? It was Hui. Hui is so dumb, why do you suddenly want to be my master? Benlai Hui is now fused with Yamamoto genryusai. If he and Kushina are performing tasks together, he will have to make all kinds of excuses when exposed. Kushina pointed to herself. Uzumaki Kushina, why don't you deserve to be your master? Hui looked up and down. Kushina sighed, shook his head, and said no more. Kushina's violent temper suddenly aroused. Boy, what is your expression? Minato hurriedly stopped Kushina, and kept winking at Hui. Brother, say something, help me in the rivers and lakes, otherwise I would have a hard time at night. Hui turned a blind eye to Minato. Kakashi on the side looked at Kushina, who was about to run away, and said anxiously, I think Hui means, it seems that this can only be done. Hey, Aniki, are you sure it's not adding fuel to the fire? Sure enough, when Kushina heard this, the blue veins on her face rose. Boy, let me tell you, Uzumaki Kushina, will definitely be Feng Yuwei's teacher. Hui chuckles the barbecue, and you are Feng Yuwei's teacher. What does it have to do with me, Zaiwai? The barbecue ended in a harmonious atmosphere. After parting from everyone, Hui followed Kakashi on the way home. Huey's mind was still thinking about his ability to warm up. Kakashi's voice came into his ears. Hui, do you really want to be a ninja? Hui looked back at the fish-eyed Aniki, and shook his head. Actually, it's not. Why, Aniki, have you seen the starry sky? Hui said without answering, looking at the starry sky. Kakashi raised his head. I saw it. Then it suddenly dawned on him, it turned out to be like this. I see. Hui. Omega, meow. What do you know? I just didn't compile the answer, so I changed the topic. Kakashi patted Hui on the shoulder. Your goal is as wide as the sky, not bad. What's in your head? Is my goal the stars and the sea? Why is my goal not to go to heaven? But looking at Kakashi, whose eyes were shining, Terra still held back the old groove abruptly. Well, you just have to be happy. After returning home and saying goodnight to each other, Hui can finally check his system carefully. System. With a soft call, the light blue light curtain unfolded. Hui looked at his own system. The system is very simple. In addition to the attribute panel, it uses the method of killing monsters to supplement the energy bar for lottery. It also comes with a storage space of about 10 square meters. There are no other functions for the time being. After Hui inspected the system clearly, he looked at his panel. Host, Fengyu Y Stamina, 20 Energy, 20 Ryatsu, 500 Fusion Character, Yamamoto genryusai, 1.02%. Evaluation, go beyond genin and work hard to become stronger, boy. Hui looked at the extra 0.02 that appeared behind Yamamoto genryusai, tapped with his right hand, and opened the Get Record column. Daily Diet plus 0.02. Slightly surprised that diet can also increase the degree of integration. Could it be that this old man is still a foodie? I want to eat 2 more bowls right now. Shaking his head, diet is only an auxiliary function, and the most important thing is your own exercise. Recalling the inheritance in my mind. Shinigami's training is divided into 4 categories: cut, punch, walk, and ghost. Cut, it is the use of Zanpakuto. Fist, white hits used in close quarters. Go, Shunpo, moving quickly. Ghost, Kido. It produces different effects through singing, and you can abandon singing after being proficient. At present, Kido can basically be released from 1 to 30. Of course, the same can be done by abandoning chanting. After all, the old man's combat experience is calculated in the millennium. I felt my own Ryatsu. Well, there is no pressure. Tomorrow, a new life will begin. Hui thought in his mind, and fell asleep deeply. The jade rabbit fell, and the golden crow was in the air. There were bursts of air breaking in the courtyard of Heitake's house. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Ryujin Jaka waving his hands, sweating profusely. Although Hui is still unable to perform Shikai, as Kakashi said, the strength of the foundation determines his upper limit. Waving the knife 1000 times, after a while, she continued to wield Ryujin Jaka. Kakashi lay on the eaves, looking at Hui silently. It was also because Kakashi was at home that Hui didn't want to reveal his strength, so he didn't train with Kido. Hui, come to the duel. Kakashi jumped down and looked at Hui. Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded silently. Only by fighting can you become strong. Teraki exhaled deeply. Come on, Kakashi. After all, he held the sword in one hand, pointed the tip of the sword at the middle of Kakashi's left eye, and was highly concentrated. Ping Kinjian, but it's not enough. Kakashi held the white fang's short blade behind him, and his body instantly disappeared in place. Hui looked indifferent. How the sound of breaking through the air came from behind. With a flash of white light, White Fang hit his eyes with a short blade. When Terra gripped the hilt of the knife and accepted Kakashi's slash. What a quick response! Kakashi's eyes flashed with surprise. But it's not enough. His right foot slammed on the ground and his body receded, blindly staring at the calm face of Hui. Quick seal with both hands. Si Wei Shenhai Wuyin fire style, great fireball technique. Chakra, far beyond his peers, gathered in his throat, spit out a huge fireball, and flew towards Hui. The indifferent face finally moved. It's really merciless, Aniki. Having said that, the movement in his hands never stopped. Hold the knife in the right hand and place it on the left knee. Ryatsu gathered on the blade. Sword pressure. Ryujin Jaka swung his knife from bottom left to top right. On the blade, Ryatsu flew quickly towards the huge fireball. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the violent impact produced a huge amount of dust. Pater Kakashi fell on the ground, watching the dust around him. Wow! The sound of breaking through the air came from the left side of his body, and Kakashi's extraordinary reaction ability made him subconsciously flash. At this moment, the figure of K had already come to Kakashi's side at some time. It's now. Hui knew that the opponent in front of him was his brother in name, but he still has the resounding title of Konoha's Genius Ninja, and Hui only had 1 day to gain strength. Devote yourself to the duel. Holding knives in both hands, concentrate all your strength on Ryujin Jaka. Kendo 2 breaks. The huge slash struck Kakashi's body at a very fast speed. Boom! The white smoke dissipated, and a piece of wood stood in the air. Sure enough, body replacement technique. Hui gasped. Papa Papa. Kakashi clapped, and a figure appeared from behind the big tree. Hui, when did your kendo become so strong? Fang Yuwei curled his lips. However, I still haven't knocked you down. Kakashi was speechless for a while. Brother, did you forget that you were just a 3 or 4-year-old baby? Kakashi pinched his chin. Also, the slash is full of powerful energy, but that's not chakra. What is that? He raised his eyebrows and looked at Hui. His eyes revealed that he must get an answer. Hui pulled up a knife and returned the knife to its sheath. The scene fell silent. Yes, I dreamt of an old grandpa last night. Okay, I see, shut up. Before he finished speaking, Kakashi gestured to stop. Hui coughed slightly. This is the truth, if I don't believe it, then I can't help it. Kakashi's face is covered with black lines. Are you stupid when you are your brother? Hit Huey's head with a punch. When, walk, Hui held his head, subconsciously uttering the famous saying. Sure enough, no matter what time and space you are in, National Curse is always a classic. Here at Quinton, awesome. Hey, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it, but you have to start training well, Hui. Come on. Hui nodded and agreed. Anyway, I must defeat you first. Inadvertently glanced at his template. Kakashi, Jonin Fusion Degree plus 1%. The benefits of the battle are really great, and online novels honestly don't deceive me. The thought flicked in his mind, his eyes pierced and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the fighting spirit, from the satisfaction at the beginning, until he was stared at the hair. Aniki. Let's continue the unfinished battle. After that, K rushed to Kakashi with a sword. After an hour, Hui sat on the ground panting. Looking aside, Kakashi is not in good shape. Kakashi's clothes are in tatters. He only left endless regrets in his heart at this moment. Damn it, I knew I wouldn't cheer for him. Finally, under the attack of Huijian, Isai, Holding, Pai, Not, Lai, Lien, Kakashi finally surrendered because his clothes didn't cover his body. Huey's eyes fixed on the attribute template. Kakashi, Jonin Fusion Degree plus 2% Ness. Hui shook his fist, thinking in his heart. Squeeze dry on E-key, dog head saves life, plan, now start. Of course, the plan failed in the end. Because the next day, Kakashi was officially appointed as Jonin, and directly and Minato, OB2, Lin, and the four took the task, ready to go to the battlefield. At the gate of Konoha. Kakashi, don't force yourself, run away when you encounter enemies you can't beat. Kei entrusted Kakashi like an old father. The people around him suffocated and laughed vigorously. Also, if you have a mission and a companion, you must choose one. Kakashi interrupted Hui. I know, the task is first. Hui sighed and stopped talking. Although Kakashi is because of Hui, it's not as absolutely cold as in the original book. However, Kakashi's current character of task first cannot be changed. Minato came to Hui and looked at Hui with a smile, the warm smile dazzling like a little sun. Don't worry, Hui, I will definitely bring them back safely. Hey, don't stand flag lightly. Watching the few people leave, Hui was about to turn around and leave. Konoha's gatekeeper sighed. I heard that rock shinobi's Higashi Todo killed almost all of Mimura Hameki's Konoha defense forces. Another said, yes, I hope Master Minato can support you in time. Kei's body shape said rock shinobi, Mimura Hameki, support, Masaka. Battle of the gods and bridges. Looking at the few people who were already far away, Hui could only smile bitterly. I said not to stand flag. After sighing, Fang Yuwei turned and left without hesitation. Back home, Fang Yuwei wiped Ryujin Jaka in his hand. What is thinking in my mind? At midnight, Fang Yuwei, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes. There seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes. Wear clothes calmly and elegantly. Opened the door of Heitake's house. Slightly thin, dressed in black, with Zanpakuto hanging around his waist. Staring coldly at the moon. The breeze blew, and the remaining ghost gradually dissipated. The figure of the boy appeared above the Konoha gate. Konoha's barrier is really troublesome. Slowly raising his right hand, Ryutsu on his abdomen gathered towards the index finger of his right hand. Fourth of Hato by Lei. The fingertips released lightning and quickly rushed to the barrier. Prickly after By Lei passed through the barrier, Hui naturally wouldn't foolishly think that he had broken through the barrier. According to the intelligence of previous lives, Konoha's enchantment only serves as an early warning for small-scale or single invading enemies. Because small-scale or single enemies are concealed, the enchantment will respond. At the same time, the Konoha enchantment class not good. Enchantment is under attack. Everyone was shocked. What? Is it rock shinobi? No, it's an attack from the inside out. Someone wants to escape Konoha. Not good. It may be an intelligence officer from another country, and report to Master Naruto quickly. The intelligence class did not dare to neglect, and quickly came to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, then 3rd Hokage, recently modified his offensive plan late at night because of Rock Shinobi's big victory. The figure of the enchantment class appeared. Hokage-sama, it's not good. Someone wants to trigger the barrier. The subordinates suspect that they are spies from other countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was slightly aging, raised his head. The failure of the war made him feel bad. Hearing what the enchantment class said, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm. With a wave of his hand, the crystal ball appeared in his hand. Telescope technique. Although this old man often used this technique to peep, in fact, this technique was used by Sarutobi Hiruzen to maintain law and order in the village. Where is the barrier going wrong? Master Hokage, the enchantment of Western test. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen only paused for a while, but the scene in the crystal ball showed the scene in the east. Master Hokage, this. Although the enchantment class was confused, it managed to control its desires in time. After a while, a young figure was actually reflected in the crystal ball. The enchantment class was shocked. How could this young man think of such a trick? Looking at the seemingly familiar figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned Feng Yuwei. In just a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Huey's identity. After all, there is still an unforgettable experience. Third generation's unremarkable memories that was in Konoha's 43 years, and the Third Ninja World War was still going on fiercely. A Chunin carried a baby and jumped on the roof of Konoha. Finally came to a Hokage tower. Haha, two figures appeared in front of Chunin. Who is it? Lord Naruto is dealing with the war now. Don't disturb Lord Naruto if there is nothing important, one of them asked in a low voice. Chunin put the sleeping baby in his arms in front of Umbu. This is the son of Patriarch Feng Yuwei. The patriarch and mistress committed suicide just now. After speaking, Chunin knelt on one knee, and the tears on his face kept falling. Take out a letter with both hands. The letter is left in front of the patriarch. Please forward it to Lord Third Generation. Please. The two at the door looked at each other. You stay here, I'll tell Master Naruto. Boom, boom, boom. The office door was knocked. Come in, came a calm voice. The door of the office was opened, and the Third Generation project behind the door was considering war. After talking about the story in detail, a trace of sadness flashed in the eyes of Third Generation Feng Yu's house. Shu Wu Mao, looking at Feng Yuwei in the arms of the ninja, slowly speaking Feng Yu's do miao yu, grow up vigorously. The little boy in his arms seemed to feel something, opened his eyes, and he slapped Third Generation's face. Shaking his head, focusing on his eyes, why did Hui act? Sarutobi Hiruzen is relatively close subjectively to this person who smashed himself at the first meeting. White hair flashed in my mind. Is it because of Kakashi? Zayawai is only 3 or 4 years old? I won't mention the formation of the enchantment for the time being, so that my brother can go to the front line. The fetter is already there, so what is the strength? Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Umbu. There are 2 breaking noises. Emergency order, Konoha City East, 1,300 meters straight from the Hokage building. Feng Yuwei, probing. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a concise order. Yes, ×2. Under the night sky, Feng Yuwei's figure is leaving Konoha quickly. On the way, Kei's body shook, and Ryotsu showed a keen sense. This sense of voyeurism is worthy of the Third Generation. It was rated as the highest point of insight into all the truths in the world by the Book of Soldiers. Is Konoha the highest point? Perceiving that the sense of peeping has always existed, Hui thought, I have to speed up. It didn't take long before Feng Yuwei left Konoha village. Remember to breathe a sigh of relief before you come. I only felt a chill on the back spine. Hui didn't hesitate, Shunpo mobilized, and left the place instantly. There was a dark kunao on the spot. Fast speed. Umbu was shocked when he got the order. At such a terrifying speed, I thought of a certain yellow figure in particular. Hatter Hui landed in the distance, looking at the two of them. The vigilance in his eyes lingered. Assassination Tactical Special Guard. Although weakened in various senses in the original work, however, there is only 70 people in Umbu. No matter how you think about it, it will not be weak. Feng Yuwei, surrender, said Ching, wearing a green mask. What if I don't agree? Then interrupt your limbs and take you back. The eagle-headed mask's rare horn has a low tone. Hearing this, Hui just curled his lips. Ryotsu didn't feel the killing intent. Was it just a test? That being the case, Hui raised his right hand. Ryotsu surged, however, I can't waste time here. Bakudo no 21 red smoke escape. Boom! A huge smoke screen appeared in front of Umbu's eyes, covering the 3 figures. What trick is this? Ching's face changed drastically. The unheard of power seems to be beginning to show its strength. Lin Jiao signaled Ching not to get excited, to calm down, use wind style. I saw that the two of them quickly printed wind style flower Sanryu. A huge tornado is rapidly forming. Watching the movements of the two of them, Hui gently waved his unreleased right hand in front of him. Bakudo no 26 bent light. The figure instantly disappeared into the air. The smoke was blown away, and 2 Umbu figures appeared. Hey, I was tricked, Rarely said angrily. Go back to life first. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of a child and sent 2 Umbu. It's already a lot of face, otherwise it will turn the sky upside down? Unexpectedly, the face slap came so quickly. Scanning the 2 Umbus that were slightly embarrassing below, Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt the kind of pain and swelling on his face. So, he used unknown ninjutsu and produced a huge smoke screen? And disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen, looks like you step on a horse to make me funny. How old is Hui? Or did you drink fake alcohol before going to work? Ching takes a deep breath. Hokage-sama, this is indeed the case. The subordinates are not doing things well. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Forget it, you can create ninjutsu at a young age. Whether you can come back alive or not is up to him. Exhaling a puff of cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, notify Minato, who is on the front line, that Kei has left the village and headed to the battlefield of Rock Shinobi and Konoha. Yes, Naruto-sama Hui, who had left, had already guessed in his heart that third generation had found himself rushing to the battlefield. However, I did not panic at all. The problem is not big. As long as third generation is not stupid, he must know why he was on the battlefield. And even with the Kido he released, the third generation will definitely not stop it. On the other side, on the battlefield, the Rock Shinobi's offensive led by Toshito has already massacred Mimura Hameki's Konoha defense force to only 4 people. Mimura Hameki held Kunao, who was still dripping blood. The only remaining 4 are Swastika, back to back. Prevent the enemies around. Several people gasped for breath. Physical strength, chakra, has reached its limit. Why haven't the support troops arrived yet? A subordinate asked. Mimura Hameki shook his head. Believe in the village, we will try our best to persevere. Ha 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 ha, Konoha's ninja. Go to hell. Dong Si Ren does not intend to continue to drag on. The shuriken in his hand was thrown out, and it quickly attacked several people. When a yellow flash suddenly appeared, resisting the shuriken. Sorry, I'm late. A gentle voice came from people's mouth. Several people looked at the visitors, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Mimura Hameki even slumped on the ground. Master Minato, the time is just right. Ha ha ha. A few cracking sounds came from Kakashi. Kakashi, protect a few of them, and leave it to me next. After Minato said, he immediately came to Uegakur behind a Jonin. Puff. Kunao, the trait marked with Sword of Forbearance, crossed Jonin's body. What? This speed, it's Konoha's yellow flash. Run away. Dong Shiren saw the incoming people clearly, did not dare to neglect, and directly ordered everyone to retreat. Minato looked at the corpse belonging to Konoha in one place. Rarely among the expressions contained anger. The Kunao in the hand was thrown out at will. Haha, accompanied by yellow flashes, the Uegakur troops are rapidly decreasing. The sky gradually lit up. Minato's figure appeared in front of several people. The 3 said in unison, Ms. Minato. Minato smiled softly. Sorry to worry you, it has been resolved. Minato assembled the remaining troops and the support troops who arrived to discuss tactics. Konoha's combat power is too vacant now. If Uegakur engages in a war of attrition, then we will lose in this battle over time. Minato calmly analyzed. So, destroying Rock Shinobi's supply is the most important thing right now. It's here. Minato points to the location on the map. There is a bridge, Shinjubi Bridge. It was noon, and the battle of Minato and his team had already begun. As Jonin, Kakashi leads Obito and Lin to form a team, preparing to secretly destroy supplies. As a result, Lin was captured by Rock Shinobi. Obito asks to save Lin first, but if so, the mission is likely to meet to save Lin and fail. Kakashi resolutely decided to perform the task first, then rescue Lin, and also said that feelings are just a stumbling block to the task. Faced with Kakashi's indifference, Obito was very angry. So he said the words that made Kakashi remember his life. Those who violate the rules of the ninja, we call it trash. However, people who don't know how to value their companions are not as good as waste. Konoha's White Fang is the real hero. Kakashi seemed indifferent on the surface, but his heart was shaken. Finally made up his mind, catch up with Obito's footsteps, to save Lin. Looking at Obito in a hard fight, Kakashi rushed forward desperately, and resisted the attack of Rock Shinobi Oishi for Obito. Puff. Kunao ran across Kakashi's left eye, blood running down. Hey, kid in the way. Oishi curled his lips as he watched Kakashi, who had escaped the fatal blow, licking the kunao in his hand. Go to hell, smelly brat. After all, Oishi's figure instantly came to the top of Kakashi. The kunao in his hand stabs Kakashi. Kakashi, Obito yelled, a red light flashing in his eyes. Tu tomo sheri nan, on. Just now. Boom, between the electric light and flint, a black figure kicked the boulder. You Uegakur ninjas don't like to use ninjutsu before. Are they all so naive? Who? Dashi looked at the smoke and dust in front of him warily. The strength of the kick just now is not small. The smoke cleared, and Hui, whose childishness had not completely faded, appeared. Hui, the expressions of Kakashi and Obito were like seeing a ghost. How could Zaiwai appear on the battlefield? Did I wake up? Dashi was also taken aback. Why is this a kid again? Did not give everyone a chance to react. Hui clasped Ryujin Jaka in his hand. Shunpo. Puff. The powerful force directly smashed the Dashi. What? Dashi, who was not completely dead, looked at the calm face of Hui. The last thought in my heart might be to hope Rock Shinobi won't provoke him. Konoha, there are so many talents. After speaking, Dashi lost the color in his eyes, closed the knife and returned to the sheath, looking back at Kakashi and Obito in a daze. Yeah, long time no see. It's been a long time since I saw a ghost. Do you know where this is? This is the battlefield. Kakashi ignored the pain in his left eye and pointed to Teru. Hi, Hui nodded indifferently. The task now is to save Lin. Obito was surprised and said, Zayawai, how do you know? Looking at Obito, who was about to become a big boss, Hui just shook his head without answering. As a traverser, Hui naturally wants to change the fate of some people, even if the plot is out of control. Don't forget, Kei's body is fused with the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. After Obito bandaged Kakashi a little, the three of them came to the cave. This is where Lin was kidnapped. Obito, you are here to let the wind go, I and Kakashi will go in. Why? Kakashi is the wounded. Kakashi's only remaining fisheye stared at Obito and said, because you are the weakest. After all, the two went straight to the cave. In the corner of the cave, looking at the two Hui who were already close to linear, a cruel smile appeared on Huiguang's face. Go to hell. Konoha's genius. Both hands printed Earth-style Wakara. Boom boom boom, the rock in the cave began to collapse. Taro hugged Lin, and Kakashi closely followed. Looking at the few people about to flee the cave, Obito's face felt a little nervous in the distance. Hurry up. Kakashi, Hui, Obito, be careful behind. Kakashi looked at the dazzling blade behind Obito and shouted. Upon hearing this, Obito turned around. Puff, the blade ran across Obito's body. The three jumped out of the cave. At the same time, the leeches kick Obito towards the cave. Putting Lin on the ground, Hui turned to look at the leech. You angered me. Ryatsu exploded on Hui. Looking at the demon leeches close at hand, Hui didn't talk nonsense. Shunpo. One bone. The palm of his right hand was turned into a fist, and it slammed on the body of the demon leeches at an extremely fast speed. Puff. Before he could express Hui's speed, unspeakable pain came from his body. With just one blow, the abdomen of the magic leech was completely destroyed by the powerful power. Looking at the demon leeches who had lost their vitality, Hui came to the side of a few people. Still not able to catch up. Things are still the same as in the original book. Obito gave Sharingan to Kakashi. Then it was completely pressed into the ground by huge rocks. Looking at Obito disappearing into the sight of a few people, Hui silently felt that half of the pitcher plant in the ground was approaching Obito quickly. I was taken away. Hui thought to himself. After waiting for Kakashi and Lin to feel better, the two brought Hui to the front battlefield. Because of Hui's intervention, Minato did not rescue Kakashi. Instead, he slaughtered Rock Shinobi on the front battlefield. Watching the unfinished war, several people from Kakashi also joined the battle. Terra can't wait to pull out Zanpakuto from his hand. Minato was slaughtering, and he saw a flash of blade light flashing from the corner of the eye. Not particularly stunned. Zayawai, feel Minato's gaze. Hui raised his left hand. Yeah, Uncle Minato. I said, don't call me uncle. Wait a minute, this is not the point. Minato, who almost went off track, said, how come you appeared on the battlefield? Then he cut down Rock Shinobi's genin and watched the 0.2 increase on the system. Hui said, well, because I was worried about Kakashi, I came here. Minato felt big for a while. Is this brotherhood? I'm so moved. What a fart. This kid definitely sneaked out. I, Namikaze Minato, have seen everything through. Rock Shinobi retreated in disastrous defeat, and Minato ordered everyone to stay where they were. Coming to Hui's side, looking at Hui who was stunned, Minato was about to say something. An eagle flew to Minato's side. Pull out the information at your feet. When Minato opened, it was the news about Hui from third generation. It's late, third generation. Zayawai, third generation knows that you are going to the battlefield. Hui nodded, as expected. Aren't you nervous? Minato asked. Hui shook his head. Minato has a straight look. Zayawai, although you want to rescue Kakashi, it's right, but the behavior of running out of the village without permission is likely to turn you into a betrayal. Well, not next time. Minato has a black line on his face. Next time? After patiently telling Hui the necessary things, Minato went to help Konoha's other ninjas. Hui's eyes were always fixed on the system in front of him. He was looking at the system log and turned off the prompt because it was too noisy. Battle Rock Shinobi Jonin Dashi, Behead, Fusion Degree plus 0.5%. Battle Rock Shinobi Jonin, Demon Leech, Kill, Fusion plus 0.5%. Battle Rock Shinobi Chinin, a Passerby, Beheaded, Fusion Degree plus 0.3%. Battle Rock Shinobi Genin, Second Passerby, Beheaded, Fusion Degree plus 0.2%. In this war, Hui killed 2 Jonin, 15 Chinin, and 20 Genin. Add the 2% from the previous game against Kakashi, and the 0.2% from the short confrontation with Umbu. Hui's panel has been very different. Host, Fengyuai Stamina, 50 Energy, 50 Ryatsu, 1500 Fusion Characters, Yamamoto genryusai, 9.52%. Evaluation, Elite Jonin, you who have become the mainstream combat force in the world at present, move towards a higher level goal, let's set out. Glancing at the poisonous chicken soup in the system, Hui closed the panel. It's 10% soon, there should be interesting changes. Looking forward to it. Rock Shinobi, who retired, did not stay idle. After finishing Huey's information, it was passed to third Sachikajonoji. Oniki flipped through the information in his hand. Originally because of Rock Shinobi's failure, Oniki's face was full of anger. Now that a genius boy has been exploded, his mood can be imagined. Go, send this information to the other Shinobu villages. Yes, Master Tsuchikage. The new generation of Konoha absolutely cannot continue to grow. Huey's intelligence flashed in his mind. Feng Yuai, 4 years old, is comparable to the elite Jonin. This is definitely a monster. The body has not officially started to grow, strength is already the level of elite Jonin. Once Feng Yuai starts to grow, who can stop Konoha in the ninja world? As someone who has seen Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama with their own eyes, Oniki knew clearly. Even a person, as long as he is strong enough, has the ability to rewrite history. Now, Wei has such potential, don't even make them even more terrifying. Never let him return to Konoha alive. Secretly made up his mind, Oyemya thought in his heart it's not enough to release the news. The other hidden villagers must pay attention to it. Just do it if you think of it. Oyemya wrote Feng Yuai's information on paper. Summon subordinates and order them to transmit information quickly. Because of Oniki's advice. Get rid of the Kirigakure locked in the country. Cloud Shinobi from Thunder Country and Sand Shinobi from Wind Country. Soon I learned of Feng Yuai's existence. Konoha's new star has risen. Third Raikage looked at the intelligence on the table and let out a cold snort in his nose. Being able to achieve this position, naturally knows what Oniki's idea is. However, Feng Yuai is indeed worthy of him. With a big wave of his hand, ordered to go down and meet Feng Yuai. Don't worry about killing. Yes, Lord Raikage. The same situation occurs in Tsunagakure. Feng Yuai's reputation was introduced to the ninja world for the first time. After finishing the battle of the Shine Yubi Bridge, Feng Yuai was ordered back to the village. Hui did not complain about this. After all, the energy that should be obtained has already been obtained. The strength has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Soon, Hui returned to Konoha with some of the wounded. Inside the Naruto building, Hui looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, speechlessly. Patter. The old smoker smoked one bite at a time. Well, the third generation old man, I have already apologized, why don't you let me go? Hui said it with some confidence. Zaya, why, the old man thinks so, go to school, meow. Haven't seen anyone who has been on the battlefield between labor and management? Why are you still going to school? Cough. Third generation gave a light cough. There is no discussion about this matter. It happens to be the time for admission next week. You will enroll next week. That's how it is decided. Hui thought for a while. In the end, I feel that the basic knowledge really needs to be supplemented. Then it's up to you, old man. Third generation. After all, before third generation could react, Hui left the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled helplessly. I have become an old man. On the street, Hui shuttled through the crowd, still considering his own shortcomings in his heart. In the next time, the main goal is to increase one's physical fitness. Through the battle, Hui clearly knew his shortcomings. Shinigami fights with spirit bodies, but he is different. Hui still has a body. Therefore, the only thing that may restrict Huey's development may be only physique. However, physique is not something that can be achieved overnight. Thinking about this, Hui came to Tenten's weapon shop. Step into it. The wind chimes on the door made a crisp sound. Welcome, our shop has Konoha's most complete weapons. Konoha Jonin Yellow Glitter, highly recommended by Namikaze Minato. The middle-aged man's passionate voice came. Kita looked at the man. Maybe this was Tenten's father. Uncle, I need to buy some weight. The man looked at the obviously young boy in front of him. Juvenile, in my opinion, your physical age is not too old. If you carry weight now, it may cause irreversible damage to your body. Hui waved his hand. Uncle, it's okay, I know what to do. The man didn't say much. Well, then, how many different weights can I recommend to you? The man sealed the selected load in the scroll and handed it to Hui. And tell him how to untie the scroll. Thanks for your patronage, 6,000 taels. Hui waved his hand. Here you are like a local tyrant, don't care, welcome to visit next time back home. Hui followed the method taught by his uncle. Open the scroll and take out the load one by one. Mild obsessive-compulsive disorder makes him uncomfortable. After getting it done, Hui took Zanpakuto in his hand and sat quietly in the courtyard. Knife Zen. After a long time, Hui opened his eyes and murmured, still not so good. Raise it to 10% as soon as possible. After all, Hui started his own training. It's getting late. He dragged his tired body and opened the door. After instructing his servants to cook, Hui took a shower. After dinner, go back to his room. Place Ryujin Jaka neatly beside the pillow. Untie your own clothes and stack them aside. Lying quietly on the bed, closing his eyes, fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Hui opened his eyes on time. Today is entrance day. As a coming man, people in their 20s are going to school with a group of little kids. Hui could only sigh helplessly. After eating early, she wore a jet black kimono. Zanpakuto hung around his waist, flying with sakura flowers. Hui came to the ninja school. This is the school founded by second generation. Looking at the school in front of him, Hui had to admire second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Master of water style, inventor of forbidden technique, scientist, countless titles both politics and strength are worthy of Hokage and the title of Senju. The gaze randomly swept across the little boy in front of him, his gaze stayed on a figure. Looking at the child's broken hair, the decree lines on his face have begun to appear. Ha, Hui said softly. Uchiha, Itake. In the original book, Itake, who only enrolled when he was 6 years old, why did you come to school so early? Itake seemed to feel something, and turned to look at Hui. The eyes of the two collided in the air. Itake nodded, then he entered the school. Looking at this period of time, it will still be quite interesting. Hui chuckled lightly and followed. Coincidentally, both of them were in the same class. Elite Class 1. Apart from most of the dragon traps, perhaps the only one I know is Uchiha Itake. Hui was not welcome, and came to the side of Itake and sat down quietly. Hello, my name is Uchiha Itake. Itake kept polite when he was young. Hui nodded. Feng Yuhai. After all, the scene seemed to cool down. At this moment, the person wearing the green shinin vest entered the classroom. Looking at the noisy elementary school below, he clapped his hands. Okay, everyone, the teacher first. Introduce yourself. My name is Jing Jing, you can call me Teacher Jing. Looking at the teacher Inu who was boasting on the stage, Huey's thoughts radiated. I kept thinking about Kito's curse in my mind. Since the degree of integration has gone up, Hui Ning's Kito has reached 50 Deo, but I haven't used it once, so Hui doesn't know if his current Ryatsu is enough. Itake glanced at Feng Yuhai from time to time, recalling what Father Uchiha Fugaku said to him yesterday. The boy who has attracted the attention of the ninja world, the demon boy. Obviously you are the same age, can you kill people without hesitation? Although third generation, in order to protect itself, did not publicize his achievements too much. However, anyone in a large family has long received the news. Teru's Ryatsu felt Itake's gaze, and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. Brother, don't you see it? Finally got through the lecture of the teacher underground. As a result, we ushered in the third generation speech. Young people are the hope for the future, the older generation should trust and guard you. The sacrifices of the older generation are not meaningless. It will inspire young people to become the pillars of the future. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. Listening to the words of third generation, Wei Baiyu sighed. The brainwashing ability of Will of Fire is indeed very strong. Finally survived the day of ninja school, Wei feels that going to school is more tiring than training. It's annoying enough to deal with little kids, I have to deal with precocious little girls, and some Uchiha who always casts his eyes. When he walked out of the school gate, Hui finally let out a sigh of relief. Hui turned his head. Why is it you again, Itake? It's Itake, what's the matter? Hui asked flatly. Well, can you fight me? I can buy you 3 color balls. Itake seemed embarrassed and scratched his head. Huey's brows faintly. Oh? Can you tell me why you want to fight? Actually, my father told me yesterday about your matter. Itake looked at Hui. My father also led me to the battlefield before. I just want to know, why can you kill the enemy without any worries? I have been to the battlefield. Hui murmured, seeing Itake's slightly expectant and nervous eyes. Hui nodded yes, but I want to eat 3 color balls first. Aha, the inexplicable friendship began like this. Time has passed unconsciously for a year. Konoha village, exercise field. Brush accounting to the sound of breaking through the sky, the dark kunao flew to the distant boy at high speed. The boy wore a black bathrobe and held a zanpakuto in his right hand. With a light tusk. Unexpectedly, I dare to use Kunmyu temptation, 1,007 yo, my stupid little brother. A calm tone sounded, and the boy's figure disappeared in an instant. Uchiha Itake calmly observed the surroundings. Left, front, right, back, nothing. Where? It's here. A figure suddenly appeared above, and Ryujinjaka in his hand waved down. Itake's pupils shrank. Unstoppable. Thorn. The blade slashed across the body. Bang. Byakugan dispersed. A piece of wood appeared. Body replacement technique. At this moment, there was a sense of crisis behind Hui. Huey's figure appeared in the distance, and Itake kicked the air. The two stood opposite each other. In 1 year, Huey's height finally reached 1.5 meters. Ryujinjaka, which was a little long before waving, is also more suitable. The black hair was not cut off, and Hui was randomly tied into a ponytail. Put your left hand into your arms and hold a knife in your right hand. Put the knife on your shoulder and stare at the ferret on the opposite side. In contrast, the changes in Itake are also very obvious. A year ago, under the stimulation of Hui, Itake actually turned on Sharingan. At present, it has reached the stage of Urguyu, worthy of Uchiha's genius. The ferret holds a handle in each hand. Defensively, Hui-kun, your strength has become stronger again. Hui looked calm. You are not bad, Itake. Huh. After speaking, a figure of Kyowa came from behind. Hui tilted his head, avoiding the attack more than that. Hui-kun, detonating talisman, burst. The ferret behind him made a seal with his hands and gave a soft drink. Boom, a huge roar resounded throughout the exercise field. Itaka's double-hooked jade stared closely at the smoke from the explosion. Where are you looking? Itaki. A calm voice sounded from behind Itaki. So fast. Itaka's pupils shrank, trying to avoid. Ryujin Jaka's speed was faster and he rested on Itaka's neck. As expected of Hui, the speed is getting faster and faster. Hey, don't calmly say such ambiguous words. Not enough, I have improved too, Hui-kun. I saw that Itaka didn't panic at all, but looked at Hui with a smile. Oh? Is there any other means? After all, I wanted to defeat you, Hui-kun. I saw Itaka's figure turned into white smoke and disappeared into the air. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Countless small flames came from Huey's side. Feel the hot temperature on your side. A smile appeared on the corner of Huey's mouth. Itaki, you seem to have forgotten, flame, it is not valid for me. Hui stood still, motionless when the Phoenix fire approaches Hui. It turned out automatically. I know, Hui-kun, so the next thing is the killer. Itaka's body finally appeared, with silk threads wrapped in his hands. Huey's eyes narrowed. I saw the space around the body, densely packed with thin lines. The last few doubles have already laid a net around the world. Look at Itaki, as expected of you, but this is not enough. Ignoring Hui, Itaki made a seal with one hand and said, water style, water dragon bomb change. I saw small water bombs appearing on the silk thread, swiftly attacking towards Hui. Itaka's eyes fixed on Hui. This time, I will win. Hui sighed slightly. It's improved. Itaka. Boom. The huge Ryutsu erupted, directly shattered the extremely hard silk thread. Water bombs are not immune. Just the radiated energy solved my layout. Itaka stared blankly at Hui, who slowly walked towards him. Really improved, Itaka. Hui said. There is a wry smile on the corner of Itaka's mouth. However, I still can't force you to show your true strength. Hui-kun. Well, don't care about this kind of thing. Please go and eat 3 color balls. Hui waved his hand and walked forward indifferently. Looking at his back, Itaki clenched his fists. Next time, I will let him do his best. Try hard to catch up with Huey's pace. The two were walking on the street, walking slowly. Basic knowledge will be all masters. In the first 2 weeks of enrolling in Hui as early as a year ago, the two stopped going to class and applied for early graduation, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was slow to pass. There is no doubt that if it was passed at that time, will definitely be sent to the battlefield. In order to protect Hui, third generation's vision is against the crowd. This prevented the two from graduating. The Third Ninja World War is about to end. Uncle Minato is going to be Hokage too, Hui thought in his heart. When they came to the meatball point, the two sat at the door, eating 3 color meatballs. Hui looked at the light blue system host. Fengyu Y stamina, 1000 energy, 1000 Ryutsu, 150,000 evaluation, shadow, even in cage level, you are well deserved number 1. Currently fused roles, Yamamoto genryusai, 30% fusion. Looking at the template that has changed a lot, Hui nodded with satisfaction. Although there is no battle, the improvement of strength is slower, but half a year ago, Hui finally got a response from Ryujin Jaka. Currently he can use Shikai. Secretly released once outside the village, Hui finally knew, why did the old man seal his Bankai? Without him, too strong. Shikai's temperature reaches the temperature of the sun's surface. Just released it. The surrounding trees for several kilometers have been burned out. Ryujin Jaka has not tried any of his own skills. Let Hui couldn't help but sigh. It's too strong and it's not too good. Turning his head to look at the ferret with his mouth full, the corners of Huey's mouth twitched. Itaki looked at Hui suspiciously. What's wrong? Hui-kun. A dozen 7 yo. Pay attention to protecting your teeth. The two finished the 3 color meatballs, watching the sun gradually setting. We said goodbye to each other and went home. Opening the door, a white hair came into view. Yeah, Kakashi was cooking in the kitchen, raised his right hand and said hello to Hui. Hui was taken aback. Anaki, I'm back. Is the war over? Kakashi nodded while frying the fish. It's over, only the final part of the work is left, Hokage-sama, and they will take care of it. Pour the fried fish into the plate, sprinkle with condiments. Hui helped put it on the table. The two sat face to face at the dining table, finished the meal quietly. I patted my slightly full stomach. I heard, you haven't been to school for a long time. Well, I already know all the basics. It's useless to stay at school. The graduation application was also rejected by the third generation project. Kakashi nodded. After all, Master Naruto is here to protect you. I know, so I didn't apply again. Kakashi said, well, the war is over. You should be able to apply too. Hui didn't want to continue this topic anymore. Speaking of which, where's Uncle Minato? Ms. Minato was called away by third generation Anaki. Uncle Minato will become Naruto, right? Kakashi was stunned. Obviously I didn't know that Hui would actually ask like this, although I can't explain to the outside world now. But it's not far from 10, But Hui, how did you know? This kind of thing, just a guess, right? After all, I also know the name of the yellow flash. After a moment of silence, Hui said, let's visit Uncle Minato's house in a while. I heard that Kushina is pregnant. Kakashi nodded and agreed. The two cleaned up together. Hui followed Kakashi to Minato's home. Boom, 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 hoot. The woman's voice came. Kakashi, ha. Zayawai is here too. Kushina said with a slightly bigger belly, surprised. Come in quickly. Excuse me times two, why do you two remember to come to me? Kushina put 2 cups of tea in front of them and asked suspiciously. Kakashi raises the teacup. Thank you, madam, it's actually Hui, I want to come and see you. Kushina bulged angrily. So is Zayawai, obviously not far away. I haven't come to see the master several times in a year, and I am very sad for being a teacher, crying hey, are you a great drama player? As Kushina said, a year ago, when Hui failed to graduate early, he formally joined Kushina's section. Don't ask why, asking is just getting beaten up. The three sat and chatted together. At the same time, the door was open. 2 kinds of gentle voices. I'm back. Hey? You two are here. Looking up, it was Minato. Kushina holding Minato's arm. I'll tell you, it was Zayawai who proposed to come over. Minato was a little surprised. Wow, then, Zayawai will come to see your master more in the future. Hui nodded. Uncle Minato, you don't need to say, I also know. After a few people were seated, Kakashi asked, Ms. Minato, are you sure? Minato smiled softly. It's confirmed, most of the work has been handed over. Kushina is so happy. Then you are the 4th generation, little son. Minato hugs Kushina tenderly. Don't get too excited, be careful of your children. I'm so happy. Since we are so happy, let's go eat barbecue tonight. After eating the barbecue, the contented people would pass it. The next day, Hui continued to practice sword wielding. Kakashi came out of the house. Hui, recover your strength, take your knife, and go to the 7th exercise field. Looking at Kakashi with a serious face, Tara knew that his trial had begun. However, it is still unknown whose trial was. Watching the leaving Kakashi, Hui elegantly retracted the knife into its sheath after washing away the sweat stains on the body, put on a new jet black kimono, zanpakuto hanging around the waist, stepping on the wooden clogs, went to the exercise site. Kakashi frowned and looked at Kei's dress. Hui, ninja clothes, try not to be so loose. Aniki, this is my battle suit. In that case, let you recognize reality. Hui, hold on to the determination to kill me, or you will lose. I don't want to hear the brilliance of Kakashi's ink, and Shunpo came directly behind Kakashi. Zanpakuto waved it down without hesitation. This speed, Kakashi was shocked, and hurried to seal in his hands. Boom. Feeling the sensation from the knife, Tara looked up at Kakashi, who had already appeared in the distance. Kakashi looked at the boy with serious eyes. At the moment, it's almost the enchanting speed. Thoughts flashed by. Kakashi drew his knife and rushed towards Taro. I saw 2 people, only saw the sword, the light, and the shadow. The bigger the Kakashi, the more scared. The Heitake knife technique handed down by one's own ancestors actually fell into a disadvantage. When he was about to be cut, Kakashi hurriedly backed away, stepping on the lake quickly. Seal water style water dragon bomb technique. The water flow on the soles of the feet is awakened by chakra. The huge water dragon rushed towards Hui. Tisk Hui's mouth curled. Maybe it's because of Zanpakuto. Hui has no interest in water style. However, this is not to say that Hui will be afraid of water style. Take the knife back to the sheath. Hui's right hand stroked the handle of the knife. Ryatsu on his body quickly condenses on the blade, cut. Unparalleled drawing speed, leaving only a trace of afterimage. The huge slash of Ryatsu slashed sharply on the water dragon. Boom. There was a huge roar. Kakashi was hit by the waves of the air. Kakashi doesn't care about himself. Somewhat silly looking at Hui in the attack just now. I felt the breath of death. Thought of looking at Hui's strength has also improved a lot. Kakashi jumped and came to Taro. Aniki, are you still warming up? Kakashi lifted the blindfold, revealing the scarlet 3-hook jade. No, I'm going to be serious next. Hand seal. Fast movements are like afterimages. Open your right hand, the thunder and lightning in your hand. Jump. Thunder tiger kills. I saw Reikari undergo a morphological change. A thunder wolf rushes towards Hui. Oh, is it possible to use this trick? Hui's thoughts flashed by. Zanpakuto in his hand is not slow at all. Split thunder wolf. Kakashi's figure has appeared before my eyes without hesitation. Tara pierced Kakashi's body with a single knife. Prickly. I feel a slight numbness in my hands. Lay clone. Kakashi's figure came from underground. Beheading technique in the heart. Holding Hui's collar with a big hand, he was about to drag him into the ground. Who knows? Hui directly launched Shunpo, and moved to a distance with Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi, who was stunned, Hui kicked out without hesitation, hit Kakashi's abdomen hard. Bang, it's another clone. Ba ba. The sound of electric current comes to Kakashi. Each hold a ball of Reikari. Rush to Hui. Lay Chuan. I saw Hui raise his hand unhurriedly. Bakudo no 39 round gate fan. The circular protective shield suddenly formed. It resisted Kakashi's attack. It's my turn. After Hui said, Zanpakuto in his hand instantly wiped out the 2 shadow clones. Ryotsu released, sensing Kakashi's location. Kakashi, hiding behind the big tree, feel a deep malice without the slightest hesitation, immediately left the place. Zanpakuto cut the big tree easily. The corner of Huey's mouth raises a smile. Aniki, I found you. After all, Taro points the scabbard at Kakashi. Wizard. Ryotsu burst out from the bottom of the scabbard. Will die. Thoughts surged wildly in Kakashi's mind. Can't hide, I surrender. After speaking, Huey's hand moved slightly. The ghost fire wiped Kakashi's head and flew over. Boom, a loud noise came from behind Kakashi. Looking back, the forest of several hundred meters is divided into two from the middle. What a powerful force. Kakashi looked helplessly at Feng Yuwei, who was taking the knife into its sheath. In just 1 year, you have grown to this point. You did a good job, Hui. Bai Mao sighed. So, the strength can still go further. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. That's it, or just so? Seeing you, there is no panic in your breathing, is it possible? Hui nodded. Aniki, you are a little too weak now. Pointed to Sharingan of Kakashi. Sharingan from OB soil consumes your chakra very much. Kakashi covered his left eye, but this is the power of companions. Looking at Kakashi, who fell into memory again, Hui didn't bother and sat quietly by the tree looking at the blue sky. It seems that in this world of shinobi, he can finally show his talents. Asterisk. The appointment of 4th generation finally changed the situation that Feng Yuwei could not graduate. Although Minato still has a lot of constraints, but I finally got my seat as 4th generation. I don't know how many times I have applied for graduation. Minato smiled and whispered. Umbuha. Umbu's figure appeared in front of Minato, kneeling on one knee. Master 4th Hokage, what's your order? Notify Feng Yuwei and Uchiha Itake to prepare for early graduation assessment. Yes. The battle between Feng Yuwei and Kakashi ended half an hour ago. At the moment the two are still in the exercise field. Because certain Bai Mao fell into recollection and self-blame again. OB2's death, and linear. Yes, Lin also failed to escape the palm of the old thief Uchiha Madara. Hui had already hinted at Lin frantically, but it still didn't help. Not much to say, I can only blame myself for not being strong at the time. Looking at Kakashi looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, Feng Yuwei really wanted to go up and beat him. At this moment, Umbu appeared in front of the two of them. Feng Yuwei, the graduation assessment will start tomorrow afternoon, please prepare in advance. Keep it always concise and clear. After speaking, after confirming that Feng Yuwei heard it, he left directly. Hui, on the day of graduation, I still came. Well, it's not a big deal, but you should help Uncle Minato more. Hey, I'm going to call Lord 4th Hokage. Kakashi stared at the dead fisheye that was nowhere to be placed. Hui waved his hand indifferently. Hey, I see, I'll go back first. Kakashi nodded. I'll go to Mrs. Minato to ask about the situation. In fact, it's unnecessary. Aniki, do you think that based on my strength, I still can't pass the test? That said, Kakashi thought of a certain scared man. However, I still need to confirm it. Ignoring Kei's dissuasion, Kakashi went straight to the Hokage building. Before entering the office, I heard a cold and calm voice from inside. Minato, the personnel for the assessment must be selected from my route. After all, Feng Yuwei, that is the son of Konoha's White Fang, no one knows whether he planted the seeds of hatred in his heart. I need to confirm. Kakashi couldn't bear it when he heard this. Open the door directly and walk in. Ms. Minato was taken aback for a moment. Kakashi, you are here. Kakashi knelt on one knee. Minato-sensei, you know the cruelty of the roots. I don't want my brother, Konoha's genius boy, to face the cruel roots. Boom! Danzo's crutches hit the ground fiercely. Looking at Kakashi with cold eyes. Ignorance, the root is Konoha's darkness. The existence of the root is to protect Konoha. Besides, Feng Yuwei is just a kid, but his strength is extraordinary. Such things must be investigated clearly. As expected of you, Konoha no dark. It's Feng Yuwei. Kakashi can't bear it. Naturally, Master Danzo, the Feng Yu family has been proud of protecting Konoha for generations. If you do this, won't you chill the hearts of other families? Cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes. Are you teaching me to do things? You know, Feng Yuwei tried to escape Konoha as early as a year ago. You can't say that he was trying to escape to save you, right? How come things are always so coincidental? Kakashi. Minato. You finish talking, and I'll say a fart. Kakashi no longer cares about Danzo watching Minato. Ms. Minato. My eyes are full of tears. Of course, Minato's brain makes up for it. Doghead saves life. Looking at Danzo, who seems to be talking, Minato gave a light cough. Well, Hui grew up when I watched. I guarantee his character is 4th generation. Hui will not do anything to harm Konoha. Looking at Minato, who has made up his mind, Danzo no longer said much. Turn around and leave directly. Really rude old man. Kakashi, go down too. I will take care of Huey's graduation examination. Kakashi thought about it a little bit. I decided to give Minato a vaccination. Ms. Minato, just now, I lost a Hui. Namikaze. Minato was taken aback for a moment. Looked at Kakashi in shock. Moreover, Hui doesn't seem to have exhausted all his strength. What? Minato can no longer remain calm. Kakashi's strength, Namikaze Minato knows better than anyone else. Sharingan's burden will not be mentioned for the time being. His strength is a veritable elite jonin. Take a deep breath. You mean, Zaiwai's strength? Kakashi nodded. Shadow. Even stronger. Shock. There was a moment of silence. Minato stuck to the back of the chair. Rai smiled. Zaiwai, you really have a problem for me. Looking at Minato, who was in distress, Kakashi's unreliable refreshment. Ms. Minato, Huey's assessment will trouble you. I'll go first. Minato nodded, and Kakashi turned and left. Open the door of the office. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly. Danzo's figure stood there quietly. Elder Danzo. I didn't expect to eavesdrop on this kind of thing. You can do it. Kakashi's face is full of anger. The old man is just standing here. He didn't overhear. You, Kakashi looked at Danzo, who was going away with a bad face. This matter is probably not that simple. You must go back early and tell Huey to do it. Making up his mind, Kakashi hurried to the house. Konoha Underground. Danzo sits in the first place. Fang Yuhui. Has the strength actually reached the shadow? Another genius. No, to be precise, it's a monster. Come on. Looking at the roots kneeling on the ground, there was a trace of satisfaction on Danzo's face. The root is his painstaking effort after Fang Yuhui's graduation assessment is completed. Be sure to bring him the first time. Minato, everything the old man did is for Konoha. The darkness overwhelmed Danzo's figure, making it hard to see his face. On the other side, Kakashi found Fang Yuhui sitting leisurely in the courtyard. Press his shoulders with both hands. Huey, the next assessment will be very difficult. And, most importantly, your strength was discovered by Danzo. Huey raised his brows. How did Danzo find out? Kakashi talked about the matter. Huey by your side. Old dog. Danzo, you can do this by eavesdropping, you deserve it. Wave his hand on Iki. Calm down. Even if Danzo wants to do to me, he also has to consider his own strength, right? Unless he is so stupid that he comes to catch me after the assessment. Huey thought to himself. Blind student, you found Huidian. Silent all night. The next morning, Fang Yuhui got up early as usual, train untouched. Until the golden crow was in the air, Huey put down Ryujinjaka in his hand. Kakashi, who had already recovered his composure, brought out the food. The two finished their meal silently. Seeing that it was almost time, Kakashi brought Huey to the Hokage building. In the office, Minato looked at Huey with relief. It is also his own cub, and finally took the step of a ninja. Zaiwai, are you nervous? Huey shook his head. That's good. After all, your opponent is not an ordinary person. Oh? Who is it? Boy, your opponent is me. Everyone looked at the open window next to them. Waist-length white hair came into view. The comers were the word forehead protector, wearing a red outer jacket, lined with brown clothes, and wearing wooden clogs. Eyes with red marks stared at Huey. Yo handsome boy, Mount Mayaboku Toad Sage, Jiraiya. It's your opponent in the assessment. What? Kakashi froze in place. Master Jiraiya, are you kidding? You are Sunin. Are you kidding me about graduation exams? No blame. Kakashi is excited. After all, Jiraiya has long been a famous ninja. Huey looked at the slightly mischievous Jiraiya in front of him, thinking back to his previous life's evaluation of him. Keep protecting Konoha with the sense of responsibility of a man. Great life mentor. Throw out the thoughts in your mind. Look at Jiraiya. It's just you, lecherous old man. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Hey, lascivious old man or something. I am not. Don't talk nonsense. Huey tilted his head. Isn't it? Intimacy tactics, intimacy violence. Zhe shi. Is my book so famous already? Ahahaha. Jiraiya akimbo laughs. No, it's just that there is a I brother in my family who likes to watch. Brother I is too much. Minato looked at the happily three. I actually felt a touch of jealousy. Teacher Jiraiya, it's obviously me first. That's the decision. Now let's go to the exercise field. Minato looked at Huey. Zaiwai, this time the patriarch of the big family will also be there. You should understand how to do it. Don't worry, Uncle Minato, I will shock them. As expected of Konoha's demon boy, Minato said with a thumbs up. Who made that name of shame? Uchiha, home of the patriarch. The Itachi family ate quietly. Itachi, Master Naruto had a meeting and said, your friend Fang Yuhui will be taking the graduation assessment in the afternoon. Well, that's it, my father. Looking at the serious Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi maintained his usual politeness. Although the day after tomorrow is your graduation exam, let's go and take a look at the devil boy with me in the afternoon. Itachi put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and looked at his father suspiciously. Father, you are not allowed to watch the graduation assessment, right? This time the situation is different, after all. Fang Yuhui's opponent is the legendary Sunin Jiraiya. What? Itachi was shocked and said that the meal in his hand was not fragrant. Clenching his fist, thinking secretly in my heart, Hui-kun, have you come this far? Then, let your best friends witness your rise. The same scene happened in Konoha's big families, Sarutobi, Yuri, Ino, Shika, Cho, Abarame, Inyazuka. Famous families are looking forward to the afternoon. Is it an evildoer or a name? Exercise field number 7. Feng Yuwei and Jiraiya stood in opposition. It is not someone else who is in charge of the referee, it is the current Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Seeing nearly 100 people standing mighty around the exercise field, Minato exhaled deeply. Looking at Hui with his eyes closed, he said like cheering Zayawai, don't be nervous. Uncle Minato, I'm not nervous, just adjusting my state. That's good. Outside the court, the patriarchs of all ethnic groups looked at Feng Yuwei's small figure. That's the boy of the devil, so cute. Inyazuka-chin, it doesn't look like a big deal. Uchiha was stunned. Frozen, shut up, and observe carefully, this child is not panicked at all. Fugaku is Huey's best friend. Itaka's palm began to sweat. Hui-kun, come on. Papa Minato clapped his hands and looked at both sides. The battle began. Feng Yuwei did not hesitate. Shunpo. Jiraiya was taken aback. Hui had already arrived in front of him. Sword pressure. I saw a sharp Ryutsu slashing towards Jiraiya. Boy, you seem to underestimate me. Ninja needle Jizo. The long silver hair hardens and envelopes the whole body. When blocked Huey's slash. Looking at Hui, Jiraiya has a smile on her face. Motor. Needle hell. I saw Changfa quickly release a long-range attack and stab Feng Yuwei. Huey's face was calm and Ryujinjaka on his right hand waved easily resisted a series of attacks taking advantage of the gap that Hui resisted. Jiraiya's hands quickly seal little devil, the old man must first teach you one thing. Advantageous terrain often determines the direction of victory and defeat. Earth-style Huankan Marsh. A swamp began to appear under Jiraiya's feet, and it stretched to Huey's feet in an instant. Huey's mouth curled slightly. Hey, it's really troublesome. With a sigh in my heart, my body quickly retreated to the edge. The body is like a knife foot cut. Pulling the knife quickly in an instant, Ryutsu gathered on the blade and slashed at Jiraiya quickly. This power. It really is very powerful. Jiraiya looked at Hui, her eyes gradually becoming serious. It is indeed the strength of the shadow. In that case, the old man will show you something good. I saw Jiraiya bit his right thumb. Kyuji o Sino Hisako. Summoning technique. Boom, a huge white mist is produced. This is Konoha? Jiraiya. What's the matter? An arrogant voice came. A huge toad was wearing a blue coat with a huge pipe in his mouth. With a wide dagger crossed between his waist, he was vomiting while talking. Pattern. Jiraiya jumped onto Toad Bunte's head. When Tai, although it is an assessment, the kid on the opposite side is a real shadow. Nanny. When Tai's toad stared at the boss. Konoha is really the cradle of genius. She. Jiraiya looked at Hui. Boy, don't die. Fire style toad oil flare. Combination of Wenta's oil and Jiraiya's fire style, a huge flame bomb blasted Feng Yuwei. Hui, run away. Even at a long distance, Itake can feel the power of this technique. Feng Yuwei tilted his head and looked at Itake with calmness in his eyes. Boom! A huge explosion occurs. Hui didn't dodge, he took the flame oil bomb with his body. Hui, Zayawai, Hui-kun. Several voices shouted excitedly. Only Jiraiya's face is serious, and the seal is silent in his hand. Summoning bang bang little Jiraiya? What's the matter? The old man is still eating. Shenzo Xian Ren, Jima Xian Ren, help me enter that mode next. The camera turned, the raging flames were still burning. Seeing this scene, Itaka's heart finally settled, because he understands that flame, for Hui, invalid. Boom, as predicted. The powerful Ryutsu swept the audience. Everyone present felt that power, the trembling from the soul. What a powerful force, it makes me feel scared. Ryutsu directly dissipated the flame in front of Kagaya's eyes. At this time Hui, his upper body was naked, and his strong muscles were revealed. Ryujinjaka on the right hand pulled a knife. Looking plainly at Jiraiya and the two immortals on the opposite side, does the lecherous old man plan to? Thinking of this, Hui puts a smile on his face. Finally able to fight wholeheartedly. If Jiraiya is defeated, the degree of integration must increase rapidly. Quietly waiting for Jiraiya to accumulate energy. After a while, Jiraiya's eyes open. The sign dedicated to the fairy appears above the eyes. The red mark under the frog-like eyes extends to the lower jaw. Is this sage mode? Hui murmured. In that case, lascivious old man, I will show you a good thing too. I saw Hui raise the Ryujinjaka in his hand. Ryutsu, who has a value of 150,000 on his body, burst out with all his strength. The surrounding temperature is rising rapidly. How can it feel so hot? Everyone felt the change in temperature, and only felt dry, and the hairs on their bodies stood up. It seems to remind them to leave quickly. Ryutsu stay at the highest point. Hui lightly opens his lips. Everything in Vientiane. Ashes. Ryujinjaka. Sensual. All to ashes. Ryujin Jaka. Boom, the temperature is climbing again. Quickly run away. Feeling the heat, everyone fled quickly. Monster, this is a monster. Ryujin Jaka finally. In another world, the first appearance. Call. A white breath came out of his mouth. Hui felt the strength of his body. The tip of the knife points to Jiraiya SA, second round, start. The air was evaporated, and all plants within a few kilometers died. Hui is surrounded by flames. Pap, the collision of the wooden clogs with the ground in the quiet space is particularly harsh. Shenzo Xianren looked at Feng Yue who looked like this, and the shock in his eyes could not be compounded. Little Jiraiya, who is this kid? Master Shinseku, this is Konoha's future. Jiraiya, who has turned into a sage mode, feels the powerful energy radiating from within her body. Not chakra, but the intensity is much higher than chakra. Hui walked a few meters away from Jiraiya. Jiraiya's body began to be hot, and the hot air made his body sticky. Hui raises Ryujin Jaka in his hand. Lascivious old man, don't die easily. After all, Huey's figure disappeared. Jiraiya's perception ability has been greatly improved due to Sage Mode, judging the location of Hui in just an instant with the palm of your right hand facing up. The huge chakra instantly condenses the super large Raisnon smash to his right side fiercely. Sage Art Super Big Ball Raisnon. In the void, Huey's figure stopped abruptly. Ryujin Jaka's bottom-up counterattack boom. Raisnon only resisted for a second. It was turned into nothingness. Nanny. Jiraiya panicked and immediately calmed down. Two immortals, please, leave it to us. Little Jiraiya, Magic Toad is singing. The powerful croak of frogs came into Huey's ears. Huey's figure suddenly paused. Imada. Now. Little Jiraiya. Oh. Sage Art Goman. I saw Jiraiya use oil, deep work for immortals use wind style, and Saima immortals use fire style. The combination of these three techniques forms a huge lethality. It is about to swallow everything. Hui made a fist with his left hand and exerted all his strength. Drink, he yelled and broke free to sing. Moved his neck, squinted at the oncoming combination surgery, speaking calmly. Laughter. Old man, do you know? The knife in my hand is called Ryujin Jaka. Raise Ryujin Jaka slowly, pointing the tip of the sword towards Goman. The flame can be manipulated, burned, or detonated. Or, the same can be done. Extinguish. The words just fell. Goman was in front of everyone, and disappeared completely. Baguna. Impossible, how is this possible? Jiraiya's mouth grows big, looking at the figure of the young man. He finally disappeared. Sage Mode. You won, kid. Ha, you deserve to be a demon boy. I've said it all, don't call me such a shameful nickname. Hui also dispersed Shikai, but because of the high temperature, everything within a few kilometers was burned out. People in the distance feel the disappearance of oppression. They came to the two people one after another. Minato looks at the exercise field that has changed beyond recognition. The corners of the mouth can't help but twitch. Great is great. Demo, too much. Zaiwai. Feng Yue looked around for a while. Uncle Minato, if you need compensation, go to Kakashi. Hey, I'm not your good Enki, but, you took all my money. Kakashi is speechless for a while, so it's not wrong to say that. Kiadu is numb. You don't have much money in total. Didn't I pay it? Looking at the two people who looked at each other, everyone can see the sparks from the collision. Minato scratched his head. Zaiwai, I don't need your compensation at this point, the farce is over. Looking at Hui sitting there quietly, there was a sigh in everyone's hearts. This kind of combat power has already surpassed fourth generation's goal, right? It must be over. No matter how strong the fourth generation is, that's also a speed type. 1-to-1 is very strong, but Hui is different. It's a humanoid self-propelled little sun, and it's the area damage. If on the battlefield, this is simply the perfect killing machine. Uchiha Fugaku patted Itaki on the shoulder. 107. I have time to ask Zaiwai to come and sit at home. Although surprised at his father's behavior, Itaki nodded his head obediently. The rest of the patriarch watched Uchiha ascend first. One after another began to contact the tribe. The girl at home seems to be able to find a boyfriend in a few years, right? Don't talk, your family hasn't been born yet. What if it's a boy? That's better than you, a bug breeder. Hey, what are you talking about? Don't quarrel. Dead fat pig, get out. Dead, fatty pig? What am I going to kill you? The culprit aside, looking at the sky. It's really nice weather at this time. I thought that the old man sat next to Hui. Boy, you are really strong. Hui heard the words and shook his head. No. It's just lascivious old man, you are too weak. Puff, that's the sound of an arrow sticking into the heart. How can I say that I am also Sunin? You kid, you won even if you win, and you even said that you are angry at me. No, I'm just telling the truth, my strength is still too weak. Oh? Why do you say that? Huey's gaze turned to Jiraiya from the air. Because, her ability, I only play 20%. Jiraiya stared at the boy in front of him dreamily. He hasn't grown up yet. The matter finally came to an end. Hui also got his own Genin Forward Protector under the spotlight. It's so difficult to force the strongest Jiraiya. The result is for a Genin Forward Protector. Sure enough, those who dare to provoke Konoha Genin are tough guys. That night, as the elder brother, Kakashi, took Fang Yuwei to the home of 4th generation Zayawai, congratulations on becoming genin. Kushina held the juice in her hand and said happily, but I wanted to take you on tasks now. Hui shook his head. Kushina, don't do this, even without you, I can still complete the task. Is this what I mean? Finished dinner while playing around. On the second day, Hui was still training hard. The battle with Jiraiya yesterday made his integration sore. Host, Feng Yuwei stamina, 2000 energy, 2000 Ryatsu, 30W evaluation, shadow, even in cage level, you are well deserved number 1. Currently fused characters, Yamamoto genryusai, 40% fusion. Looking at his property panel, Hui nodded with satisfaction, thinking back to the plot of the original book. I was getting closer and closer to the chaos of 9 tails. His own strength brings him self-confidence. Looking at my I brother Aniki, this time, I won't let you lose Uncle Minato and Kushina, masters. Hui murmured. Feeling that one's own weight is not even better than one's own physical fitness. In desperation, Hui could only clean up and buy some weights again. Walking on the street, not surprisingly, Huey's strength has already passed into the ears of civilians. Along the way, I felt the gazes of everyone's admiration, envy, and jealousy. Hui came to the familiar shop, Tenten's weapon shop. If one of the 12 Xiaoqiang is the richest, Hui definitely said Tenten's name without hesitation. What's so special every time you fight? Kunao, shurikens, clubs, detonating talisman, throw it at Wool. When he first watched anime, Hui felt that this woman had a lot of money. As predicted, shaking off the distracting thoughts in his mind, Hui stepped in. Welcome to Tenten's weapon shop. Our latest introduction of Konoha's genius, Feng Yuwei, the child of the devil, is the same model of Taishao. Customers in need can buy it. The father of Tenten looked up, 4 eyes facing each other, the tooth white. Sell the surroundings in front of the deity, you will die. The cold sweat on my head keeps flowing down. Hui just took a casual look. Shan Na, boss, help me get a final load right. Hey, the father of Tenten's face had a wrong forehead. Then came ecstasy. It seems that Konoha's genius, the devil child, didn't care too much. Who on earth gave such a rubbing name? Damn it. Master Hui. Here are the weights you need, and I am kindly gifting you a set of sports tights. Might Guy is the same style. All are free. Huey's mouth twitched. I don't want it. As a slightly perfect obsessive-compulsive Hui, how can he accept that kind of weird costume? Tenten's father sighed. Hey, Guy Jonin likes to say. Hui, who couldn't stay any longer, put down the money, turned around and left. Farewell. Escaped the mouth of Tenten's father, Hui stuffed the sealed scroll into his arms and wandered aimlessly in the street. Far away, Hui saw the 2 decree patterns. Yeah, 1,007 Hui-kun 1,007, walk around with me. Hi, 2 people strolling in the commercial street looking at the silent Hui. Itaka took a deep breath, cheered himself up, and said, Hui-kun, will you fight me in the future? Huatu said without turning back, of course you will, after all, you are my best friend. Hearing Wenhui's words, Itaka smiled happily. My dear friend. By the way, Hui-kun, my younger brother is about to be born too. My father has even thought of his name, so his name is Suzuki. Hey, why are you so sure that you are your brother? Hey, you don't need to be sure about this kind of thing? Because I want a younger brother, so I will definitely be a younger brother. Well, you are so happy. The 2 walked around and came to a noodle restaurant. I lack a ramen. Speaking of it, I don't seem to have been here yet. Hui muttered. Hui-kun, do you want to eat ramen? The ferret asked cutely. I haven't eaten ramen in a long time. Then go eat. 1,007, you treat. Hey? Why? Itaki was puzzled. Because you are my best friend. Now your best friend is penniless, okay then. Hui gently opened the curtain with his hand. Welcome. The still young Uncle Yu looked at the 2 people in front of him. Oh, Konoha's genius, of the devil. Oh sang. Don't say anything, I want to eat noodles. Chicken bone noodle soup is good. Yul was interrupted by Huey's words, slightly stunned. The caring Itake comes out to make a rescue. Hey, uncle, actually Hui-kun doesn't like others calling him a demon boy. He is offended, and he still looks at Hai-han. Besides, I would like to order the same face. As he said, Itake bowed politely. It's also a bit cautious. Return a gift quickly. Oh, don't stay long. It's okay. After a while, the faces of the 2 of them came up. A big kima started to ×2 feel the deliciousness of ramen in your mouth. Hui ate 3 bowls. A resurrected thank you for the hospitality. Asterisk. The next day, early morning, Hui got up a little earlier than usual. After all, I'm going to meet his guide Jonin and his teammates today. Came to the Hokage office. Hui turned his head and looked around, as if there was no single guide Jonin. Coming to Minato's side, Hui asked suspiciously, Uncle Minato, hasn't my guide Jonin come yet? Minato, who is editing the file, looks up. Oh, it's Zayawai. Wait a while. Your guide Jonin will definitely not let you down. After all, little son continued to correct the documents again. Hui stayed in the hall for a while, but couldn't sit still anymore. He got up and jumped out of the window and lay down on the eaves. Maybe it was too relaxing. Hui actually fell asleep. Patter with the sound of footsteps, Hui opened his eyes. As if light flashed, his right hand was held on Ryujin Jaka. Calm down, there are no enemies here. Looking up, the man is wearing a dark high collar and short sleeves, and a triangular protective gear. The lower body is wearing pants of the same color and leggings. With a small sword on his back, broken hair fluttered. The Uchiha clan emblem on the back reveals the identity of the visitor. Huiwei squinted his eyes. Uchiha. Shisui was stunned. It seems that Huikun knows my name. Ah, after all, it's Shisui who flew in the Third Ninja War, it's hard to know him or not. Hui shrugged, spreading his hands. So, you are here just to get to know me purely. Shisui shook his head. Not so, the 4th generation project sent me to be your guide Jonin. Please take care of me in the future, Feng Yuwei. Hui was stunned after listening. I heard many things about you from Itaki. By the way, another of your teammates will come over right away. Another teammate. Masaka, could it be? At this time, a voice came. Huikun, Shisui brother, please take care of me in the future. Looking at the polite Itaki, Hui felt a tingling of the trigeminal nerve. Sure enough, it's you. 1,007 Huikun, long time no see. It's been a long time since I saw a ghost. The noodles we ate together yesterday. Zhe, the team is here. Shisui clapped his hands and said. Itaki raised his hand suspiciously. Brother Shisui, the mission team is usually a 4-person team. Why do we only have 3 people? Ah, this matter, because Hui is too strong, so, blame me? Okay, this is the end of the small chat. Although you already know each other, I am also the first time to guide Jonin, so well let's start with self-introduction. For example, my name is Uchiha Shisui, I am good at fire style, I am instant, I like to raise crows, my weapon is a short sword. Next. Shisui looked at Itaki. My name is Uchiha Itaki. I am good at fire style and illusion. I like to eat 3-color meatballs and natto. I hate grilled meat. My name is Feng Yuwei, I am good at swordsmanship, and I like to eat 3-color meatballs and natto. There is nothing particularly annoying about food. Shisui nodded. There is only a small team now. I'm not testing the strength of the two of you. If I lose, wouldn't it be ugly? Ha ha ha. So, what's the next plan? Shisui brother Itaki asked. Then, let's go directly to take the task. The 3 returned to the mission hall. Minato saw Shisui's figure and smiled. How are you getting along, Shisui? It's very easy to get along with. Although Huey's strength is now very strong in Konoha village, he is a rookie ninja. Naturally, we have to start with the most basic D-level tasks. Thus, the cheerful genin time began. As the first task of our team, that is, harvesting weeds. Let's go. Oh, Uchiha Itaki was uncharacteristically enthusiastic. Hey, just be careful. Where did you lose all Uchiha's coldness? Huey's heart couldn't stop complaining. In the next 3 months, the 3-person team frantically brushed D-level missions. Until that day, the sky is clear. Hui lay on the Hokage rock, looking into the distance. Huikun, what are you thinking? I heard the voice of Itaki. Hui moved slightly. Nothing, right, where's Shisui? Brother Shisui is going to perform the task. Hui nodded. Itaki, Urju, where's Suzuki? I heard a close friend mention Suzuki. Itaki's expression is full of tenderness. Suzuki should be asleep right now. After all, he is still too young. Hui straightened up. Itaki, you know, there is a conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan, and this contradiction has been intensifying. Hui-kun, what do you mean? Long exhale. It means that if one day in the future, when the village and Uchiha are completely opposite, how would you choose? Itaki was lost in thought. He had been thinking about him with Hokage's thinking since he was a child. Now even if he knows the answer, he is unwilling to make that choice. Because this time, he still has close friends. Itaki, leave everything to me. Itaki looked at the back of the young man in front of him, nodded vigorously. That really troubles you, Hui-kun. It was getting late. Hui stood up and patted the dust on his body. 1,007, so be it today, see you tomorrow, Hui-kun. Goodbye. Hui strolled down the street. The streets tonight are a little quiet. After thinking for a while, Huey's figure disappeared into the street. Minato home. Hui waited quietly at the door. Actually he's not sure if it's tonight, but Kushina is already in pain. Let him not be careless. On the other side, because of Kushina's special identity, even things like labor must be carried out in secret, and we must do a good job of sealing Nine-Tails. Sweat was clenched in Minato's hands. Wow. The cry of the baby broke the deserted enchantment. Minato takes a breath of strength and he didn't dare to neglect. It was about to seal Nine-Tails. A man wearing a black robe and a tiger skin mask appeared. Who are you? Minato was shocked. Konoha's Avengers. A deep voice came from under the mask. Throwing the baby who was still in the infancy to Minato. Minato caught it and took a closer look. There was a detonation talisman attached to it. Throw the detonation talisman extremely fast. A flying thunder god. Minato took the baby back home, then go back to the sealed place again. Seeing that the masked man has completely destroyed the seal of Nine-Tails, Minato's heart trembled. Ignoring other things, I will take Kushina home for the time being. The masked man appeared from the void, standing on the streets of Konoha, his eyes are full of anger. I saw him slapped on the ground. Yeah. Come out. Nine Tails. The huge summoning technique appeared on the ground. Accompanied by a roar, the huge body of Nine Tails appeared in Konoha. Roar. Nine Tails yelled excitedly. The masked man appeared on the head of Nine Tails. The eyes. Evil Uchiha. Ha. The beast just needs to be obedient. After all, the Mangekyo in his eyes turned frantically. In just a moment, Mangekyo also appeared in Nine Tails' eyes. Destroy it. Nine Tails. Roar. After Minato placed the two of them together, they put on the robes of the gods. Push the door. Yo. Uncle Minato. Xiao, Zaiwai. What are you doing here? Ah, waiting for you to come back. Let's not talk about it. Zaiwai, please take Kushina and the others to evacuation. What's wrong? Is it because of that big guy? After all, Hui pointed at Nine Tails' huge body with his fingers. Minato nodded solemnly. Zaiwai, it's not that simple for Nine Tails to break the seal. Hui waved his hand. It doesn't matter that, compared to this, Nine Tails is coming over here. Uncle Minato, Nine Tails is handed over to me. Go and confirm the truth. Terra twisted his neck, hung Zanpakuto, and was about to step forward. Zaiwai, I will definitely postpone it until I get back. Minato didn't stop him. He knew Hui was strong enough to protect himself. Looking back at Minato, he nodded. His body started to rise. Minato was stunned. There was no seal, no chakra fluctuations. Did Zaiwai fly? Shaking his head, Minato went to find the masked man. Roar. The roar of Nine Tails spread throughout Konoha, and the villagers in the village were organized to go to evacuation points early. Huifei reaches the sky above Nine Tails. Looking blankly at the ruined Nine Tails. No nonsense. Zanpakuto was pulled out, and Ryotsu, who was stronger than ever, began to gather. The action that Nine Tails is destroying is stagnant. A deep sense of fear goes straight to the heart. The fiery red raindrops began to appear in the sky. Eventually it grew bigger and bigger, taking up the entire space. That's Fang Yuwai. Even if they are far apart, ninjas in the village can't forget the kid who won Jiraiya. Feel the heavy Ryotsu in the air. There was a sigh in everyone's hearts. How far has it grown? The tip of the knife points to the Nine Tails suppressed by Ryotsu. Your appearance makes me very angry. Nine Tails. Everything in Vientiane is ashes. Ryujinjaka. Boom. The condensed endless Ryotsu surrounds Konoha. Feeling that there are no civilians in the village, Huey's strength broke out with all his strength. The people of the third generation who arrived late bearing the fear caused by Ryotsu, admire in my heart. Is this the true strength of this child? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Old man, let me help. After Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen have spoken, they will come forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to stop Jiraiya. Did you see the air around Zaiwai? It's completely distorted. If you pass now, it's going to die. Go help Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen says. Jiraiya stopped talking, took a deep look at Hui, and turned away. Terra wrapped in Ryotsu, Zanpakuto in his hand gave a light wave. Ryotsu disperses and Shikai is done. Looking at Nine Tails, Huey's expression is very flat. Hashunpo. Torch. At a very close distance, Hui pulled out the knife in his hand. The tornado-shaped flame wall envelopes the huge body of Nine Tails. Rotate to the sky. Roar. The painful roar of Nine Tails came from the flames. Hui looked coldly. Is it only that way, Nine Tails? Nine Tails jumped hard and jumped out of the fire tornado. At Nine Tails at this time, almost all the hair on her body was scorched. No longer the heroic before. The Mangekyo in his eyes disappeared under Huey's stimulation. Nine Tails shook his huge head. Uchiha. Konoha. Damn it. After all, chakra began to gather in the mouth of Nine Tails. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrink. Its tailed beast bomb. Run away. Hearing the words, the surrounding ninja picked up the wounded around him and quickly retreated. Looking at Zaiwai, worry flashed in his eyes. Nine Tails' body leans back slightly to accumulate energy. Boom. The huge tailed beast bomb shoots out. Getting closer. Hui moved. The Ryujinjaka in his hand is wrapped in spiritual power, and he quickly draws towards the tailed beast bomb. In a flash, tailed beast bomb was cut in two pieces. Boom. I saw endless flames appearing on the split-tailed beast bomb to wrap it up. Soon, it was burned out. That's it, Nine Tails, fire burning city. Ryujinjaka's blade has a huge flame wall like a palm. Pounced towards Nine Tails. Will die. A thought flashed through Nine Tails' mind. As the strongest among the 9 big-tailed beasts, it can't stop it. The trembling body makes it unable to move. The Yanbai enveloped Nine Tails. Make it immobile. Nine Tails, you can't escape. Wait here obediently for my return, otherwise, I will kill you. Nine Tails heard it and roared, but the body is very honest and stops moving. Look at the honest Nine Tails. Hui nodded. Ryotsu all over Konoha instantly found it. After that, Huey's figure disappeared. On the other side, Raiznan of Minato smashed the masked man fiercely. Guard Konoha with life. This is Hokage's mission. Hey, I saw the famous scene when I first came here. Masked man looking down on the ground. Minato came to Hui. Zaiwai, how is Nine Tails? Hui shrugged. It's just a beast, I'm trapped. What should he do? Are you going to kill? Hearing this, The masked man staggered to his feet. Kill me? Humph, but unfortunately you don't have this ability. After all, Mangekyo turned sharply, centered on his eyes, forming Uzumaki. Oh? Do you think you can escape? Hui raised eyebrows. Minato shook his head. Zaiwai, that space-time ninjutsu. I know. After that, Hui raised his right hand. Space barrier. Invisible ripples are emitted, locking this space. The masked man is forming Uzumaki's right eye with a wave. Time and space. Failure. The masked man is holding his right eye. How can it be? Ma, don't care about these things. The next thing is the point. I am very interested in the face under the mask. Speaking interestingly, originally, the old man's space barrier could only designate a certain thing to be sealed to another time and space. But Hui took a different approach, covering his own Ryutsu around, then block Ryutsu as a specific thing. However, this also has a drawback, that is, you don't have to say a chant like the original to escape, but as long as Ryutsu, who is hiding in the surroundings, is broken, he can leave. Looking at the masked man who is still shocked, Terra throws Zanpakuto. Okay, let's solve it quickly. Shunpo. Slash. Ryujin Jaka in his hand slashed at the masked man with unparalleled speed. The masked man was shocked and hurriedly hollow. Tisk, I said that this space is blocked. Puff. The sharp slash slashed mercilessly on the masked man. Kaka, the mask was shattered, and a familiar face came into view. Minato's body shook. Oh, Obi soil. Obi soil. How could you? Minato looked at Obito puzzledly. Obito clutched the wound and let out a cold snort. This world is a false world. It doesn't matter what the world is like. I saw. Obito's hand seal snapped. Palms on the ground looked at the two with cold eyes. Although the space barrier is very powerful, but still can't trap me. I look forward to seeing you next time, Feng Yui. After all, the white smoke of Bang is produced. Obito's figure disappeared. Kajutsuki, I have found out. My Ryutsu. Yes, in Huey's perception, Obito had destroyed Ryutsu and escaped. Looking at Minato, who was still in a daze, Hui said, Uncle Minato, the matter is not over yet. On the other side, Obito's figure emerged from the void and slowly fell to the ground. Obito gasps. White Zetsu on the side jumped to Obito's side. Oh, what a miserable look. Obito. Feng Yui, next time, I will definitely kill you. Asterisk. Hearing that, Minato's body shook. The village is still waiting to be rescued by itself. Take a deep breath. Zaiwai, I will move Nine Tails here next. Go and help me bring Naruto. Please, Uncle Minato. What about Kushina? Minato's hands trembled slightly. The village is the most important thing. Hui looked at Minato and was silent for a moment. I see, Uncle Minato, but don't behave. If you can't, there will be me. Minato smiled. Zaiwai, you are still young, Kanaha's future may be on you. After all, Minato left directly by Flying Thunder God. Teru also played Shunpo and returned to Minato's home. Looking at Kushina lying on the bed and Naruto sleeping, Hui felt the warmth of home again. It's Zaiwai. Where's little son? Ah, Uncle Minato went to Nine Tails. Kushina heard the words and sat up. Minato can't solve Nine Tails alone. Zaiwai, help me through. Do you have to do this? Your body is already so bad. Do you want to accompany the uncle? Ah, Zaiwai, you are still young. When you grow up, you will understand love. Kushina touched Huey's head tenderly. Hui lowered his head, making it hard to see his expression. Kushina, master. Hearing that, Kushina's body trembled slightly. Zaiwai finally recognized me as a master. Looking at the red-haired fluttering blood red pepper with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Even Feng Yui feels very complicated at this time. Don't worry, Kushina, I won't let you and uncle die. Having said that, holding Naruto in his arms, carrying Kushina, he swiftly moved towards Minato. I just called my master and said, to live, I will call you master in my life. Hoodoo won't talk about it. Kushina looked at the focused way before her eyes. Zaiwai, Naruto may have to ask you in the future. Thought in my mind. After a while, Hui saw Nine Tails and Minato in the distance. Kushina looked up unexpectedly. Minato seems to be talking to Nine Tails? Meow meow meow. Come to Minato put Kushina down gently. Minato hugged Kushina and said to Hui, Arnold, Zaiwai, what the hell did you do to Nine Tails? Hui looked dazed. What happened? Nine Tails has been complaining to me just now. I want to return to Kushina's seal. Nanny. Kushina didn't care about the pain, got up and looked at Nine Tails. For some reason, she felt tears in the corners of Nine Tails' eyes. Hui came to Nine Tails and saw the trembling of Nine Tails' body visible to the naked eye. Nine Tails, you have a high level of mental awareness. Looking at this little demon in front of me. Nine Tails sighed. Okay, don't gossip, seal me up quickly. Nine Tails, if I can keep Kushina's life, how about you staying in Konoha? When Huey's words came out, not only Nine Tails, but also the few people present were taken aback. Zaiwai, what are you talking about? Minato hurriedly grabbed Huey's shoulder and asked. I said, I can save Kushina's life. Really? Really? Hui looks at Nine Tails. So, Nine Tails, what's your answer? Nine Tails stared at Huey's eyes. Humans, the old man hasn't trusted humans for a long time. But from the look in your eyes, the old man sees sincerity. The old man believes in you. Dead Sundara. After getting a reply, Hui turned and came to Kushina's side. Kushina, Uncle Minato, do you believe me? The two smiled at each other. Zaiwai, we naturally believe in you. Good. After Hui finished speaking, he pulled out Zanpakuto from his hand, stabbed fiercely on Kushina's body. Ryatsu delivery. Boom, the spiritual power of Hui rushed into Kushina's body. Not long after, Hui retracted the knife into its sheath. Looking at the few people who were still in a daze, Hui explained the spiritual power in me can be transferred to Kushina. Let Kushina have the same power as me. Minato nodded slightly. So, Kushina can also use the knife in your hand in the future, right? Huey's eyes seemed to look at a fool. Uncle Minato, Ryatsu is different, Zanpakuto is naturally different, so, Kushina cannot use my knife. Watching Kushina close her eyes and restore the vitality in her body, Hui said, Uncle Minato, Kana's current situation is worrying. Zaya, why, you mean? Hui nodded. Well, along the way, I have felt the breath of third generation, most ninjas. Minato waits quietly. But, the people and roots of the elders, I haven't seen any of them. Zaiwai looked straight at Minato. Although I don't want to be so straightforward, Uncle Minato, the elders do not need to exist. Zaiwai, the elders were set up by the third generation project before. I really don't know how to deal with it. After all, I only took office soon. Uncle Minato, now Hokage is you fourth generation Namikaze Minato, not someone else. It's not even the third generation project or the elders group. Minato thought for a moment when he heard the words and looked at Hui with a smile. Ah, I see, Zaiwai. At this moment, Kushina opened her eyes. The little Sunday asterisk watching Yo-Yo wake up. Kushina. Minato hugged Kushina tightly. Hui, who was accidentally sprinkled with dog food, left with 9 tails. Speaking of which, 9 tails, can you make it smaller? Old man can't. Hui was surprised and asked, hey? It's obviously something that 1 tail can do. You can't do it, it's so weak. Listening to Huey's mocking tone, can 9 tails bear it? Naturally not. Isn't it just getting smaller? Who can't do it? Boom, the white smoke dissipated. 9 tails has become a little bit. Sure enough, it's still so convenient. After Hui finished speaking, he grabbed the back of the destiny belonging to 9 tails, carry it and walk to Heitake's house. Hey, the old man doesn't want face? Let go. You let me go. 9 tails' 2 short hands are fluttering in the air, surprisingly cute. I am back. Hui opened the door, took off his clogs, and sat in the living room. Hey, this room smells like others. 9 tails says nonsense. I live with my Anki. And are you a fox? Why do you want to do things with dogs? Boy, you scold again. Dog knows. What am I? The one-man one-tail beast's relationship unknowingly gets closer. By the way, 9 tails, what would you like to eat? There is no dog food or cat food at home. If you need it, I can buy you some tomorrow. 9 tails' mouth twitches. Why does the old man have to eat those things? I want to eat meat. Hui tapped the palm of his left hand lightly with his right hand. Suga, you haven't eaten meat for decades. It's so pitiful. Boy, I warn you, don't be yin and yang weird. Hui will prepare the food soon. This meal was delicious, one I haven't eaten in decades. The other one is more happy today. After the meal, the door was opened. A tuft of white hair dragged a tired figure back home. Yeah, Aniki, I'm back. Kakashi's fish-eyed eyes nodded blankly and threw myself on the sofa. Tilt his head aside. Huh? There is a fox. 9 tails was lying on the sofa and was suddenly shocked. I saw a pair of dead fish eyes when I opened my eyes. Sigma. Kakashi was also scared by the fox. 9 tails. Hui came out of the kitchen carrying the hot food. Oh, it seems that you two get along pretty well. How can you tell that it's good? ×2 I saw a person and a fox pointing at each other. Is this your eldest brother? 9 tails. ×2 one person, one fox head against the head. 9 tails. You can try to speak from the old man, labor management, again. ×2 Hui looked at the two with a smile on his face. Ah, what a warm scene. Kakashi finally accepted this fact, although I still can't believe it. When I was eating, I stared at 9 tails. Step by step, 9 tails' short legs moved quietly to Huey's side, putting a hand on Huey's ear. He said secretly, your eldest brother. Is his spirit okay? Hui looked at 9 tails speechlessly, shook his head, and looked at the novel in his hands seriously. The Legend of Strong Perseverance Ninja. The next day, Hui couldn't get up. Looking at 9 tails lying on my quilt, he lifted the back of his neck in disgust and put it on the tatami mat aside. Came into the yard and were training system. Hui whispered softly. The blue light curtain unfolds. Host, Fengya Y stamina, 5000 energy, 5000 Ryatsu, 100 W evaluation, currently fused characters, Yamamoto genryusai, 50% fusion. Hui was training while thinking in his heart. The progress of integration has gradually become slow, although it is more than 50%, but the old man Bankai, I still can't be the master. Sigh slightly. It looks like I have to talk to Uncle Minato, and do more killing missions. After all, this is the fastest way to improve. Complete the task of swinging the knife, and Hui flushing is completed. Putting on dark clothes, Tara knocked on Kakashi's door. Maybe it was too tired last night. Kakashi actually overslept. Aniki, get up, go to the funeral today. Kakashi's voice came from inside the house. Ah, I see, Hui. Hearing this, Hui came to the kitchen and prepared breakfast. After the two foxes finished eating, Nine Tails climbed onto Huey's head and lay there cutely. Hui doesn't care, after all, it's just a group of chakra. It didn't feel heavy either. Kakashi brought Hui to a no welcome. It's Kakashi and Zaiwai. Hui looks at the middle-aged man who speaks, "Hello, Uncle Hai." Yamanaka waved his hand. "So, 2 bunches of white lilies will do, right?" Hai asked. The two nodded. "Ah, of course it is possible. It's just right, I should set off too, let's go together." The three were strolling on the street, looking at the destroyed houses around and the people crying. From time to time the corners of Nine Tails' mouth twitched. "Nine Tails, don't think too much." Nine Tails interrupted Huey's words. Although the old man was controlled at the time, he naturally knew what the old man did. "Don't need your little devil to comfort you. Nine Tails, I want to say, don't think too much, it's really your cause." When I came to Kanaha's back mountain, there was already a sea of people at this time. Hui-kun Uchiha held Suzuki in his arms and ran to Kei's side. "Yeah, 1,007, were you okay last night?" Itake shook his head and looked at Nine Tails on Huey's head. "This is..." Hui nodded. "Ah, this is the fox." "Hey, who is the smelly fox? Who said you were stinky? Don't be affectionate, hey." Itake looked at Hui dreamily. "Hui-kun, really strong." Hui waved his hand. "It's not far away. Master Minato is here." Talking from the crowd. Hui. Several people turned to look at the blonde hair. Little Sun is now wearing a black dress, followed by Kushina, holding Naruto in her arms. One ninja after another put the flowers in their hands in the Tomb of Heroes. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds, and a light rain soon began to fall. Cries were also heard from the crowd. The morning was over, and the sky gradually cleared. Teru and Kakashi stand outside the cemetery. In this situation, Hui can't help but want to smoke a cigarette. "Aniki, is there any smoke?" The atmosphere eased, and an umbu came to the two of them. Wearing a green mask, like a frog. "It is sunny, Master Hui, Master Hokage, please." Teru and Kakashi said hello and came to the Hokage building. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Hui pushed open the door of the office. Look at Minato, who is slightly tired, sitting on the chair. "Uncle, if you are tired, just relax, your body will not be able to hold it." Minato smiled. "Thank you Zaiwai for your concern, but it won't work for the time being." Hui frowned. "What happened?" Minato shook his head. "You got it right, Zaiwai." Hui suddenly realized, "Is it the elders group?" Nodded. "Well, Danzo takes the lead, I hope I can be deposed." Hui sneered. "Who do they think they are?" At this moment, the door of the office was pushed open. "Huh, we are the elders. It's Kanaha's high-level team." Yuditen Kohara said with AC***K. "It's you, Feng Yuai, a kid who dares to insult a high-level man. A crime for you." Hui raised his eyebrows and looked at the three in front of him. "Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, Mito Kato Homura. It's all here." Turn your head to look at Minato. The look in your eyes asks what. Minato's expression was shocked, then trembling, and finally calm, nodding in response. A devilish smile rises from the corner of Huey's mouth. "Boy, it's nothing for you now. Let's go down now," Mito Kato Homura said impatiently. Hui looked at a few people with a smile. "3 old immortals. How reverberate." The figure disappeared in front of the 3 people's eyes. Bone. Whispers like a devil rang from behind Mito Kato Homura. Boom, Mito Kato Homura's eyes burst, then was beaten to pieces. Puff. Blood exploded. Danzo and Yuditen Kohara's faces were splattered with blood. "I've been riding a horse to see that you are upset for a long time." Huh. After that, Huey's figure appeared in front of Yuditen Koharu again. 2 bones in the second part. Boom. 2 consecutive invisible attacks hit Yuditen Koharu's body. Boom. The same smash. Danzo looked at Feng Yuai, who was stained with blood in front of him. The hands could not stop shaking. "Oh, there is one more." Hui looked at Danzo. "They said a word. How about you?" Danzo swallowed, and cast a glance at 4th generation. Speaking loudly. "Feng Yuai, you can't kill me. Otherwise, my roots will chase you until you die." Pouch. Hui suddenly laughed. Sorry, I really couldn't help it, let them chase after it." "Stop." Sarutobi Hiruzen appears in the office. Minato's forehead wrinkled. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the blood all over the floor. "I feel a trace of heartache in my heart. Used to be a member of a small team. Look at Zionhui." "Zaiwai, just stop here. Old man, you are not the current Hokage." When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words, his body trembled. "Minato, it's just for the sake of my face, can't we just stop here?" Before Minato could answer, Hui came directly to Danzo. Double bones extremely. Boom, there was a louder roar than before. Danzo's body exploded directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hui without hesitation, angrily speaking. "Feng Yuai, why can't I put him on my face?" Hui ignored him, said to Minato, "Danzo is not dead." Nanny. Hui shook his hand. "It seems that this old dog has now installed Sharingan in case he needs it." "Izanagi," Hui said slowly. Hearing this, the two were even more shocked. If ordinary people don't know well, but the two who are Hokage have read the Book of Seals. Izanagi was in a very short time, convert all the unfavorable factors including death to the caster into dreams. At the same time, all events beneficial to him, such as the attacker's attack, are transformed into real spells. It is a technique that can freely switch between dream and reality. How could it be? You mean, Danzo's body? Hui nodded. Uchiha Sharingan is on his body, but... Hui wants to speak but stops the two, asked anxiously, but what? Actually, Izanagi has another prerequisite, that it must possess the power of Senju. The goosebumps on the two of them are madly emerging. The blood of Senju still in the village, only Senju Hashirama in the cemetery. Zayawai, you mean, Danzo desecrated the body of first generation. Ah, this can only explain why he can use Izanagi. P.S. I just want to ask for some flowers and tickets. The author-kun is almost feeling motivated, and the data has not changed. Ah, it hurts so much. The two were silent for a while. Minato was the first to react, and quickly called Umbu go to Gen's headquarters and search for Danzo's whereabouts. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. After giving orders to Umbu, Minato looked at Hui with gratitude in his eyes. The decayed Konoha high-rise was finally uprooted not long after Umbu's figure appeared. Master Fourth Hokage, Gen's headquarters is empty, Danzo suspected of running away. Minato frowned. Immediately dispatch Umbu, who can still act, chase Danzo. Yes, after all, Umbu left. Okay, Zayawai, you go back too, you have worked hard. Hui nodded. I'm going to see Kushina in the afternoon. After speaking, he left. Back at Heitake's house, I took a shower beautifully, wash away the dirty blood belonging to the elders. Fengyawai put on a black kimono. His hands were gently stroked on Ryujin Jaka's knife. I saw Ryujin Jaka's appearance turned into a plain white paper umbrella. Hui looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Well, it's much better this way. Randomly tie the waist-length hair into a ponytail. Putting on the clogs and holding an umbrella, he walked slowly to Minato's house. Boom, boom, boom. Who is it? Kushina's voice came. Crack. Zayawai. Kushina hugged Feng Yuwai. Hey. Let go quickly. I'm dying. Unprepared to be beaten head-on. Kushina let go of Hui coughed to him. Ahaha, come in. Zayawai then bother walking into Minato's house. The house is no longer so simple. There are children's toys, clothes, baby carriages, etc. everywhere. Huey's mouth twitches slightly. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Kushina is holding the toy in one hand and the other is akimbo, speaking proudly. That's because Hui is too young and all. I don't understand how cute children are. Yes, everything you say is right. Hui nodded wildly. Go to Naruto's bedroom. Hui looked at Naruto, who was asleep with blonde hair. The smile hung on his cheeks unknowingly. Speaking in my heart, you are no longer an orphan in a previous life. You have the best birthright now. How will your development be? I am looking forward to it. After all, Naruto seems to feel turned over, facing Hui. Zayawai, Naruto, he heard it. Kushina said excitedly. Then, Naruto peed on Huey's body. Ah no. Zayawai, Naruto, he must like you so much. It must be so. Hui sighed helplessly. Just treat my lyricism as never happened before. Speaking of which, Kushina how do you solve Naruto's meals? After all, as we all know, Kushina is not cooking rice. It is a poison that can be used on the battlefield. Hearing that, Kushina smiled awkwardly. Ahaha, you don't need to worry about such small things. Zayawai. Hui raised eyebrows. Did Uncle Minato come back and do it? Kushina scratched her head. I'm already studying cooking seriously. Really? The ridicule belongs to the ridicule, and the meal still needs to be eaten. In order to protect his stomach, Hui could only cook by himself. After eating, Kushina said seriously. Zayawai, this time, I really appreciate your help, otherwise, don't say thank you. Kushina shook her head. No, I'm telling you seriously, if it weren't for you, I would definitely miss the growth of this child. When I think about it now, I was afraid after a while. Then take good care of Naruto from now on. Mo, you don't need to say that. I will do it. I am his mother. Kushina looked at Naruto in her arms, her eyes full of maternal light. Boom, boom, boom. Knock on the door. Hui got up and opened the door. Green mask again. Master Hui, Master Fourth Hokage, please, what's the matter? I just left in the morning. This, subordinates don't know. Hui is no longer embarrassed. After saying goodbye to Kushina, I came to the Hokage building. In the conference hall, the patriarchs of the families gathered together. Uchiha, Hyuga, Ino, Shika, Cho, and the patriarchs of small families. Hui opened the door, his eyes swept over everyone, stepping away with a dull complexion. Zayawai, sit next to me. Minato pointed to the position on the right-hand side. Hui nodded. Call everyone over today to announce two things. The faces of the patriarchs revealed doubts. The first one, the elders group is disbanded, and the former elder Shinmura Danzo is now listed as Konoha S-rank rebel. Nanny, how can it be? Minato raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Now it is confirmed that Danzo killed the Uchiha clan and stole first-generation cells for experimentation. Hearing that, Uchiha Fugaku exploded. Fourth generation. Please forgive me for being unreasonable. Is this true? Minato nodded. It's a fact that Danzo murdered the Uchiha clan secretly. Fugaku clenched his hands, his veins violently jumped. Although the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has not yet reached the point of tearing it apart, but the opposition within the clan became stronger. Patriarch Fugaku Huey's voice came recently. Itaki invited me to be a guest at your house. Fugaku was surprised when he heard the words. Then I thought about it carefully. If Huey goes to his house, that means Huey wants to solve the problem between Uchiha and the village. Watching Fugaku calm down gradually, Minato said, the second thing, Feng Yuwei was promoted to minister. Power is equal to Hokage. Everyone was shocked. When to say something, Minato's voice comes again. Feng Yuwei is young, but strong. Current record, kill several Iwagakure ninjas, lose Jiraiya, defeat 9 tails. The sharp gaze swept over everyone. If any of you can do it, then this minister will give it to you. Everyone opened their mouths and didn't know what to say. Only those who are strong have the right to speak. Seeing everyone who had no objections, Minato nodded in satisfaction. Let's end this meeting. The meeting is over. Zaiwai, keep it for a while. Fugaku walked in front of Taro. Master Huey, the door of Uchiha's house is always open for you. Uncle Fugaku, it's too strange, just call me Zaiwai. Ha ha ha, then I will call you Zaiwai from now on. Fugaku paused and continued, Zaiwai, if you have time tonight, Itake would like to see you too. Well, I know the uncle, then I will bother tonight. Fugaku smiled and waved, hey, don't make any noise, then I will leave first. Seeing everyone leaving, Huey looked at Minato. Zaiwai, Umbu will rely on you from now on. I said, Uncle Minato, you didn't notify me in advance. Minato scratching his head, ahaha, in that case, you would definitely not agree, as expected. It's you, I'm still a child, how can you stop? Apart from this, is there anything else? Huey asked. Minato has a straight look. Zaiwai, Uchiha clan, what are you going to do? Huey raised eyebrows. If you dare to resist, kill it. Huey waved his hand carelessly. Okay, I know how to do it. In other words, have you seen my Aniki? Minato nodded. Kakashi is now helping the village rebuild. Uncle Minato, did you tell him about the masked man? Minato shook his head. This is one of the reasons why I asked you to stay now. I haven't talked to Kakashi yet. Huey nodded. Leave this to me. No problem? Zaiwai, don't worry, I should also be a guest at Uchiha's house. After that, Huey got up and left. Minato looked at Huey's back full of smiles. Zaiwai, Konoha is really lucky to have you. Huey walked out of the Hokage building looking at the sky gradually darkening. The mood is still better. Although it failed to kill the Pot King Danzo, but at least the Elder's regiment system has been eliminated. In the future, Konoha's development will no longer be constrained by a bunch of decadent old things. Konoha's windmill starts to turn. Throw away the thoughts in your mind. Huey came to the clan land of the Uchiha clan. When reading novels in previous lives, everyone in Uchiha was long Aotean. Huey is now strong, and he also wants to meet 1 or 2 long Aotean. But the reality is that everyone in Uchiha knows him, although arrogant, but not without thinking. Feng Yuwei can kill the tail beasts, but can't he kill them? The clansman on the road looked at Huey's back. That is a strong one. Ignoring them, Huey wanders around the Uchiha clan. Why wander around? Because he was lost. Fortunately, Itaki appeared. Lead Huey home. Excuse me. After Huey finished speaking, he took off his clogs and walked through the long veranda. Came to the quiet courtyard. When this is the sound of a bamboo board hitting a stone. Fugaku looked at the visitor with a smile on his face. Zaiwai, you are here? Huey nodded. Uncle Fugaku, I heard Itaka said that Suzuki was born. Is it convenient for me to visit? Fugaku waved his hand. Why is this inconvenient? Let Itaka take you there. Let's eat here tonight. Huey nodded, and followed Itaki to the baby room at the back. Huey-kun, look, this is little Suzuki. Itaka stepped forward and hugged Suzuki and said. Watching Suzuki dancing with his hands, Huey stretched out his fingers and fiddled with them. Huey-kun, I wanna just talk about anything. 1,007. Itake nodded fiercely. If something happens to the Uchiha clan, please trouble Huey-kun to protect Suzuki. Huey looked up at Itaki. 1,007, I seem to have told you, everything is mine, but it would be troublesome for Huey-kun, right? Huey waved his hand. The main reason why I came here is to solve the problem between Uchiha and the village. Itake was slightly taken aback. Huey-kun, although your strength is very strong, but after all, you are just a child. Huey Piaojui, it's okay if you don't say. Uncle Minato squeezes child labor. One day I get angry and I have to beat him up. Itake twitched the corner of his mouth, and then reflected. Huey-kun, squeeze or something, do you mean? Ah, that's it, now I also have a little power. Itake is really happy for his best friend. That's great. Huey-kun, as long as you persist for a few years and climb to the top, maybe you can really help us. Climb to the top? Where to go? Naruto? I'm just exhausted, dead outside, jumping from the Hokage rock. I will never be a Naruto. Silently glanced at the ferret. Hey, 1,007, actually I. Huey-kun, don't say anymore, I know. You know what a shit. I'm too lazy to explain to Itake, let it be. The food was finally ready, and Huey took a seat. I started ×4 quietly. After eating, Taro and Fugaku came to the study. The two sat down face to face. Fugaku asked Zaiwai, how much do you know about Uchiha? Hui put his chin on his right hand and thought about it carefully. Uncle Fugaku, if I am not mistaken, Uchiha's opposition should be stronger now, right? Fugaku nodded and sighed. Actually, when second Hokage moved our Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village, people in the clan were quite criticized, but the power within the clan was actually not strong at that time. And to catch up with the outbreak of the war, so the people in my clan did not make too many moves. Taro nodded. He knew these things, but he just said it from Fugaku's mouth. Taro could still feel Fugaku's helplessness. Fugaku paused for a while, organized the language, and continued speaking. Now that the war is over, the conflict between Uchiha and the village is rapidly rising. The group of elders headed by the third generation group even suppressed Uchiha, especially after the Nine Tails chaos. Fugaku sighed. The huge Sharingan in the eyes of Nine Tails, I think everyone can think of Uchiha. However, fortunately, you quickly cleared the elders group. There are fewer rumors in the village and more rumors are needed. Hui nodded, even though the elders were destroyed for Konoha's future, but it helped Uchiha invisibly, which is understandable. After all, Huey's main purpose is to bind Uchiha and Konoha firmly. Uncle Fugaku, is Uchiha doing anything now? Hui asked suddenly. Fugaku was stunned, and looked at Hui with admiration. It's you, Zaiwai, the great elder of my clan. After hearing the rumors in the village, so-called 2/3 of the people. Hui raised his eyebrows. Oh? Are they going to start a war? Fugaku shook his head. The people gathered by the great elder alone are not enough to start a war, but it's also enough for Konoha to shed a layer of skin. Brilliant. Are you going to die and break the net? Well, that's almost what it meant. Hui straightened up. Uncle Fugaku, since I'm a guest of the Uchiha clan, then I will definitely solve this problem, but... Seeing Kagaya hesitated to speak, Fugaku knew it instantly. Fang Yuwai, who has great strength, intends to directly suppress it by force. Fugaku pursed mouth. Zaiwai, is there no other way? Kei looked directly at Fugaku's eyes. Uncle Fugaku, since more than half of Uchiha have a rebellious heart, to put it hard, I don't want Konoha to be bitten back in the future, therefore, I will not keep my hands. Fugaku opened his mouth and closed it again. Kei looked at Fugaku's appearance and shook his head slightly. Uncle Fugaku, you don't want to have a Uchiha that you can't control, do you? Fugaku froze for a moment, and finally made up his mind. Zaiwai, when will you start? Hui waved his hand. Don't worry, speaking of it, the follow-up development of the matter is actually very beneficial to you. Oh? What do you say? Hui coughed softly. Uncle Fugaku, did you forget that I am already Minister Umbu? Fugaku was taken aback, let alone, if it wasn't for Kei's age to be too young, who can remember that this is Minister Umbu? Zaiwai, are you planning to? Hui nodded. Where does the Uchiha clan need what old Shiza Konoha security team? Isn't it good to choose people to enter Umbu? Fugaku was happy when he heard the words Zaiwai, if my Uchiha clan can really join Umbu, that would be great news. Uncle Fugaku, this matter is not in a hurry. Hui thought for a while. After all, he hasn't reported in Umbu yet. I don't know the current configuration of Umbu. The most important thing is to recognize Fang Yuwai or not. Uncle Fugaku, in the last few days, you try to put your cronies in the ranks of the elders, try to create opportunities. What chance? The chance of future troubles can be eliminated forever. The two discussed it till late at night, and Fugaku's face got better and better. Finally, I earnestly hope that Hui can stay for one night. Hui waved his hand. There is still an Ani at home who needs comfort. Strolling back home, looking at the lights still on in the living room, Hui came to the sofa. Yeah, Master Hui is back. Master Hui has worked hard. Bai Mao stared at a pair of dead fish eyes. His tone was slightly dissatisfied. Aniki, the old yin and yang person. Hui raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up. Kakashi generously rewarded Kei a Byakugan. Let's talk about it. Why did you go? Kei will go to Uchiha and tell Kakashi all about it. So, are you going to solve those Uchiha? Kakashi asked in surprise. No blame for his reaction. After all, Uchiha is the #1 family of Konoha. Hui holds a teacup in his hand and looks at the tea in the cup. There is no other way. If you want Konoha to fully up and down his hind, some minor troubles still need to be solved. Kakashi's mouth twitches. Little trouble. Kakashi, who was hit hard, prepares to return to the room. Looking at Kakashi, I couldn't tell Obito's news in the end. Wait, now he doesn't need to know this. Huey's voice came from behind. Oh, by the way, Aniki, take me to Umbu tomorrow. Kakashi's footsteps. Hui, that place is not accessible to ordinary people. Although you are my brother, I can't take you in. After all, this violates Konoha's rules. Watching Kakashi want to talk about it endlessly. Hui hurriedly waved. Aniki, you are busy today, so you may not get the news yet. Kakashi asked suspiciously. What news? Hui scratching his head. Actually, Uncle Minato, I've already made me Minister Umbu. Kakashi. Hui, this joke is not funny at all. Since Konoha's White Fang committed suicide, Umbu's ministerial post has been vacant. Most of the time, Umbu is assigned by the team captains. After all, there are not many people. Official formula book, detailed description in Book of Formations. There are 70 people in Konoha's Umbu, from top to bottom, the team leader, that is, the minister, and one deputy team leader. There are 4 teams under its jurisdiction, each with 17 people, and a team leader. There are 4 classes under its jurisdiction, and each class consists of 4 ninjas, divided into a class leader and 3 team members. The current position of Kakashi is the team leader. Just to explain Danzo's roots again. In fact, although Danzo is the king of the pot, he also created the roots. But at best, it's an Umbu team, except that the team leader is Danzo. Danzo leads 4 classes with a total of 17 people. So, the root is actually a spicy chicken. Danzo's pot is too big. Keek, get back to business. It is precisely because of Umbu's system that Kakashi is very familiar with it. So Kakashi doesn't believe in Huey's words at all, but looking at Huey's serious eyes, Kakashi couldn't help feeling a little flustered. Just then, Nine Tails, who was lying on Huey's head, opened his eyes. White-haired kid, it's true, Namikaze Minato said it himself. Crack! Kakashi was struck by lightning. Ani-ki. Kakashi's eyes are blank and his steps are vain. Don't. Huey, don't talk, let me calm down by myself. After speaking, he left slowly. Looking at Kakashi who left, Taro shrugged helplessly. It's not that I want to be. Nine Tails looked at the little ghost under him silently. Hey, then don't raise the corners of your mouth. Shut up. Nine Tails. Huey also went back to the room to rest. The next day, the sky was clear, the haze seems to have dissipated from Konoha. Huey couldn't get up for training. After training, take a look at the system. It's a few tenths again. Huey sighed helplessly. When is this the head? Look at other systems, and occasionally post a task or something. No matter how smart you are, you can also accompany the owner to relieve boredom. The most important. What's special is UG or lowly in. But what about Huey's? It's fusion, and there is no sound from riding a horse. Gan. After complaining, Huey felt refreshed. Washed up and went to the living room, found that his dear brother has been eating quietly. Aniki. Good morning. Kakashi looked up at Teru, then lowered his head again. Hey, Aniki, it's too much. I've been angry all night, isn't it enough? Kakashi put down his bowl and chopsticks and sighed. Oh, you still don't call me big brother, you will be my big brother from now on. Puff. Hearing that, the food Huey just put in his mouth spurted out. Cough a few times. I said, elder brother, isn't it? Isn't it just Minister Umbu? Puff. The sound of a sharp sword piercing into the heart. That is the lost youth of the white hair, patted the table fiercely. Isn't it Minister Umbu? No, just. Yes, Umbu is the place that Konoha shinobi people aspire to. It's a holy land where the elites gather. Huey was shocked. Waiting for Kakashi to vent, Huey whispered, forcing Aniki, so, will you take me to Umbu? Kakashi stared. Hold your chest, go. Why not go? You are both Minister Umbu, shouldn't I show off? Cough, listen to you. I seem to have heard something terrible, but Kakashi sitting tight because the people of Umbu are all elites. There must be someone who is dissatisfied with you. Huey nodded. I know, but I have a question. Say, don't Umbu know that I defeated Nine Tails? Knowledge, then they don't know that I killed the elders. Knowledge, then why do they dare to be dissatisfied? Kakashi's mouth twitched. Indeed, Huey's words are fine. Looking at Kakashi, who was gradually falling into contemplation, Huey hurriedly ate the breakfast in his hands. Well, Aniki, no matter how things go, take me to Umbu to report first. Well, I can only go one step at a time. Kakashi looked at Kei with sympathy in his eyes. Excessive. Are you afraid that I will be beaten by Umbu? Never want to deal with this neurotic white hair anymore. Teru and Kakashi strolled down the street. It's Master Huey, so cute. Nonsense, obviously handsome. The white hair next to him is the eldest brother of Huey-sama. Kakashi, right? Both brothers are so handsome, but I heard that Kakashi has a quirk. I like to read I books. It was a compliment, but fell from heaven to hell. Looking at Kakashi, who was hit hard, Huey patted Kakashi's waist helplessly. After all, he couldn't detect his back. The words show that someone who was as tall as me a year ago. Hello. It's ridiculous that the amount of 5 years after riding a horse has increased. Aniki, in fact, despite your you are still very handsome. Listen to you, Master Huey really knows. Yeah. Dang, Kakashi's whole person is not good. You say this on the street, isn't it a real blow to me? Too much crying, talking and laughing all the way. Finally came to the Umbu building. It's not right to say that it's a building, there are only 2 floors. Huey's mouth twitched. This is too stubborn. Kakashi said, Huey, sometimes don't be deceived by the appearance of things, sometimes the truth and appearance of things are completely different. So, what Aniki means is that there is no heaven in it. Kakashi waved his hand. No, you think too much. Then why do you say so much? I just want you to want to start something, or make a plea with Mrs. Minato, and remake it. Choose not to talk to Kakashi anymore. The 2 stepped in. Huey stared blankly at everything in front of her. it is impossible to imagine that the mysterious Umbu actually looks like this. The ordinary two-story building is just the ordinary office space. Is there an information desk at the door of Tama? Umbu. Assassination Tactical Special Forces. There is an information desk for those who stepped on the horse? What is this going to do? Guide the guests? Watching the scene in front of me, Huey's desire to complain is extremely strong. Holding his temple with his right hand straight, process of trigeminal nerve. It happened that at this time, a woman in professional attire passed by the two of them. What's all this special? Kakashi patted Hui on the shoulder. Well, Umbu is a human too. Hui stared at a pair of dead fish eyes. His low voice was like a demon in hell. This is the elite? This is the elite. Kakashi waved his hand. Let's go and see everyone. Lead Hui to the basement level. Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. There is a place for underground training. Kakashi took Hui to Umbu's large training room. Hui, you are here for a while, I will inform the rest of you. Hui nodded, and stood there quietly waiting. In a short while, all Umbu will be there. Looking at Hui in front of me, although I have doubts, I didn't say a word. Stand there quietly. Hui Bayu's emotion. Umbu is really Umbu. The Umbu in the original book was killed almost immediately after appearing on the scene, without the appearance of Mighty Haki at all. But that is the place where Kakashi, Itachi, Shisui and other geniuses have stayed after all. Think about it with your toes and you will know the power of Umbu. Kakashi clapped his hands, attracting everyone's eyes. Ahem, call everyone to gather this time. There is one thing that needs to be announced. Right finger pointing to Hui. This is Fang Yuwei, and I will assume the position of Minister Umbu next. Everyone was silent. Let Hui say a few words to everyone. Huey's eyes swept across Umbu below. You all have heard of me, right? Everyone nodded. Well, do you have any suggestions for me to be Minister Umbu? Everyone was silent. After a long time, a man wearing a white cat mask raised his hand. Master Hui, my code name is Naquan. I have a problem. Say convince us. A smile rises from the corner of Huey's mouth. Some people are still unconvinced. Can you allow me to know why I am not convinced? Naquan thought for a moment, then said, I just want to see the power of Master Hui with my own eyes. Very good. Hui grinned. Then feel it. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Teru's Ryutsu broke out. Everyone fainted and fell to the ground in an instant, including Kakashi. Looking at the Umbus who have fainted. Hui Piaojui. Hey, I'm too strong now. After a long time, everyone woke up looking at Hui on the stage. Umbu's mood is extremely shocking, only relying on the burst of power. We can't survive for a second. Is this Fang Yuwei? Worthy of being a child of the devil. The sound of exclamation is endless. Hui Bai waved his hand. Well, is there anyone who is not convinced now? I saw Umbu kneeling directly on one knee. Follow the orders of Master Hui. Times 70. Hui nodded in satisfaction. Well, I also want to inform you, 1 month later, Umbu assessment. Those who fail the assessment, come to me to receive punishment. That's it. Scatter. Ha ha. Everyone stopped staying, just dispersed. Kakashi looked at the energetic boy in front of him, smiled happily. Hui, you have also begun to grow. Although the starting point is Minister Umbu, the tone seems a little sour. 2 years have passed since Hui ruled Umbu. Under Huey's training, Umbu's strength has risen steadily after all Huey's punishment. That's pretty scary. In the past 2 years, more things have happened. First of all, Naruto and Urjuzi are also 2 years old. This seems like a nonsense Sigma. Secondly, Danzo, who used his Inaga to run the road 2 years ago, recently, his figure was discovered in the territory of the country of grass. In the end, it was Fang Yuwei, of course. On the Naruto rock, a slender figure, dressed in a black kimono. A white umbrella shielded him from the sun. The Falling Wen boy looked helplessly at the boy basking in the sun. Hui-kun, basking in the sun again. The young man put up his umbrella in his right hand and lazily opened his narrow Danfan eyes. 1,007, what happened? There was a wry smile on the corner of Itaka's mouth. It's Lord Fourth Hokage, seems to be looking for you. Hui heard this, frivolous brows stretched out and sat up. Uncle Minato, what's the matter? I don't know about this. By the way, hurry up, Hui-kun, why are you so anxious? Itaka scratched his head. The kid Suzuki is clamoring about wanting us to accompany him to eat 3 color balls. The urjuzi has been very leathery recently. Then you go back first, I will go to the meatball shop to find you later. After all, Huey's figure disappeared in Hokage Rock. Itaka's expression was taken aback. It's stronger again. Hui-kun sighed. When will you catch up with you? On the other side, in the Hokage office, Minato wore a pair of glasses and carefully corrected the piles of documents in front of him. Hui holding an umbrella, looking at Minato in front of him. Uncle Minato, what happened? Minato paused with the pen in his hand and looked up at Hui, who was already 1 meter tall. Time flies so fast. Zayawai is already an adult. Hui Bai waved his hand. Okay, Uncle Minato, what happened? Minato took off his glasses and rubbed his temples lightly. I am calling you over this time because of the Uchiha clan. Oh? Uncle Fugaku notified you? Minato nodded. Fugaku sent a message to me. The big elder is ready to complete. Well, everything has been arranged over there. Just waiting for you to act. Hui nodded. I see, let's do it tomorrow night. Why tomorrow night? Because tonight I will take Naruto and Urjusa to eat 3 color balls. Minato smiled upon hearing this. Zayawai, you are such a good brother. Hui shook his head helplessly. Who makes me a good person? After all, Hui disappeared in the office. Huey's figure appeared in the Umbu building. Call out Shayanjaiha Umbu with a red pattern and long hair appeared respectfully in front of Huey's eyes. Minister Umbu for 2 years gave him a very powerful potential, used to deter subordinates. Notify all Umbu collections without tasks. Yes, Master Hui. Seeing the Chaoyang Ya escaping into the darkness, Hui wandered into the underground hall. Taking advantage of the empty hall, Hui opened his own property panel. Host, Feng Y physical strength, 10W energy, 10W Ryutsu, 500W currently integrated panel, Yamamoto genryusai, integration degree 83.2%. Evaluation, the first person in the ninja world. Hui took a breath. In 2 years, the degree of integration will reach 80%. The effort put into this is huge. Fortunately, Hui is now a master Bankai, although he has never used it once. The Uchiha clan seems to be able to improve the degree of integration. Hui thought in his mind. At the same time, all members of Umbu arrived. Looking at Hui, who was lost in thought on the stage, the crowd did not dare to come out, so they could only cast their eyes on the white hair in the front row. Kakashi felt the gaze cast from behind, extremely speechless. You are afraid, am I not afraid? Ahem, Hui, everyone is here. Hui recovered from his meditation. Look at everyone in the audience. Lips light up. Tomorrow afternoon, clear and suppress the traitors of the Uchiha clan. Everyone's bodies couldn't help shaking. This is a big event. Hui waited for everyone to get over. Keep talking. Captain of a team Naiquan, wearing a white cat mask, stood up. Captain Hui nodded. Separate a squad and distribute it at the 4 corners of the Uchiha clan, using 4 purple flame formations. Yes. Second team leader Abarame Kenpi, wearing a purple triangle mask, stood up. Captain, the 4 squads of the second team are scattered about 2 kilometers around the Uchiha tribe. Yes. Captain of the 3 teams, captain of the 4 teams Haru with a green mask and an eagle mask are rare. Captain, you 2 teams stand at the Konoha gate and the links of Konoha enchantment to prevent the Uchiha clan from getting caught. Fish. Yes. Finally, look at Kakashi. The deputy captain led a team of remaining members and guarded 1 kilometer around the Uchiha clan. Yes, Captain. Hui looked at Umbu in front of her, speaking solemnly. My subordinates, the suppression of Uchiha this time is not annihilation. Some members of the tribe have already united with the Fugaku Patriarch. They are not among the people to be eliminated this time. The list of these people will be distributed to you by the deputy captain later. Yes, Captain. Well, you may be wondering why Uchiha was purged. I will tell you now. Because the Uchiha clan's elder is preparing to launch a rebellion. After Umbu's assignment was completed, Kakashi accompanied Hui to leave the Umbu building. Hui, does Itaki know about this mission? Hui nodded. That must be known. After all, he is a man with a Hokage mind. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I don't want your 2 brothers to have a fight. Hui looked at Kakashi speechlessly. Aniki, you underestimated my best friend. Okay, then I have nothing to ask. After eating the 3 color balls in the evening, Mrs. Kushina wants you to come. I'm not going. Kakashi Rai smiled. Hui, is Ms. Kushina so scary? Hui nodded wildly. That's not a terrible problem. It's a very special kind. What the hell? She must have asked me to teach her to cook. I won't go. It will be deadly. Kakashi's mouth twitched, obviously strong but afraid of Kushina. It's really one thing to drop one thing. Okay, don't be self-willed. It's a deal. I'm leaving now. After saying that, before Hui complained, Kakashi went straight to Shunpo. Hui curled his lips. No loyalty. After that, Hui walked towards the Sans Mariko shop. Open the curtain and look at Itaki and Naruto, Suzuki sitting inside. He sat down beside Itaki without hesitation. Isn't this Hui and Itaki? A bold female voice came from behind. The 2 turned their heads. Oh, it's Anko. Hey, why are you so cold? After speaking, Anko was grinning with one arm tucked in another. I said, Anko, pay attention to image. Oh, I know, Master Hui. So Anko also joined in. Are you alone today? Anko. Hui looked at Anko and asked. Red and Asuma will be here in a while. I knew it. Not long after, Hong and Asuma also joined in. Looking at the red teasing Naruto and Suzuki, Asuma says, by the way, I ran into Kakashi just now, and he told Guy to come over soon. Wait, meow meow. Itaki, meow meow? Asuma scratched his head. Ahaha, I don't know the specifics. Not long after, Guy and Kakashi in green tights made their debut together. Really, it's all here. Hui held his forehead. Looking at everyone in front of him, Hui said, since you are all here, go to the rotisserie. Oh. As expected of the minister, please treat me directly. Hui waved his hand blankly. No, let Ani pay the money. Kakashi is really miserable. Everyone came to the rotisserie, finished the barbecue with laughter. Hui swept everyone. So, what the hell do you have? A few people look at me, I look at you. Kakashi finally spoke Hui. In fact, everyone was warned by the elders in the family. I naturally heard some wind. Hui brow raised So, everyone just wanted to do something. Although thank you very much, this time the matter is not trivial, you still don't want to participate. Why? Anko asked. Your strength is too weak. If you want to contribute your strength, then train seriously. Everyone was silent for a while. Hui continued. If you really want to improve your own strength, then participate in my special training in a few days. Really can. Hui motioned everyone to calm down. Since you want to improve, then come together, but it will be very tired. Everyone patted their breasts. I'm not afraid at all. The contented crowd left. Only Kakashi paid silently. Hui hugged Naruto, who was already asleep, and bid farewell to Itachi. I came to Minato's house. Boom, 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 squeak, Zaiwai. It's finally here. Familiar stick face kill. Okay, I brought Naruto, too. I'm leaving. Hui shoves Naruto into Kushina and wants to escape. Naturally, it was unable to escape Kushina's clutches. Hard to make dinner, and finally left Minato's house. Walking on an empty street, Huey's thoughts drifted away. Uchiha. At the same time, the country of grass. Underground base, the figure of the root appears beside Danzo. Master Danzo, we have received the news. Tomorrow night, clean up Uchiha. Danzo on crutches. The right hand gently rubbed the top of the crutches. Go ahead and get ready. Yes, also, tell Orochimaru, Hashirama's cell, be prepared. Yes. Danzo looked through the roof and looked at Konoha village in the distance. Konoha. Fang Yu. Deep underground, Root came to the door of the laboratory. Orochimaru, the Hashirama cell that Master Danzo needs, are you ready? In the laboratory, a person dressed in a pale robe slowly turned around. Long black hair casually draped over the shoulders, purple eyeshadow, pale skin, wearing a pair of cyan jade-shaped earrings. The long golden pupils stared at the roots in front of them. Nature is ready. The tongue licked his lips, Orochimaru said gloomily. Time flew around, and soon came the next day. Hui opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. It's just today. I hope you don't have any extravagances. The thunderous morning training was completed. Hui came to the Umbu building. Haven't entered the underground training hall. I heard all kinds of crackling sounds inside. Hui walked in curiously. I saw everyone in Umbu had already started training. Nodding comfortedly, Hui left. Came to my office. Finished the backlog of tasks. Huey's figure appeared on the Hokage rock. Open the white paper umbrella, lie down lazily. The weather is so nice. Gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, Hui fell asleep deeply. I slept very comfortably. He stood up and looked at the golden crow that had gradually fallen. Stretched. Well, it's time. Paching appeared beside Hui. Captain, Umbu is ready. Hui nodded. Very good. At 8 o'clock, start to act. Yes, Captain. Time passed by every minute and every second. Finally, here. Uchiha outside the territory. Hui looked at the time, holding a paper umbrella, stepped into the Uchiha clan. At the same time, inside the Uchiha shrine, the great elder is cheering everyone on. We Uchiha are the strongest. What Fang Yu? That's all spicy chicken. Remember, the glory of Uchiha must not be forgotten. Hokage is deceiving too much. We have to resist. An impassioned voice came into every Uchiha's ear. Quite a few Uchiha babbled and gasped. His face was red. Fugaku looked at the almost crazy elder, shook his head, turned and left. Uchiha like this, too arrogant. Fugaku walked slowly to the door and met Fang Yu, who came in. Yeah, Uncle Fugaku. Hui said hello. 7. Are they all arranged? Fugaku nodded. That part of the tribe has been arranged by me to a refuge point under Hokage Rock, and Itaki is also there. Nodded. Then Uncle Fugaku, you can leave too. No more words, Hui entered the ancestral hall alone. Umbu nearby, according to the previous arrangement, quietly waited at his post. Kakashi watched Fugaku leave. The gesture in the hand gently typed task, start. In an instant, the Uchiha clan is surrounded by a huge purple barrier. The enchantment like the sky, let Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were far away in the Hokage tower, see. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette. The tone of the tone is no longer the aura of Shino. Minato, don't let this bad old man get involved in this kind of thing in the future. Third generation really let go of everything, the struggle for power, the death of a partner, what the people want, let him see everything now. I just want to spend my old age quietly. Minato smiled softly. Third generation is overly worried. Konoha still needs the older generation to use the residual heat. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks up at Minato. The aura of Hokage that gradually matures smiled relievedly. I can do more with my old bone. The camera turns. Hui stopped in his footsteps outside the ancestral hall. Ryotsu surged, feeling the Uchiha people in the shrine well, 372 people, the same number reported by Uncle Fugaku. It looks like they are all here after all. Hui did not draw his sword. Just make a fist with your right hand, lean back slightly. One bone. The fist blasted and retracted at a speed beyond what was visible to the naked eye. Boom. On the front, Ryotsu formed a huge boxing style and smashed into the ancestral hall fiercely. Boom! A huge noise came from the entrance of the ancestral hall, interrupted the great elder's passionate encouragement. What happened? Everyone was puzzled for less than a second. The waves of Ryotsu disperse everyone. In the rear, many people were directly crushed by Ryotsu. The pupils of the great elder shrink slightly. This energy is Feng Yuwei. The elder shouted angrily. Oh, have you recognized it already, boy? Break into Uchiha without permission. Do you want to die? The great elder looked at Hui with cold and angry eyes. I saw Hui chuckle. Hey, I'm looking for death? Today is when you are destroyed. No more words, put away the paper umbrella in your hand. Umbrella head taps the ground. Wraith hell. Boom. I saw a roar from the umbrella head, then a huge white flame ignited the ancestral hall in an instant. The elder said in horror, quick. Water style. The traitors seem to have found the backbone. Quick, seal in hand. Yinisai water style. Water barrier. The huge water barrier, which was displayed reasonably by several people, is in contact with the white flames. Puff, puff, just resisted for a moment. The flame is not declining at all. The traitor rushing frantically at Uchiha. Ah, great elder. Help. Ah, so hot. So hot. As long as you get a little bit, you can never ask. Until it turns to ashes. When the elder was panicked, he quickly roared, spread out. All fall out. Upon hearing this, the traitors hurriedly broke the top of the ancestral hall. Thinking of running away in all directions, looking at the people who have left, the elder glared at Hui. Boy. As long as there is hope for the Uchiha clan, in the coming days, Uchiha will definitely kill you. Listening to the elder's speech, Hui puckered out his ears. The great elder of the Uchiha family, why is his intelligence so low? Look at the elder with disdain. At this moment, the traitor who had escaped suddenly appeared on the top of the ancestral hall. It's not good, great elder. We can't escape anymore. How come? The great elder jumped, come to the top, looking at the huge purple flame wall in the distance. The elder's body trembled. For purple flame array. The great elder looked back desperately around. There is no way to go back. There was a hint of lingering in the eyes. Big hand wave. Go. Gather everyone together. If there is no way out, then make a way out. Yes. Great elder. Huey's figure slowly walked out of the ancestral hall, looking at the Uchiha traitors assembled in front of you. Oh? Is this going to fight to the death? Chuckled and shook his head. This great elder is also a ruthless person. No wonder he dared to launch a rebellion. Look at the great elder in the middle of the front, the paper umbrella propped on the ground, and the waist-length hair was blown by the breeze. Let me see the measure of the traitor. What? Hundreds of traitors shouted to embolden themselves. Hand seal fire style. Great fireball technique. Countless huge fireballs merged into one. You guys, intelligence work is terrible, right? Haughty Uchiha. Yo, after all. Hui raised his right hand. There is endless indifference in his eyes. Exit puff. Hey. The fireball is like an unloaded ball, instantly turned into nothingness, dissipated in the air. Nanny. Everyone was surprised. Hey, it's said that intelligence gathering is a compulsory course for ninjas. Huey's voice in shadow came from behind everyone. I saw Hui still holding the paper umbrella without any movement. Zu lip lightly open. In order to show respect for you, just use this trick to end it. I saw Huey's momentum change. The Ryotsu on my body is like a mountain weighing on everyone's hearts, make everyone unable to act. Senju's horizon, the untouchable dark hand, the untouchable sky archer, the road of shining radiance, fanning the wind of igniting the seeds, when gathering and gathering, there is no need to be confused, just follow what I said. Light bullet 8 body 9 articles. Tianjing Shiveo de Lun, the grey turret, leading the bow to the distance, dissipated brightly. 91 at Hado, Senju Jiaotian Teipeo. Singing so far, spiritual power forms countless cones of light, accurately blast everyone. Boom, boom, the loud explosion sound is endless. The figure of the traitor is constantly shattered. Explode. Hui walked slowly in the explosion, the safe and sound elder looking at Hui, who is like a noble sun. Fear is exuding all over. Why, you are so strong. Hui seemed to think carefully. Well, this question, maybe, because I am Shinigami. Feng Yuwei squinted his eyes and replied with a smile. How could it be so powerful? How could it be? Too lazy to continue listening to the nonsense of the elder. One bone. Boom. The powerful force bombarded the great elder, who had been insane. I saw the body of the great elder began to shatter rapidly, and finally dispersed with the wind. At this moment, Kakashi's voice came from a distance. Hui. The 4 purple flame array was breached. Hui was taken aback. As we all know, the 4 purple inflammation formations, under normal circumstances, it can only be crushed from the inside. Huey's mouth cocked. Who is it? Break in at this moment. After all, Huey's figure appeared outside the Uchiha clan. Seeing the many figures fighting with Umbu Hui, that person, originally belonged to the Roots. I have seen it before. Kakashi came to Teru's side, pointed to one of the figures and said, "Oh, Root, it seems that Danzo's old dog is back. Interesting. Spiritual power feels everything around, so, where will you be?" Danzo. Spiritual power covers the entire Uchiha tribe. Field of feedback of spiritual power. Huey's brows flashed with surprise. Strong vitality? Hashirama cell? Or must. Not staying, Shunpo hurried to the Uchiha shrine outside, right where the battle was just now. A figure appeared as always, wearing black culottes and white gowns, crutches in hand. The difference is that a bandage is actually wrapped on his right hand. Looking at Danzo, Hui Bujing said with a smile, "Yeah, it really is you." Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, looking towards Hui Fengyu. Elder Danzo actually remembers me. That's right, after all, I killed you once. Danzo's eyes were cold when he heard the words. Huh, Fengyu, the pain you brought to the old man will return it all to you. I saw the seal in Danzo's hand. Wind-style vacuum continuous waves. The huge wind blade flies to Fengyu quickly. Hui feels the wind blade around him. Raise your right hand. The 81 of Bakuto splitting void. A huge transparent defensive wall appeared out of thin air. Resist the attack of the wind blade. Boom, the smoke dissipated, and Huey's figure disappeared. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Sword pressure. A slash flew from Danzo's side. Fast speed. Dare not neglect. Wood style blasting gun tree. A huge tree was created on the right arm in an instant. Muda, Hui said. Puff. The powerful slash cuts off the tree directly. Go straight to Danzo. Puff. Danzo's body was directly broken. A burst of white smoke rises. The corners of Huey's mouth are sloppy. Hey, is Inagi again? Danzo looked aside. Danzo's figure emerged, gasping. Fengyu, you can't kill me. Danzo, how many times do you think you can escape my slash? Glancing at Sherinan on Danzo's arm. Or, do you think you can escape in these few slashes? Ha! Fengyu, don't underestimate me. Summoning technique. Dream taper. Boom, the huge white smoke dispersed. The dream-eating beast that looks like an elephant, the dream taper, reveals its true body. Menmo. Use wind style. I saw that Menmo's open mouth produced a strong air current, but Hui stepped on the ground with both feet, motionless. Danzo is not idle. Fast printing. Wind style vacuum. Big Jade. I saw a high-pressure wind ball spouting from Danzo's mouth. Fly to Hui like a rocket launcher. Is it only to this degree? Danzo. Hui moved Shunpo directly. Avoid all Danzo's attacks. The 30 of Bakuto. 3 flashes of mouth. The huge pointed beam fixed Danzo's hands and waist to the wall. Danzo tried to break free, but was unable to act at all. Hui came to Danzo. I have to say that if Kana had defected, he can still get Hashirama cells. Is it because of Orochimaru? Huh, Fengyu, kill me if you have the ability, otherwise I will appear in front of you again and again. Hui raised eyebrows. How about showing up in front of me? To die? Danzo was speechless for a while. Fengyu is too strong. There is no trace of chakra in itself, and they use some weird tricks. Forget it, see you in a while. After all, Hui raised his right hand. The 4th of Hatobai lay. Blue and white lightning quickly hit Danzo's head. Danzo won in the distance. Danzo appeared again. There was fear in my eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, turn around and run away. Hui sneered disdainfully. Still use the combination of Bakuto and Hato as Inagi who keeps obliterating Danzo. Finally, all the eyes above the arm were closed. Danzo fell to his knees. Unloved Fengyu, you won. Hui shook his head. No, you are too weak so that I am not interested in fighting with you. Danzo trembled all over his body when he heard the words. Binocular, it turns out that I am not qualified to be your opponent. Danzo, think too much. Hato no 4 white thunder lightning struck Danzo. At this point, Danzo is dead. Hui clapped his hands relaxedly. It's done, but don't you plan to come out yet? Huey's gaze swept to the side of Uchiha's remaining corpse. Stolen someone's body furtively, not so good. Huey's figure appeared beside the remaining corpse, staring tightly at the ground. I knew he would find it. Blame Madara, let us come over. 2 voices sounded one after another. Nepenthes-like appearance rose slowly from the ground. Hui looked at the noisy black and white in front of him. Absolutely noisy. Unexpectedly, the famous Hui actually know us too. Hearing that, Hui is not in a hurry like an old friend. And Ju said, after all, he is an old yin and yang person. It is reasonable to know him, although I don't quite understand what an old yin and yang person is. But you can also feel the strong malice in those words. So, are you planning to stop us? Black Zetsu said. Kei looked at Black Zetsu as the 3rd son of Atsutsuki Kagaya. It's so messy that you don't even have a look, but Black Zetsu's filial piety is worthy of recognition. After all, Black Zetsu who saved his mother for thousands of years. Block? No need. Don't you come here because Obito needs Uchiha's eyes? Surprised to hear this guy actually knows Obito. Settled. Speak Fengyu, it seems we still underestimate you. Hui waved his hand. Don't worry, because of Kanaha's affairs, I couldn't make any move. When I solve Kanaha's problem, soon, it's Obito's turn. Ju's eyes stared at Hui. Body sinks gradually in this case, then I can wait and see. Watching the figure of Ju leaving, Hui did not stop. If you kill Black Zetsu, doesn't it take more for this world to become boring? Huey's thoughts are not just in Kanaha now. He just wants to find someone to have a good fight, integrate the old man's template as soon as possible. Hui always feels that the old man's template is missing something. After all, Shinigami, the strongest in 1,000 years, but Hui always felt that something was missing. Maybe only the template fusion degree reaches 100% in order to solve the doubts in his heart. After all, this system can't speak. Ah, I still want a Yuja sound system. Throw out the thoughts in your mind. Hui held the umbrella and walked to the gate of the Uchiha clan with a wave. All Uchiha bodies behind him burned, soon turned into ashes, scattered in the air. Come to the door. Umbu's battle at the roots is also coming to an end. The root of Danzo's retreat order has not yet been received. It's like a pit in the brain. Die and refuse to retreat. Everyone in Umbu is not welcome. Swallow the roots in one swoop. Master Hui, the root ninja has almost been killed. Oh? Almost. Yes, there is a child, he is the only surrender. An expression of interest flashed across Huey's face. Bring it here. Yes. Later, a black-haired child was brought over. The boy's pale complexion, full of indifference. What's your name? Sai. Master Hui. Why surrender? Because of the agreement between my brother and I can't die. Hui listened to Sai's answer, smiled softly. Sai, you will follow me from now on. Sai heard the words, his eyes flickered. Yes, Master Hui. To subdue Sai is just an episode. Gather Umbu. After entrusting all the follow-up work to Umbu, Hui left this. Of course, she didn't bring Sai. Hui didn't have the slightest delay. On the way came to the Hokage Tower. Push open the office door. Look at Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen inside. Huey's eyebrows. Frivolous third-generation old man. What are you doing here? Looking at Hui with a bad tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only smile wryly. Minato said on the side, Zayawai, I let him come to third generation. What are you doing here? Are you back on top? Sarutobi Hiruzen almost choked to death by a cigarette bag. Zayawai, am I so unbearable in your eyes? Hui shook his head. That's not true, it's just a bit shameless. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He already knew all about Uchiha's extermination. If you replace the Uchiha family with the Sarutobi family, I'm afraid it won't last for a second. Shivered, Sarutobi Hiruzen says, Zayawai, I have already been discharged and returned to the field. The current role is to use the residual heat. Hui squinted his eyes and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully. Finally speaking, that's the best thing. Well, not much gossip. After all, throw the scroll in your hand to Minato. Inside is Danzo's body sealed by Umbu. After all, there is no chakra in Hui, naturally not knowing how to ninjutsu. Uncle Minato, the Uchiha clan has been wiped out. Then what is this? Minato points to the scroll. Ah, Danzo got the news somehow. Collect Sherry-nan in the evening. Nanny. ×2. Don't worry, it has been resolved. Inside the scroll is Danzo's body. Hearing this, Minato nodded blankly. There is one more thing, I think, I need to remind you. Looking at the two people who were slowing down, Hui said, besides Danzo, there is another person at the scene who, absolutely. The two are full of question marks. Hui continued, from an employment organization. Xiao, the information about Akatsuki is so scarce now, however, this is a powerful organization. Looking at Huey's serious face, Minato also sits down and nodded. Zayawai, I know, I will investigate. Hui waved his hand. Don't worry now, just pay attention. Okay, I have finished handling the things that should be handled. Konoha's future development has basically been unimpeded. Hui looked at Minato. Uncle Minato, the future is yours. After that, turned and left the office. Minato smiled bitterly and looked at Hui's back. No, the future is yours. Zayawai finally solved Uchiha's matter. Hui felt a moment of relaxation. Well, Uncle Fugaku has sent Umbu to inform I won't be able to get out after 1:07 1/2 past 1. Ah, I suddenly found out that I'm the only one who is free. Hui had no choice but to accept this fact. While Konoha is relatively peaceful now, how about I go traveling? It happens to bring 9 tails. That's it. After thinking about it for a moment, a decision was made quickly. Back home, looking at 9 tails lying on the sofa like a waste fox, Hui grabbed the back of his neck unceremoniously. Who is it? Let me down. 9 tails opened his eyes and took a look. Oh, it turned out to be Hui. Then it's okay. I said, 9 tails, are you getting lazy lately? Never go out with me to participate in the mission tonight. Do you want to live for nothing? 9 tails is caught in front of Hui, crazy, shaking head. No, Zayawai, you see, you are already very strong, right? There is no need for me to join in. That being said, you can obviously help alleviate the burden. The cold sweat on 9 tails' face. What do you say? Hui squinted. It's easy, let me go on a trip. Meow meow meow. Didn't you understand? 9 tails nodded straight. Understand. Why don't you remember to travel if you don't have enough? Konoha has no civil strife right now. Then I was happily free, so naturally I was going to go around. After all, since I came to this world, except for the rock shinobi once when I was young, I never went out again. And 9 tails will pack the things that need to be taken away, put it in the system space. Oh, by the way, I took a bath for 9 tails, otherwise Hui would not let it lie on his head. Finish. Hui clapped his hands. The rest is to say hello to them. Hui brought 9 tails to Minato's house. I was warmly invited to my home by Kushina. Hey, I'm going to travel. Hey. Why, Zayawai? Hui clenched a fist. My strength has reached a bottleneck. If you want to make a breakthrough, you can only go outside and explore. Also, I heard that the lecherous old man is also wandering outside. I plan to find him. Who knows? Kushina waved a big hand. Absolutely. Never go to teacher Jiraiya. Kiyaki stunned. Hey. Why, Kushina speaks earnestly. Zayawai, you are still young, what if you break down with Jiraiya? Hearing Kushina's words, the expression on Huey's face is really hard to describe. By the way, might I follow Jiraiya to learn badly? Kushina hands on hips. What if? Huey gave up the conversation with Kushina after visiting Naruto. Huey said goodbye and left Minato's house. Wearing Nine-Tails, Shunpo came to the Hokage building. Uncle Minato, please ask me for a leave. Minato helped his glasses ask for leave? Zayawai, what are you going to do? Huey said yes, isn't the village very stable now? I plan to travel and see the world. Minato frowned. It's okay, but how long will you take time off? Huey lowered his head and thought for a moment. It's really hard to say, however, I will come back from time to time. Minato's mouth twitches. Listening to you, it seems that time is not short. Then you approve or not? Approval, you must pay attention to safety when you travel. Also, Mr. Jiraiya, try not to learn from him badly worthy of being a husband and wife. I got the application for leaving the village. Huey's figure appeared again in the Umbu building. After all, Aniki still needs to say hello. Looking at the white hair under the sweat, Huey stepped forward. Aniki, pause for a while. Kakashi stopped the movement and his hand looked at Huey suspiciously. What's wrong? Huey, that's right, I'm going out to travel. Kakashi has the look. You were teasing me. Huey coughed slightly. Ahem, don't worry, I will be back soon. Kakashi can only nod. After all, for the current ninja world no one really can beat Feng Yui. Oh, pay attention to yourself, don't walk too close to Lord Jiraiya. A row of black lines hung on Huey's face. Is the lecherous old man so powerful? 1, 2, or 3 told me to pay attention to the horny old man. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly. Aha, after all, Lord Jiraiya is really amazing. Huey shrugged helplessly. After bidding farewell, Huey came to Konoha Gate. The current gatekeepers are not the two 10,000 years gatekeepers in the original book. After handing over the application for leaving the village to the two of them, the excited expression on Huey's face was a little uncontrollable. Nine-Tails on her head gave Huey a contemptuous look. I said, are you so excited? Haven't you been out of the village when you did the task? Huey made a debate totally different. The task has a clear destination, however, there is no travel. So, have you figured out where to go for the first place? Nine-Tails asked Splendor. For a moment. No, however, we just have to keep moving forward. Nine-Tails shook the tail behind me. No way, I can only follow you. Hey, where did you go with me? Obviously just lying on the head in the noise, the two gradually left Konoha's range. I do not know how long it has been. In front of the two, a street appeared. Look up at the slogan Short Plan Street. I shouldn't meet Tsunade here. Huey thought about it carefully, and then discarded the thoughts in his mind. The time is wrong, Tsunade shouldn't be here now, probably. The tone of uncertainty shows Huey's uncertainty at this moment. After all, Big Sheep, it doesn't seem to be a strange thing to appear anywhere. One person and one fox strolling on the road of Dance Street, although there are many casinos here. But it's not just the casino. For example, the store Huey is in now, Wheel of Fortune. Enter the store. Huey just walked away at random. Finally, his eyes fell on the big turntable. Hey, kid, there are 10 million on the turntable. The voice of Nine-Tails comes. Huey gave a chuckle. Nine-Tails, look, you don't understand humans, right? Because of such a big award, that's why countless people are flocking to it. After staying in the carousel for a while, accompanied by the noise of everyone, Huey walked out of the turntable. Kabuto turns around. Finally, in the middle of the street, a little bit to the back, found a Shako restaurant. Enter the Shako house. The boss looked up at Huey's appearance. Children are forbidden to drink alcohol here. Huey threw the money bag in his hand to the boss. Well, don't care about such small things, give me a little bit. Boss. The boss overturned the money bag in his hand. I changed into a flattering smile in an instant. This little guest, please sit down in there. If you say anything, fuse. Give this little guest a pot of wine. Yes, boss. By the way, let's have some more wine and food. Good guest. Where Huey sat inside, leaning against a window, waiting quietly. Finally, the sake was served. Yes, at such a young age, don't think about spirits. Gently taste. It's comfortable. I finally have a drink. Since coming to this world, Huey never touched a drink again, although I didn't drink it often in my previous life. But, after all, there is some nostalgic taste of wine. Huey while tasting wine, while looking at the scenery and crowds outside the window. Unspecified feeling. It's been a long time since I was so leisurely drinking wine. Huey's eyes began to recall the past. At this time, there was a shout from afar. Don't let her run away. Catch her. Hurry up. Huey's mouth twitched. No way, sir. Look at the two voices ahead. The big bet is written on the green jacket. Another little girl is wearing a black kimono, holding a piggy in her arms. Looking at the costumes of the two Huey's helpless support, this must be it. Tsunade. In line with the principle that one thing is worse than one thing less, Huey just quietly watched the two being chased. Even a little happy, finished the wine on the wine table, then left. I just found a hotel. Open the room. Huey hummed a little tune. Back to the room. No. Someone is here. His eyes suddenly became alert. Come out. I know you are hiding inside. Suo's voice came from the closet. Huey unceremoniously opened the closet door. A huge fist slammed into Huey's face. Escape easily. Hold the fist with your right hand and pull towards the front. The green figure slowly fell to the ground. Looking at the fallen Tsunade, Huey feels speechless. What is this? Obviously I didn't pay attention to them. Why can I still run into it? Tsunade and Shizen turned around. Tsunade said angrily, little devil, don't you know Liang Xiangziyu? I said, the premise of pitying and cherishing Jade, that must be Jade. Hui sighed and said a big hashtag appears on Tsunade's face. Smelly kid. What do you mean? Isn't my old lady Jade? Look at the rude Tsunade. Hui said, at least Jade wouldn't call herself a mother. Tsunade is speechless. I saw Hui continue talking. Also, it's you who broke into my room now, why are you so arrogant? This. Shizen hugged the dolphins and hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry, please forgive our inability, we are just forced to. After speaking, he bowed deeply to Hui. Okay, I have seen what happened just now. When the two heard this, their faces blushed. After all, hiding from dead is really hard to explain. Okay, come and sit in the living room for a while. With a wave of Huey's beater, he took the two to the living room. Looking at Huey's back, Tsunade's face gradually became serious. Master Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Tsunade said. Shizen, you immediately contact Konoha, ask about Kushina. Hey? What happened? That kid, if I'm not mistaken, the animal on the head should be Nine Tails. What? Shizen didn't dare to neglect, and hurried to contact Konoha. Tsunade straightened his clothes, came in front of Hui. Two sitting opposite each other. You don't need to be so nervous, Tsunade-sama. Hui said. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Do you know me? Hui waved his hand carelessly. Well, it's one of Sunan after all. Tsunade propped his hands on the table. Boy, now that you know me, things will be easier. The one above you is Nine Tails. Hui lightly nodded his forehead. Yes, any doubts? Hearing that, chakra broke out on Tsunade, gathered in the right hand, smashed Xiangui fiercely. Ada Bakuto rebuked. The back of Huey's hand instantly formed a spiritual shield, resisted Tsunade's attack. Tsunade was taken aback. It was so simple that it blocked my attack. Looking at the puzzled Tsunade, Hui explained this is a rebuke, specifically used to block physical attacks. Tsunade was secretly surprised when he heard the words. After all, his main weapon is his own strange power. Ha! Boy, since you know Nine Tails, do you know who Jinchuriki from Nine Tails is? Hui nodded. I know, Uzumaki Kushina, also my master. Tsunade looked at Hui and nodded, wanting to get angry. What did you hear? Master? Tsunade doubts. Kushina is your master. Yes, although I don't want to admit it, but I'm used to it. Since you know Kushina is your master, why did you dare to release Nine Tails? Hui finally understands Tsunade's angry. Point fist with your right hand on the palm of your left hand. I am angry because of this. Kushina was saved by me, she is not dead. Boy, are you kidding me? If Jinchuriki loses the tail beast, it will be a dead end. But for me, that's not a problem. Just then, Shizen came here holding the dolphin. Master Tsunade, Kushina is really fine, and gave birth to a boy. Tsunade was taken aback after hearing the words. Look at Hui. Incredible, how did you do it? I looked up at Tsunade, who was full of curiosity. Secret. Little devil, have you seen a fist with a big sandbag? Tsunade felt exceptionally angry. Hui Qing glanced at. I have seen the big fist of the sandbag, but glanced down Tsunade's head. The big watermelon. I really haven't seen it before. Little ghost. Tsunade is making noisy, her nose moved slightly. Hey, kid, don't you drink the bar? Hui looked at Tsunade blankly. Yeah, what's the problem? Tsunade clutched his heart and said artificially, as your elder, how could you see you at such a young age, began to drink too much? Hui stared at the dead fish eye and asked, so what? Leave it to me. Leave the root of the pain to me to bear it for you. You are thinking about peaches. Noisy in the end. Tsunade still drank wine. Hey, kid, why's sake? I said eldest sister, it would be nice to buy wine from an izakaya. Tsunade nodded. That's right. By the way, kid, are you also Konoha's ninja? Yes, then why did you run here alone? Hui took a sip of wine, smacking. Because Uncle Minato and I applied to travel. Tsunade raised his brow. Boy, I read a lot. You can't lie to me. How could Minato let you travel out of the village as a kid? Hui waved his hand carelessly. Well, after all, there is nothing to worry about in the village anymore. Hearing that, Tsunade was stunned. Boy, what do you mean? Terror shook the wineglass. Cough, sake. Literally, the elders group was killed by me, and the third generation also went to provide for the elderly. Tsunade's body trembled. Boy, it's not good to lie. Shizen on the side came back from buying wine at this time. I just heard the conversation between the two. Shizen knelt down beside Tsunade holding the dolphin. Put your right hand against Tsunade's ear. Master Tsunade, it's true. Elder Danzo was also killed by him. Puff. Tsunade spit out a sip of wine, but Shizen continues. This is Fang Yuwai. Now, it's Konoha's minister Umbu. Tsunade looked at the kid in front of him incredulously. You are Fang Yuwai. You know me. Tsunade drank a drink. Some time ago, Jiraiya wrote to me, said he lost to a kid. The kid's name is Fang Yuwai. Hui shrugged. After all, the lecherous old man is too weak. Tsunade's mouth twitched. Too weak. Hui nodded. Well, the lecherous old man's use of ninjutsu is indeed very strong. Remember the battle. Hui continued. Whether it is to create terrain that is beneficial to you, its sage arts attack, it is indeed the top level in the ninja world. The speaker has no intention, the listener has the heart. Tsunade's pupils shrank. You mean, Jiraiya even uses sage mode? Oh, didn't he tell you? He did his best. The two-toed sages were also brought out by summoning. Tsunade is already numb, so, how did you beat him? Hui looked to the side of the paper umbrella, mouth cocked. Just swing a knife. Shan't, just swing a knife. Tsunade looked at the handsome boy in front of him complicatedly. Finally sighed, hey, we are getting old too. Hui shrugged, so, are you planning to wander like this forever? Boy, what do you mean? Now Konoha is stable inside, don't you plan to go back and take a look? Tsunade was lost in thought, finally shook his head. The loneliness in my eyes flashed by. There is a place where you can easily recall the past. Looking at Tsunade at this time, Hui looks like a straight man because of your brother and Kato Dan's death. Tsunade glanced at Hui. Boy, when a lady is lost in thought, be sure to remember, don't disturb her. Well then, just assume I haven't asked. Hui bowed his head and drank wine. Sure enough, I don't have the ability to hide. The two drank until midnight. Shizen took Tsunade to sleep in the living room. Hui naturally returned to the bedroom. If not, let Tsunade sleep in the bedroom. This is the room I opened. True straight guy speechless all night. The next morning the warm sun shines on Huey's body. Open your eyes. Unable to contact Daoshu in the hotel courtyard. Then I bought it earlier and went back to the room out of politeness. Hui knocked on the door of the living room. Finally got a pillow. No longer pay attention to the sleeping two. Hui solved the breakfast alone. I left some money on the table, and then left a page of letters. Well, that's enough. I looked at my font with satisfaction. He walked out of the room, leaving Duan Street and continuing on his journey. Golden Crow head. Tsunade finally woke up holding his aching head after a hangover, dangling out of the living room. Looking at the empty room, Tsunade saw the money on the table at a glance and a letter. Tsunade G. Kinky, because I had a great drink last night, I will leave part of the money to you, although I want to persuade you to spend less. Not enough should not control your interest in gambling. There is some breakfast in the refrigerator in the room. Ms. Shizen can help to warm up. Finally, I hope to go home often. Above, Fengya White. Tsunade looked at Huey's letter, smile on the corner of the mouth. This kid, his mouth is a bit poisonous, he's not bad. Then prepare the letter to be folded. At this moment, Tsunade saw behind the letter there is a line. Tsunade said gently, oh by the way, Tsunade G, I hope my snoring will be lower in the future. It's easy to get married. Move to step on the horse. Hui and Nine Tails walk aimlessly on the road. I said, kid, can't it be faster? Hui turned the white smoke. Nine Tails, why are you so anxious? It's not good, Nine Tails says, but you are too slow to do this. What year and month are you going to go? Hui shrugged, I'm tired when I walk, so I won't leave. Nine Tails was short of breath, and simply shrank into a ball. No longer speaking. Hueyil is free. Out of the country of fire, walked into an unknown forest. Huey's footsteps stopped, feeling the paws of Nine Tails. I asked, what's the matter, kid? How did you stop? There is a small stream ahead, then jump over. I said, big brother, can you take a look at it? Nine Tails raised her head suspiciously, looking at the rough sea in front of me. Angry and kind, it's your stream with a horse. Hui also felt puzzled for a while. Take out the map in your hand, point to the current location. Look, on the map, this is indeed a stream, but why is it so wide? Hui asked, you ask me, who am I asking? Kid. Hui looked around. There is cooking smoke rising not far away. Let's go. There should be a village there. Let's go there and ask about it. After all, Hui held a paper umbrella and walked towards the village. One person and one fox looking at the prosperous village in front of them. The villagers' faces are full of smiles. Old woman, where is this place? Hui came to an old woman at the entrance of the village and asked. The old woman looked up at the boy in front of her, said with a smile, child, this is the Genius Doctor village. Hey? The Genius Doctor village? Is there a genius doctor in this village? Villagers passing by laughed. There was indeed a genius doctor in the village. It's been a long time since. It's not enough. That's it. Looking at the uncle who just answered the question, Hui came to him. Uncle, do you know the stream in front? Pointed in the direction of the river. Uncle nodded when he heard this. Ah, you mean that river? Hui Ying said, look, uncle, the map says this is a creek. But I saw with my own eyes just now, this is a river. Hui pointed at the map and asked. Uncle laughed. It was indeed a stream before here, but the gods use their supernatural powers to turn streams into rivers. Hey, I have been listening to my uncle talking about genius doctors. What is the name of the genius doctor? Looking at the cute Hui, Nine Tails felt a chill. Uncle proudly said the name of the genius doctor is Sheneng. Note, not the one in our country, but the one in the theater version. Orz, Hui Vinian was taken aback. Isn't this the Sheneng with zero tail? Thank the uncle. Left the village. Nine Tails says, looking at your performance just now, do you know this person? Hui nodded. Ah, just understand. Oh? Who is it? How can I say it? Medical skills are really nothing to say. If there are not enough people, I won't make more evaluations. Nine Tails stopped talking after hearing the words. Hui returned to the riverside. It seems that there is no way to use your feet during this journey. Nine Tails quipped. Huey's mouth twitched. Don't talk if you can't speak. After all, Shunpo launched. The figure came directly into the air. After Shunpo 2 or 3 times, he is about to arrive at the other side. Finally at this moment, Hui frowned. Look up to the sky. What's wrong? Nine Tails asked. Hui pointed to the clouds in the sky. There is something there. After all, Hui came directly behind the clouds. Looking at the huge flying fortress in front of you, Huey's gaze leaked a gleam of fine light. Sure enough, it is empty. Nine Tails was also surprised. This is a fortress. Faintly nodded. Ah, this is the place where the ninjas of Hara Sora no country built. Tisk tusk tusk, awesome. Nine Tails smacked and said, let's go and take a look. After all, Hui came to the platform in front of the fortress. Riots is scattered around. Oh, there are many people in it. I don't know, is that thing in there? After all, Hui raised his right hand. Bakuto no 26 bent light. A ray of light flashed, and Huey's figure disappeared from sight. Enter the huge fortress. Walking through the usual corridors, suddenly open up in front of you. A large number of Sora shinobi are gathering together, listening to the speech of the people on the stage. Hui looked at the stage. Shenin? How can he lead Kongren? Looking surprised at Shening talking on stage, thinking in Huey's mind, I saw Shening waved his hand on stage. Scatter. I saw everyone leaving the scene one after another to complete their tasks. Shening's figure left the stage. Hui closely followed Shening's steps. Under 7 crutches and 8 crutches, finally came to the center of the fortress. Looking up at the pale red monster in the bottle in front of him, Hui thought, sure enough, it's still here. Zero Tail. Glancing at Shening, who was operating the instrument, Hui moved towards Zero Tail. At this time, Shening's voice came from behind. Please be careful, this guy is very grumpy. Hui heard the words, looking back at Shening. At this moment, Shening looked at Huey's direction with his eyes, but there is no focus. Does it rely on Zero Tail to perceive? Thinking of this, Hui directly dispersed bent light. The figure of the young man appeared in front of Shening. Shening looked at the figure of the young man a little surprised. Oh, it's a boy. Hidden is good. However, he still couldn't escape the perception of this guy. Shening looked up at Zero Tail. Hui chuckled lightly. You are Shening, right? Shening was stunned for a moment. It seems that Xia is quite famous. I can't talk about being famous. It's just when I come, passing by a village, I heard the villagers say something about you. Shening was surprised when he heard this. It turned out to be them. A flash of memory flashed, looking at the Hui in front of me. Youth, no matter what your purpose is here, I'm afraid you can't leave. Hui propped his chin with his right hand. Speaking of which, this place is pretty good. If you don't leave, it's not impossible. Shening smiled. Youth, no matter how you came here, stay. After all, Shening slapped his left hand on the console fiercely. Emergency, emergency. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Shening's expression became extremely hideous. Fang Yui patted Nine Tails on the head. What's wrong? Boy, Hui, seeing something so interesting, don't you want to destroy it? Nine Tails snorted coldly after hearing the words. Actually, when I came in just now, Nine Tails sensed the breath of Zero Tail as a collection of evil chakra. Nine Tails instantly understood that Zero Tail is an experimental product produced by Nine Tails chakra. Let you see the strength of the old man this time. After all, Nine Tails jumped off Huey's head. Considering that it's still in the air, Nine Tails' figure doesn't show its original shape directly. Just turned into a human-sized appearance. For appearance refer to Four Tails Naruto. Shening's pupils shrank, talking with a trembling mouth. Nine Tails. Nine Tails cast a cold glance at Shening. After all, looking at the empty shinobu who had rushed over. Merciless, the tail behind is full of violent chakra, crazy, harvesting fresh life. Sora Shinobu's pace became slow. Pause finally started to escape. Nine Tails looked back at Hui, seems to be asking if we need to catch up. Hui shook his head. This is an aerial fortress, can't run anywhere, besides, ran away, some miscellaneous soldiers. After speaking, I shrugged, looking at the trembling Shening in front of him. What's wrong? Shening, are you scared? Shening grinned. Fear? How can it be? Huey's eyebrows frivolous. It is impossible to be afraid, impossible in this life as someone who wants to live forever. The coveted chakra is in front of you. This is my heart. After all, Shening is like a neurosis. Walk quickly to the front of Nine Tails. Shening's words, let Hui be a little confused. Tisk tusk, immortality? Ridiculous, chuckled and shook his head. Even if it is as powerful as glory, I haven't thought about this for the time being, although, he who has the system will definitely live forever. Hui watched Shening move towards Nine Tails step by step, alive like a shy woman. Nine Tails, can you give me some of your chakra? After speaking, he put his hand on his chest. I will serve you in the future. Nine Tails glanced at the indifferent Hui, suddenly playful, half sitting lazily on the ground. Grin. Oh, I can give you chakra. Shening was happy on his face when he heard this, but what can the old man get? Nine Tails rubbed her paws and slowly said. Shening was taken aback. I'm immortal. Nine Tails sneered and looked at him with contempt. The old man is a combination of chakra. The old man is immortal. Shening suddenly lost his words. You can get my allegiance. Shening's gaze is looking straight at Nine Tails. Is your allegiance worthwhile? Shening patted himself. Of course it's worth the money. You who are immortal and immortal must lack the service of an equally immortal person by your side. Nine Tails seems to be a little fascinated. Shening saw this and continued. Moreover, my medical skills are superb. You may not be able to use this, but someone who will accept it in the future will definitely be able to use it. Nine Tails is lost in thought. Shening looks at Nine Tails, who thinks seriously. Plan from heart. Come to Nine Tails in one step. Big mouth biting Nine Tails' tail fiercely. Nine Tails was shocked. Hui was also shocked. I'm riding a horse. Nine Tails screamed, flicked hard and threw Shening on the console. Boom. Shening doesn't seem to feel the pain. Chakra in the mouth is chewed, eat in the belly, burning pain spread all over the body. What? Nine Tails came to Hui, seems a little embarrassed. Don't blame you, I didn't expect it either, comforted Nine Tails, looking at Shenning, who was changed in front of him. Although there are golden horns and silver horns eating the flesh and blood of Nine Tails, get Nine Tails chakra, but they have the blood of Sage of Six Paths at least, and can freely manipulate the 5 cutting tools of Sage of Six Paths. What does Shenning have? I'm so stupid, looking at Shenning, who was gradually going crazy. Hui sighed, hey, it's boring at this moment. Abnormal protrusion. The Zero Tail in the culture tank opened his eyes. Nine Tails touched the Shining, who has wandered beyond the sky. Boy Hui, something good has happened. Hui recovered, watching the zero-tailed pale red chakra go through the cultivation tank, pierced Shenning's body fiercely, then the huge body wrapped Shenning. Oh, I confessed my mistake. It's kind of interesting now. The corners of Huey's mouth raised. 2 people, Fog, 1 person, and 1 Nine Tails quietly watching the abnormal Zero Tail in front of you. Naturally, Nine Tails doesn't panic at all. After all, it is also the existence of half-tailed beasts hanging on the other 8-tailed beasts, not to mention Hui, Ryujin Jaka's strength is not to say that it is fully utilized, it is always there now. In short, 1 person, 1 fox looks at the scene in front of you like watching a play. By the way, boy Hui, this fusion is too disgusting, right? Nine Tails says. Hui nodded his, it's really disgusting. Zero Tail has completely wrapped Shenning. Shenning, who absorbed Nine Tails chakra, at this moment, he has also woke up leisurely. Because Zero Tail helps to share, Shenning did not lose his reason, it's just that these two are completely merged into one. Shenning feels its own power. This is chakra from Nine Tails, revel in your own power. Afterwards, I opened my eyes and looked at Hui and Nine Tails in front of him through Zero Tail. Ha 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 ha, you arrogant, you can kill me just now. But your arrogance hurt you. After all, stretch out the tentacles on Zero Tail, look at me now. This is power. Nine Tails says, so, do you still serve me now? Shenning's mouth crooked. Serving? I am already immortal, why do you still serve you? Nine Tails looked back at Hui. Look, this is human nature, ugly. I always feel something is wrong. Shenning looked at the two of them, not taking themselves seriously, very angry. I have endured so much pain, has gained such a powerful force, please, respect me. Damn it. Forget it, I can't stand it anymore. Nine Tails, leave it to you. Hui looked at Zero Tail's nauseous look. In the end, I decided to let Nine Tails play. Let's go. It's up to you. Nine Tails fox. Nine Tails doesn't say much. 2 chakra claws stretched out from his side. Grab the Zero Tail. Good job, Nine Tails. That's it. Scratch him. FAI stands behind Nine Tails. That's how it feels. Is this the fun part of the Pokemon trainer? Love. Nine Tails listened to Huey's words, twitching of the corners of the mouth, but his actions are not slow at all. Zero Tail seems to be fed up with the claws of Nine Tails, a sarcoma-like body with countless tentacles fast stabbing Nine Tails. Nine Tails dodging flexibly. Nine Tails. It's now. Use Tailed Beast Bomb. Upon hearing this, Nine Tails responded subconsciously. The violent chakra gathered in the mouth. The dark red tailed beast bomb was launched by Nine Tails. When Shenning saw this, his pupils shrank. Not good. The huge body hurriedly avoided, but it's still a step too late. Boom! Huge explosion. Zero Tail's body is surrounded by fire. Hui thumbs up. Good job. Nine Tails. Nine Tails green tendons exposed. Hey! You are so annoying. Just when the two quarreled, the tentacles break through the smoke, rush to Nine Tails. Isn't it dead yet? Nine Tails shouted. 2 claws on the ground. The tail behind is filled with chakra. Resist the attack of the tentacles in the smoke. Shenning's voice came. It's a big wood. I am immortal now. Hey, don't talk big. A mere experimental subject. I saw Nine Tails no longer hide their real body. The evil chakra rises to the sky. The huge body broke the fortress. Looking at the Zero Tail like an ant, Nine Tails' eyes are full of disdain. Task. A little bug dares to make a big mess. After all, Nine Tails grabbed Nine Tails with his right hand. Put it in front of you. I see if you die now. After all, the left hand directly pulled Shenning out of Zero Tail's body. Throw it on the ground. The right hand squeezed the Zero Tail fiercely. Boom! Zero Tail body turned into chakra floating in the air. Spicy chicken. Solved the Zero Tail. Nine Tails has become a cutie again. Come to Hui. Gracefully jump on Huey's head. Shenning on the ground convulsed all over, muttering impossible. How can this be? I obviously have gained the power of immortality? Why deprive it? Shenning's eyes full of anger, staring at Hui closely. One more bite. Take another bite. I will definitely change back. Step by step, slowly walk towards Hui. Accompanied by exercise, Shenning's muscles began to shrink. Hair starts to fall out. Finally still became the shape of an old man. Shenning, people must have self-knowledge. Hui Ching Chi Zu lips. What you can't get, what you can't control, that's not something you can get involved. After all, Hui no longer talks nonsense. The 4th of Heidobai lay. White thunder and lightning flashed through the air, hit Shenning. Shenning fell to the ground, the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. Boom! At this moment, the sky fortress could no longer remain intact. The walls started to break, the roof began to collapse. Hui glanced at Shenning, then turned and left. Huey's figure appeared outside the fortress. Just look at the huge sky fortress, gradually crack and disintegrate. The voice of Nine Tails is uploaded from the beginning. Boy Hui, why do you say that human beings always look for powerful forces? Hui thought for a moment, speaking slowly, perhaps, as Shenning said, in order to pursue misty dreams. Nine Tails looks into the distance. Mission, Hui boy, for you, it shouldn't be a misty dream. Immortal or something. Hui shrugged. Who knows? After admiring the destruction of the Sky Fortress, Hui and Nine Tails are on a journey again. Stop and go. After a month holding a paper umbrella, Hui strolled in the forest. Move the paper umbrella slightly. There is a slight doubt in his eyes, looking at the two people in front of you. The person who brought in the eye, wearing a black robe with red cloud pattern, light blue purple short shoulder-length hair, lilac paper flowers on the right side of the hair. The pale orange pupils stared at Hui. The white tiger of Don Conan. Another person in the same costume, the huge pitcher plant on the head shows the identity of the visitor, Don of Suimu Absolute. Hui looked at the beautiful and unpretentious Conan in front of him. After all, he is only more than 20 years old now, although not yet fully mature, but the perennial war has made her no longer green too. What's the matter? Conan acknowledged Huixian's calmness. After all, he is Konoha's strongest man, boy? Conan's lips lightly opened. Feng Yu, why, we found you this time, ask if you would like to join Akatsuki. Meow meow meow. Seems to be a little confused about Conan's problem. If you are here to fight, Hui can still understand what is the operation of pulling oneself into the group. Don't you know that your current identity is Konoha's person? Looks a little dazed. Hui. Conan spoke again. You may be surprised, however, this is what the leader meant. Thinking in Huey's mind, what does the leader mean? Nagato? No, it's impossible for Nagato to come to him so hard. And according to the timeline, Akatsuki is already a fully formed heavenly group. So, it's Obito. Hui thought, looking up at the two people in front of you. Put the paper umbrella on your shoulders. What if I disagree? Hui seems to be looking forward to the fight. Who knows? Conan just said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Damn it, what does this mean? I'm not one more? One less me and a lot? Why are you here to invite me? Ju on the side looked at the deflated Hui. LOL. After all, since I started collecting information about the person in front of me, it seems that no enemy can make him deflated. Prickly for a moment, a figure that Ryotsu has surpassed. Cut it off. Conan, absolutely, stay in place. Conan's jade hands trembled slightly. Just that kind of speed. Looking at Hui with dread, as if unmoved. It was cut in two and lay on the ground. The heartless white Zetsu has already lost his life. Black Zetsu is still alive. Black Zetsu, who was already unable to move, flashed the anger in his eyes. Afterwards, Black Zetsu raised his head and looked at Hui. This kid, the growth of strength is terrible. Now the strength is stronger than Madara. This matter must be taken seriously by Obito. Never stay. Hui looked at Black Zetsu, who was still alive. Not surprising after all. It's 1,000 years old. Yin 13. I swept towards Conan. Thought a little bit. Why don't I go with you? Why did you go? Are you planning to destroy Akatsuki? Conan's thinking is chaotic. Well, go back and tell Nagato, I will go to the country of rain. Conan was surprised when he heard this. How does he know where Akatsuki's base is? Looking at the smile on Huey's face, Conan felt that nothing in this world could escape Huey's eyes. Standing in front of him, as if transparent, no secrets are hidden. Cool weather, breeze blowing. Conan only feels dry lips and tongue. Dare not move. Hui looked at Conan with a chuckle. If nothing else, you two can go. Although I don't like Black Zetsu and Madara, but Hui, who is looking forward to fighting Kagaya-ji, I don't plan to kill Black Zetsu at this moment. Conan rolled up Black Zetsu with paper ninjutsu on the side. Take a deep look at Hui. Turned and left. Watching the two leave, Nine Tails on the head asked, Boy Hui, do you know this organization well? Well, just understand it in general. Hui answered with a smile. Seeing the goddess in the previous life, it can be regarded as fulfilling one of my dreams. No more words. Hui held up the paper umbrella. Continue my journey. Boy Hui, the dark guy. What's wrong? Nine Tails. It's okay, the old man just feels a familiar breath. What is? I thought, it seems that Nine Tails can still perceive the difference in Black Zetsu. Well, it is something to do with Sage of Six Paths after all. Nine Tails was taken aback. Nanny? Has something to do with the old man? Hui waved his hand and motioned to Nine Tails to calm down. Ah, it does matter. After all, he is the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths. Nine Tails trembled after hearing the words, then jumped off Huey's head. Looked straight at Hui, speaking with a serious face. Boy Hui, you really know the existence of Sage of Six Paths? Looking at the serious Nine Tails in front of you, Hui said, Ah, I know. After all, he was the one who founded Ninja Sect. Nine Tails' eyes narrowed. The creation of Ninzan was something that happened thousands of years ago. Hui can actually know. So that means. Nine Tails opened her mouth slightly. There was a trembling in the tone. Kid Hui, you know the old man's name? Although it is an interrogative sentence, but the tone is very affirmative. Finally, under the anticipation of Nine Tails, Hui nodded. I know your real name. Looking at the trembling body of Nine Tails, looking forward to the eyes, Hui Ching sighed. Sure enough, the love of the tail beasts for Sage of Six Paths is extraordinary. Nine Tails. Karama finally. Heard that familiar name, Nine Tails. Oh no, there were tears on Karama's face. For a long time, no one has called the old man's real name for a long time. Although two lives are human, but the combined age of the two lives cannot match Karama's fraction. Naturally, I couldn't feel that feeling of Kurama. Tara slowly walked to Kurama's side, squat down stroking Kurama's head. Okay, what a big tail beast, how do you still know to cry? I have to say, Kurama's hair is really nice. Comforting Kurama's emotions, Hui looked at Kurama, whose eyes were still red. Can't help but laugh, boy Hui. You are enough, I don't want to face my Kurama? Hui said with a belly laugh, ha ha ha, after all, I have never seen you like this. Kurama's face blushes. Anyway, don't laugh. Hui can only hold back a smile. Hi Kurama, I see, let's keep going. Just when Hui was fighting with Nine Tails on the other side, Konan has returned to Rain Shinobi Village with Ju throw absolutely random at the feet of Madara. Mangekyo Sharinan of Madara threw the mask looking straight at Konan. What's the meaning? Konan recalled the cut that was almost ultimate. Fang Yu, why? The solicitation failed. After all, stop paying attention to Madara turned and left. Madara stared at Black Zetsu with cold eyes. Black Zetsu got up hard, fear mixed in the tone. Fang Yuai must be dealt with as soon as possible. The loudness of the voice also explains the fear in Black Zetsu's heart. For thousands of years, I have never seen such a powerful boy. The brow under the Madara mask frowned. Then kid, is it as good as you said? Black Zetsu looked at Madara seriously. Absolutely, definitely worthy of your attention. After a moment of contemplation, Madara said, what's the situation on Kirigakure? The woman Terumi May has noticed the strangeness of Yagura secretly preparing to resist. Madara's eyes condensed. Since it's almost discovered, Miss Shinobi's chess piece should be discarded. But, at the end, contribute your remaining strength. Yagura. Three Tails. On the other side, Konan came to the secret stronghold of Rain Shinobi Village. Opened the door. Come to Nagato with black sticks. Nagato looked up at Konan's appearance. What's the matter? Konan fell into memories again, shook his head slightly. Nagato, do you know? I invited a teenager today. Nagato nodded. Ah, I know, Feng Yuai, is it the name? Konan swallowed. That boy, as strong as a monster. Nagato looked at Konan in surprise. I saw Konan continue to say, with just one shot, it will be cut off. Furthermore, with my strength, I can't see clearly what he did. That boy is really strong enough to violate the rules. Hearing this, Nagato secretly remembered the boy. Turning back to Konan and said, okay, Konan, you are so flustered. The power of God is the strongest. No matter it is Feng Yuai or whatever, can't defeat God. Konan's body trembled slightly looking at Nagato. There was a trace of distress in his eyes already. Can't look back. Nagato stabilized the mood. Sigh from the bottom of my heart. Got it, Nagato. His eyes turned back to Hui. Hui and Kurama came to a village. Feel slightly surprised. There is no village in front of here that doesn't touch the ground. There is actually a village. Looked at the map. Compare the marks on the gate of the village. Speaking embarrassingly. Kurama, our direction is Rain Shinobi Village. Kurama was taken aback. Yes, what's wrong? Boy, Hui, are you going to get lost? Hui scratched his face, although I don't want to admit it, but we really seem to be lost. Puff, ha 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 ha. Listening to Kurama's ridicule, Huey's mouth twitches slightly. Boom. A big bag appeared on Kurama's head. Ahem. So, boy Hui, where is this place? If I'm not mistaken, this is Otanin Village. Kurama asked suspiciously, where is Otanin Village? Hui hand points to the map. Look, after we came out of the country of fire, we were actually in the land of the country. It was supposed to continue to the north, towards the direction of Thunder Country. But, because we are going to Rain Shinobi Village first, we turned a corner. Kurama interrupted. So, I got lost. Hui thought about it carefully. Actually, it's not as lost. It's just that I didn't expect Otanin Village to be shocked. Looking up at the huge musical notes in the village. After all, there is a snake here. At this moment, the gate of Kushinin Village opened. Two middle-aged ninjas come out inside. Looking at Hui at the door, the two of them were dumbfounded. Glancing at each other and returning to normal, smiling and looking at Hui. Haha, the two came to Grass Ninja Village to release a mission, right? Hui, who wants to refuse, seems to have thought of something. Kurama looked at Hui with a mischievous smile. The body can't stop shaking. This kid is uneasy and kind. Hui looked at the ninja with a smile. Yes, I am traveling. I want to go to the country of rain. As he said, Hui frowned. A distressed look, but I seem to be lost underneath. The ninja suddenly realized, oh boy, do you want to release a protection mission? Hui nodded. Yes, it is like that. Then come with me. After that, the ninja turned and walked in the pace of Hui and Jonan, visiting Cao Ren village. Along the way, looking at the shops lined up on both sides. The crowd, have to say, Orochimaru is actually really suitable for managing villages. Came to the mission hall in the country of grass. Hui announced the mission to leave in 3 days. Then the ninja led him to an inn. Young man, in the next few days, you will live here with peace of mind. After 3 days, ninjas will come here to find you. Hui nodded. The ninja left. Looking at the ninja going away, there was a smile on the corner of Huey's mouth. Kurama jumps to the table. Boy Hui, what the hell are you making? Hui looked helplessly at Kurama. Kurama, yo, I'm not making a ghost this time. Really? It seems that something fun is going to happen again. Follow Hui along the way. Kurama finally experienced the breath of freedom once Hui smiled. Yes, it's a fun thing. Turning his eyes, the ninja who had received the two came to the underground of Otanin village. Through countless forks staying outside knocked gently on the door. Boom, boom, boom. There was a slightly hoarse voice inside. What's up? The ninja outside the door kneeled on one knee. Master Orochimaru, the boy you asked to pay attention to before, now we are in Otanin village. Hearing this, there was a moment of silence inside. Then the door was opened, the pale figure appeared. Tongue-licked jaw. Has it been determined? Yes, Lord Orochimaru, according to the information you previously provided, whether its appearance or clothes, they match exactly. Orochimaru grinned at the corner of his mouth. I'm finally going to meet Fang Yuwei. The kneeling ninja asked at this moment. Master Orochimaru, what shall we do next? Orochimaru waved his hand. Entertain him well, I will meet him personally. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Watching the departed ninja, Orochimaru just chuckled. Then he turned around and went on to do his own research. In the next few days, Fang Yuwei enjoys meticulous service. 3 days passed in a flash. Hui didn't go to the mission hall, instead, waiting for something in the room. Soon, a figure appeared outside the door. Opened the door, the eyes covered with purple eyeshadow. Look at the free and easy Hui. Fang Yuwei, the first time I met. Hui looked up. Upturned mouth. Yo, Orochimaru. Orochimaru gave a slight pause. Fang Yuwei doesn't seem to be surprised to see him here. Are you wondering? Orochimaru? Orochimaru's pupils shrink slightly, tongue-licked lips. Where did Hui-kun say? What do I have doubts about? Do you wonder why I am not surprised to see you? Or, wonder why I know your secret base? The smile on Orochimaru's face disappeared in an instant. Hui-kun really can't be underestimated. Hui shrugged. Okay, Orochimaru, let's talk about what you want. It's really straightforward. Hui-kun, after all I have enjoyed it for 3 days, and I am a little tired. Orochimaru has a straight look. There is only one problem. Hui-kun resurrected Kushina in the Nine Tails chaos, right? After all, Orochimaru's eyes revealed endless curiosity. Worthy of being the first scientist of Naruto. Kei looked at Orochimaru's unabashed desire. There is a playful smile on the corner of the mouth. Yes, Orochimaru, I am resurrected Kushina. Orochimaru was shocked when he heard this. Hui-kun, how did you do it? Orochimaru has a hunch, if he knows the secret, immortality is not a dream. The true meaning of immortality. Hui smiled inwardly and got the bait. But, Orochimaru, what can you give me? Orochimaru said without hesitation. My everything. Oh, I heard this not long ago. As he spoke, he glanced at Kurama, who was lying on the side. So, everything about you includes your allegiance? Nature. Hui seems to be underestimating Orochimaru's dedication to immortality. Orochimaru, put aside the vague things. Orochimaru was lost in thought. Hui continued. Do not worry. When did you think of it? When will you tell me the answer? Orochimaru was taken aback when he heard the words. What does it mean? Couldn't my allegiance not satisfy the young man in front of me? Seems to understand Orochimaru's question. Hui chuckles. Allegiance naturally requires showing one's heart. Such a simple truth. I think Orochimaru, I won't understand. So, Hui-kun, what do you want me to do? Very simple, take me to Ryokai Cave. Orochimaru was taken aback. I didn't expect Hui to know the existence of Ryokai Cave. But when I thought about it, I was relieved. After all, the summoning beast signed by 4th generation is also one of the 3 summoning beasts. Orochimaru's mouth is upturned. I don't know what Hui-kun intends to do. Are you planning to learn Sage Mode? Hui looked at Orochimaru. Don't confuse me with you, I am not interested in Sage Mode at all. Orochimaru doesn't believe it at all. After all, I have also pursued Sage Mode, but failed. Orochimaru licked his lips. No matter what Hui-kun's purpose is, since Hui-kun wants to go, then I will take you there. Hui nodded. Orochimaru spit out a scroll from his mouth. Shake the slime on the scroll. Hand seal. Reverse summoning technique. Boom! White smoke flashed by. The figures of the two disappeared in the room. Kurama is lying on the tatami and basking in the sun. Hui only feels black in front of her eyes in a blink of an eye. I came to Ryokai Cave. Feel the viscous energy around. This is natural energy. It seems that Hui-kun knows Xianshu well. Orochimaru's voice came faintly from behind. Hui nodded. I know a little bit. Hui-kun, come with me and meet the fairy white snake. After all, Orochimaru leads the way. The two of them, Kabuto turned to the depths of Ryokai Cave. Hui looked up at the temple in front of him, speaking to the front. Come out. 3. Orochimaru was surprised, let go of perception. The result was nothing. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Hui-kun, did you find anything? 3 snakes. The voice just fell. 3 women appeared in the void ahead. I saw 3 women floating in the air, looking at Hui with frivolous eyes. For the first time, it was seen through. Then, I looked at Orochimaru on the side. Orochimaru, you are waiting here. The fairy white snake invites the one next to you in. After all, the energy disappeared into the air neatly. Kei took a look at Orochimaru. Wait here, if you are paid, I can give it to you now. I saw Huey's right hand glowing with spiritual power. Finally, a page of paper. This is the escape technique I created, named Kaido. Orochimaru couldn't be polite either. Reach out and hold the paper filled with Kaido in his hand. There is enthusiasm in the eyes. Hui is a little bit reluctant to interrupt him, but I still interrupted. Orochimaru, this is just the basis of Kaido, the rest of the content, wait for you to fully understand the basics, I will give it to you naturally. Having said that, I stopped paying attention to Orochimaru, stepped into the monastery with the strength of the present Hui. Naturally, it can be seen that this is just an illusion. Walked through the long aisle, finally saw the white snake fairy in the depths. I saw the white snake fairy, orange with yellow eyes, with a green opal on the chest. The purple ribbon serves as a forehead protector. Forehead protector is inlaid with army green horn-shaped decorations with a red knight pearl on his head with a pipe in his mouth, several meters long, bodies hovering together. The two golden rings on the tail are spinning. The yellow eyes stared at Hui, tightly smoked a pipe. An old voice came. Are you here to learn fairy art? Hui shook his head. Actually, it's not. The white snake fairy has a slight meal. Speak your purpose, human. I saw Hui slowly close the paper umbrella. Stand in front of you. I just want to learn from the white snake fairy. The white snake fairy seems to have heard the funniest joke in the world. A human being dare to challenge the immortal aloof. At this moment, figures of three women floating in the air. What a bold human. Teach him well. Go to hell. I saw one of the women in white fly to Huey's side at an extremely fast speed. The sharp teeth bite his neck tightly. He is really an arrogant human. Entangled by Rujinji's magic, you will feel hot and unable to move. The woman on the side sarcastically explained. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed. Several people gradually felt something was wrong. I saw Rujinji's body twitching crazily. Hui, who was hidden behind him, randomly point the right index finger on Rujinji's body. Rujinji's body is even more crazy. Finally got the teeth out of Huey's neck. Shouted loudly with a trembling mouth, help me. The voice just fell. Just listen to boom. There is no Rujinji in the world. The eyes of the three were huge. Look at the scene in front of you. Incredibly. Shinki, Tianxin and Jijima Ji looked at each other. The body shape retreats rapidly, although the three are like sisters, but this situation I don't want to rush to die. That's right, it's just looking for death, because they don't even know how Hui killed Rujinji. The white snake fairy seems to have finally recovered. Looking at the indifferent Hui with dread, the fairy magic on his body surrounds Hui like a probing. Hui frown, leak out some Ryatsu. I saw Xianshu as if restrained retreat quickly. The fairy white snake who saw the scene is no longer surprised, it's an extreme panic. It seems that Ryatsu on Huey's body is naturally restrained from immortality. Adjusted my mentality, suppressed the fear in my heart, asked who are you? I heard the question of the white snake fairy. Hui said lightly, Fengya, why, the energy in your body is not easy. The white snake fairy doesn't seem to care about Rujinji's death at all. Hui shrugged, well, enough gossip. After all, the paper umbrella in my hand was ignited by flames. Ryujinjaka appeared. Huey's left foot moved back. Ryujinjaka is placed on the left side of the body. Hold the knife handle lightly with your right hand. Ryatsu gathers on the blade like waves. Foot cut. In different words fall. Ryujinjaka was drawn out extremely quickly. A huge half-moon cut across the air. Close the knife, return to the sheath. The slash formed by the huge spiritual power flew to the white snake immortal quickly. White snake fairy's pupils are miniaturized, can't escape. I saw the white snake fairy entwining the two female snakes with his tail. Throw to slash without hesitation. No, do not want, do not want. The voices of two female snakes. Horrified thorn. Stroking the two bodies after a slight blockage continue to fly to the white snake fairy. Taking advantage of that slight obstruction, the white snake fairy moves with a huge body. Although the white snake fairy has tried his best to escape, but it was still cut to the tail by being chopped off. The tail, wrapped in two golden rings, was permanently left in place. What? The painful voice came from the mouth of the white snake fairy. How long has it been forgotten? No such injury. The white snake fairy is finally angry. Humans, no matter what today, you must die. A loud voice came from the temple. Orochimaru, who was studying Kaido outside the temple, was also surprised. Hui-kun, you, the purpose of coming here, actually want to fight the white snake fairy? I have to say that whether you win or lose this courage, it deserves Orochimaru's admiration. At the same time, countless snakes in Ryakai Cave heard the roar of the white snake fairy while feeling puzzled. The body continues to move in the direction of Ryakai Cave. Turn his eyes back to the monastery. Hui looked at the angry white snake fairy in front of him. There is a smile on the corner of the mouth. That's right, come and fight. I always feel that Hui is more suitable for Kenpaku's panel. Funny. After that, Kei pulled out Zanpakuto and rushed to the front of the white snake immortal. Sword pressure. Slash at the white snake fairy. The white snake fairy shrinks. Sage art, snake shedding. The white snake fairy shed a layer of skin very quickly. The body flees into the distance. The slash crushed the snake's skin directly, flew out of the monastery unabated. Orochimaru outside the door feels the power contained in the slash, can't help but get cold back. Hey, it's too exaggerated. Hui-kun. I saw Huey's power for the first time, although not full, but enough to shock Orochimaru at this time. The white snake fairy who has been avoiding can no longer maintain his illusion. The temple disappeared. Orochimaru was finally able to see the battle inside. I saw the white snake fairy's body densely full of scars, panting violently. Just kidding. Looking back at Feng Yue as always, the clouds are light and the wind is light. Put Ryujinjaka on your side, looking calmly at the white snake fairy. What's wrong? The immortals of the three holy places, is it only this level? Hearing this, the white snake fairy gritted his teeth. Human, don't be too arrogant. Feel the arrival of the snakes. A trace of cruelty hangs on the corner of the white snake fairy's mouth. A snake can't kill you, then snake see tactics. Hui also felt the arrival of the snakes. Look up at the white snake fairy. Is this your whole card? Ha! Human, this is Ryakai Cave. Go to hell. After all, a one-eyed scarlet snake spewed venom from its mouth. Hui got frivolous brows. Xianya. But what? Zanpakuto gently waved. Venom was intercepted in the air. Look at the white snake fairy. I saw the white snake fairy has fled to the distance, wanting to step forward. Hui stopped. Because there are countless snakes all around him. Even Orochimaru, who plays with snakes, I can't help but numb my scalp. Otherwise, taking advantage of the snakes did not find themselves quietly buggering. Ha! Orochimaru, why are you here? A violent voice rang from behind Orochimaru. Looking back, I saw a huge purple body hovering on the ground. 10,000 snakes. Haha! The eyes of the snakes briefly looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. You really hurt me, one snake. At the moment Hui said, hey, your opponent is here. The attention of the snakes turned to White again. Boy, dare to break into Ryakai Cave. You are looking for death. Hiss, that's it. Human, you are playing with fire. Countless snakes roared, hissing. Hui dug out his ears calmly. It's really noisy enough. The Xianya in front of me can't stand Huey's presumptuousness. Long ago, twisting his body, hurried towards Hui. Hui just jumped, slightly escaped Zinya's attack. Glanced at Zinya. Look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, don't die after all, such easy-to-use tools are rare. Just when Orochimaru doubts, Ryatsu on Huey's body broke out without suppressing it. The huge Ryatsu formed a storm that swept all the snakes present. Can't move. The moment Orochimaru exploded in Hui, was suppressed on the ground. Even a finger. Can't move. Orochimaru was shocked. Hui looked at the immobile bodies of the snakes, lightly opened vermilion lips. You know what? With the blessing of Ryatsu, the sound spread throughout the audience. Whether it is rashly approaching or approach cautiously or not close at all the results are the same. I'm not talking about the future because you will end again. It is an established fact that cannot be avoided. Everything in Vientiane is ashes. Ryujin Jaka. Jifangyu is complete. The already powerful Ryatsu has become even heavier. People can't resist at all. The surrounding temperature continues to rise. The faces of the snakes, including Orochimaru, sweat like rain. Just when I can't hold on, boom. Hui holds the burning Ryujin Jaka. His eyes swept towards the snakes who were still unable to move. Such a number, just use that trick. After all, I saw Hui holding a knife in his hand, held from the heat. Ryujin Jaka inserted underground. Boom. Orochimaru feels the shaking ground. What is coming out? Thoughts flashed by. Boom. Dozens of fire pillars erupting from the ground, surrounding the snakes around me. Boom, boom, boom. Countless snakes were wiped out by the pillar of fire. A strong smell of barbecue comes out. Just a few seconds, no more snakes survived. Ryatsu spreads out. Hui felt a little surprised. As expected of Orochimaru, the vitality is really tenacious in the potholes in the ground. Stretch out a pale hand. Already pale skin, paler now. Do not forget, Hui is still in a state of liberation. That means, now the temperature around White is terrifyingly high. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with fear for a while. Trembling opening. Hui, Master Hui is really terrible. Even in that organization, even in the face of attack, and never been so powerless. The crush of pure strength. Orochimaru, you just stay here after all. Hui decided in a direction and galloped towards there. Orochimaru touched a cold sweat. You let me go, I won't go anymore. So thought of it in my heart. The other side, the white snake fairy feels the life of the snake group passing by in an instant. No pause. Ran away. Crazy fairy white snake regrets very much now. I had already signed a contract with humans who needed more. In that case, you can use the reverse summoning technique. However, there is no regret medicine in this world. I'm going to the enchantment soon. Fairy white snake relaxed in his heart. As long as you leave the enchantment, the humans behind them can't track themselves down. At this moment the flat voice is like a demon, from the side of the white snake fairy. It runs pretty fast. The white snake fairy had a meal. The yellow vertical pupil shrank for a while. How can it be so fast? The body of the white snake fairy is spring-like, ejected towards the distance in a vain attempt to open the distance between the two. Hui shook his head behind him. Really stubborn. Torch. I saw a huge flame wall in front of the white snake immortal. Forcing the white snake fairy to stop, then the inflammation wall shrank, forming a huge fire tornado, wrapped the white snake fairy inside. No! Human, you can't kill me. I am the immortal of the three holy places. The white snake fairy screamed. Feel the heat brought by the flame. The white snake fairy is desperate. I can only move out of my position as a fairy, trying to escape. Huey's eyes glanced at the white snake fairy. Fairy? Stop joking. Looking at the white snake fairy with cold eyes. It's just an animal calling a fairy? After all, no more words. Tornado-shaped inflammation wall shrinks rapidly. The white snake fairy is only in a moment. It turned into ashes. Looking at the dead white snake fairy disarmed Shikai, Hashunpo launched, he came directly in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who was recovering chakra, was shocked. Got up quickly, bend slightly, Master Wei. Okay, Orochimaru, my matter has been settled, but look around, your summoning beast seems to be useless in the future. Orochimaru shook his head hurriedly. It doesn't matter, this Ryokai cave has plenty of natural energy. As long as there is enough time, I can cultivate a group of snakes again. Hearing this, Hui nodded. The things here are all over. Orochimaru looked at the harmless Hui. It seemed to finally take a breath, become the spooky Orochimaru again. I see, Master Hui, I will leave now. Bang, white smoke go away. The two figures have reappeared in the room. Kei looked at Orochimaru in front of her with a smile. So, Orochimaru, what can you do now? Orochimaru was taken aback. I didn't expect Feng Yue to mention this issue as soon as he came back. Then Orochimaru was relieved. I have experienced that kind of power. Be a scientist quietly. Master Hui, you must accept my loyalty at this time. Hui nodded in satisfaction, full of deterrence. Kurama stared blankly at the scene in front of him. I went to Ryokai Cave, just accept allegiance? Kei took a look at Orochimaru. Okay, Orochimaru, just continue your business. Orochimaru bowed. Yes, Master Hui. After that, I left. After all, there is Kaido to study. To this, Hui said, without Ryutsu, how to study Kaido? Stop paying attention to the fanatical Orochimaru. Take out the map. Kurama, what about going directly to Rain Shinobi Village next? Still go here? Index finger pointing to the location on the map. Nine Tails was stunned, looking at Hui with a speechless face. Are you sure you want to go here? Because, where Hui pointed, it is the land of thunder. Hui pinched his chin, pondered for a moment. Well, forget it, let's go next time if you have a chance. After all, the goddess is very important. After all, Hui and Kurama embarked on a journey to Rain Shinobi Village for a whole month. The two passed through the kingdom of Frost, the country of Taki, the country of grass. Finally came to the territory of the country of rain without stopping. Come outside Rain Shinobi Village. Hui looked up at the weather in Rain Shinobi Village. Rainy. Hui Baya was fortunate that he chose to turn Ryujinjaka into a paper umbrella. Holding a white paper umbrella, step into Rain Shinobi Village. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. I can only say that it's not time to come by myself. Although the Rain Tiger Free Technique is Nagato injecting chakra into the rain, manipulating the rain. Techniques to detect intruders, but in fact, Yahuzai Zaishu does not rain every Sunday. I have to say that this technique is very bug. Even if Nagato dispatched Pain out of the village to perform the task, you can still use this technique to monitor the entire village. Whiting walks in the village with Kurama. Kurama also looked around curiously. This is Rain Shinobi Village. Kurama exclaimed. Yes, boy, how are you going to find them? Hui shook his head. Unnecessary. Hand stretched out the umbrella. Feel the sensation of rain falling on your skin. Although I have incorporated the abilities of the old man, but Hui actually likes rainy days. They will come to us. Take your hand back into the umbrella. Then shall we wait here? Why, let's go find a tavern. Kurama. A black line. Since leaving the village, Hui seems to have awakened the attributes of a drunkard. Although it's just a drink each time, I can't stand it many times. This way, whenever you see the tavern, you must go in and taste the local wine. Kurama shook his head helplessly. Hui came to a pub in the middle of the street, opened the wooden sliding door. The wind chimes make a nice jingle sound. Welcome. The hotel owner is wearing a comfortable kimono, looking at the guests entering the door. With a pleasant color. Then, I saw a teenager. Boy, this is not where you should be. Hui sighed slightly. It's really troublesome, everywhere. Have to copy it again. Throw the money bag to the boss. After solving the worries, Hui found a corner. Sit there quietly, look at the sake. Named Rain Shinobi special offer. Heat up the sake, pour into a small cup, squeeze lightly, suck. Drinking some shaku on a rainy day, it feels great. Hui sighed. Really a little drunkard, kid. Kurama's voice comes from the beginning. After all, good wine can't live up to it. Haha. Eating the dishes that go with the wine. Soon, a bottle of wine is about to be consumed. At the same time, on the huge human face sculpture, Tiandeo opened his eyes. Konan. Whistle. Paper flying in the sky gradually formed the appearance of Konan. What's wrong? Heavenly Way. The heavenly Rinnegan looks at the izakaya in the distance. He came. Hearing that, Konan's pupils shrank. Seems to think of that boy again. Go and bring him. Konan nodded in response. Paper dissipated in the air. Hui packed some wine to take away, then came to the street with an umbrella, watching pedestrians hurrying. Hui gradually melted in the steel. Buildings on both sides are sometimes mixed with some stones. Most buildings are wrapped with large and small steel pipes. Quite punk. But who makes Rain Shinobi Village rain all year round? If there is no huge pipeline, might have been flooded long ago. Throw away the mess of thoughts in your mind, staring at the purple-haired girl in front of you. Yeah, meet again. Huibang said hello blindly. I don't care about the respect of the villagers around Konan. After all, he's still an angel. A trace of fear flashed in Konan's eye. Speak, come with me, God wants to see you. The surrounding villagers lamented the greatness of God. At the same time, I envy Zuai can be chosen by God. Konan finished. Behind you, the paper wings spread out. Thinking of flying away from the tower. Reached the tower. Konan looked back at Huey's location unexpectedly. Huey's figure has appeared next to Konan. This is it. The calm tone came from Huey's mouth. God is waiting for you inside. After that, Konan turned around and walked in. Hui shrugged. Follow Konan into the tower. Looked at Pain, who was on a high level. The Lavender Renegade is also watching Hui. The eyes of the two collided in the air. Feng Yuwei, the famous devil child, when Hui heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched. Hey, stop talking about that shameful nickname. Tuko. Hui continued. Akatsuki organization, let's talk about it. The purpose of inviting me to come. Words of heaven, there is no expression on the indifferent face, since you are now guarding Konoha village. So, what do you think of the world? I think if there is no war in this world, will be better. Hui answered seriously. There was a glimmer of light in Rinnegan. Yes, if there is no war in this world, then everyone will live and work in peace and contentment. There is no wife ion scattered, not falling apart. No home is broken. No country will perish. Speaking of passion, heaven raises his hand. Come on, join us. Here, you will find like-minded companions. Work hard for a better world. Hui heard this and said calmly, having said so much, still haven't told me what you plan to do? Heaven puts his hands down. After all, it is a secret of the organization. If you join, I will tell you. Hui raises his hand. No, I'm not interested in knowing. In fact, I knew it. Do you think it is difficult for this world to breed peace? It's actually not difficult for me. Hui gave a chuckle. But that would be a lot less fun, wouldn't it? Tiandao's eyes condensed. There seems to be a slight fluctuation in the indifferent tone. Oh? It seems that you have confidence in your own strength. Tiandao raised his right hand. It's foolish to challenge God. Universal pull. I saw Huey's figure flying towards Tiandao's hands uncontrollably. Hui squinted. Oh ha. Do you want to fight so impatiently? After all, Ryujin Jaka in Huey's hand slashed out. A strong slash rushed towards the heaven. The lavender Rinnegan condenses. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom. I saw the invisible barrier unfolding around itself. Seems to want to bounce Huey's slash away. The corner of Huey's mouth rises. Heaven. Careless. My slash is not an ordinary slash. Tiandao feels the power of slashing Nani. The slash persists until the end of the use of Shenluo Tianzheng. Fly towards the heavens without any reduction. At this moment a figure resists Tiandao's side. Hungry Kido opens his hands trying to absorb the slash. Suddenly, Hungry Kido exclaimed, this is not chakra. Boom! With the sound of Hungry Kido his body was divided into two. The other four figures appeared beside Tiandao. Hell Road, put your hands together. Rebirth. The huge Yama's head protrudes from the ground. Rinnegan on Yama's face is staring at the Hungry Kido, then opened his mouth. The long purple tongue with long hands puts pain in the mouth. After chewing, Hungry Kido's figure reappeared. Hui looked at the scene in front of him with interest. In my previous life, he felt that the ninjutsu of Hades was a real bug. According to the official introduction, the king of hell behind the road of hell is in charge of life and death. Honestly, Kei is looking forward to it. If he is Shinigami, what will happen to the king of Yama? Not to mention these for the time being. Hui looked at the perfectly assembled pain Ryujin Jaka on his shoulders. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Looking at Tiandao's stern face, Hui smiled. Rinnegan, who has always been in trouble, has encountered something that can't be solved? Do you feel like you are a waste? Nothing can be protected. Have to say, Huey's words are broken. Yahiko and many of his partners fell to their feet because of their weakness. On Tiandao's face, a rare emotion called anger appeared. Feng Yuwei, I saw the human world and Hell Road appear beside Hui. The two attacked Hui with their fists. When Hui easily resisted the attack of the two. At this moment, Beast Dao, male, hand seal, summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. Three huge figures destroyed the tower, put Huiting on the water platform behind Rain Shinobi Village. Hui looked at Pain in front of him. That's interesting. Shunpo. Huey's figure instantly appeared beside Human World. Sword pressure. Thorn. Solve 1. How the figure changes again. Come to the side of Hell Road. Raise the Ryujin Jaka in your hand. If you die, you won't be resurrected. Cut. Puff. The sound of slashing across the body is still so smooth. Shook the knife in his hand. After seeing the reaction, the three big summoning beasts rushing towards him. The beasts don't come here to disrupt the situation. Shunpo change. Gemini Shunpo. I saw Huey's figure instantly turned into two. The clone stays in place to deal with the summoning beast. The other body came directly in front of the animal road. A corner of the mouth. Tisk. The male beast is really ugly to death. Meow meow meow. The male beast asked. Don't wait for him to react. Terrifying. Zanpakuto has taken her sheath. Puff. Beast road die. The clone on the other side took out the summoning beast with no effort. Dissipated between heaven and earth. Just a moment. It destroyed the human realm, hell realm, and animal realm. Hui looked at the late heavenly Dao and the remaining Shura Dao and Hungry Kido, the so-called god. Only this degree. Don't make people laugh out loud. Boom. Ryutsu broke out on Hui. The vast spiritual power was poured out on everyone present. Karakara Azura and Hungry Kido's body began to crack. Then, with boom, Shura Road, Hungry Kido death. Konan's forehead is cold and sweaty. Resist. Ryutsu has already exhausted his best. The person in front of you, it's a devil. Heavenly Rinnegan's lavender light is getting brighter and brighter. After that, the pressure on my body was relieved as Hui. Take back. Ryutsu looking at the dumbfounded two. Well, this is the end of the battle. Konan's doubts were written on his face. Go to the main body. Faint opening. Hearing this, Konan was taken aback. Heaven does not respond after all. he is also a dead man. Body can't tremble. Tiendeo took a deep look at Feng Yu. Why bring him here? The voice came from Tiendeo's mouth. Conan nodded silently, took a look at Hui. The eyes are full of jealousy. Come with me. After all, lead Hui to the previous tower through the underground. Came to a door. Push open the door. Hui finally saw Nagato. There are more than 10 years to go before the original work. Nagato received far less damage, but even so at this time, Nagato is also a skinny look. Looking at Nagato speak, it's really miserable. Nagato squinted his eyes slightly. Feng Yu, why, you seem to know me well, or, you know these eyes well. Hui nodded, half knowledge, pointing to Nagato's eyes. Rinnegan, the eyes of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Nagato is unmoved. It's no secret after all information that Jiraiya can know. Konoha's demon child also knows that it's not weird, but Faye paused. These eyes do not belong to you. Ignore Nagato. Hui continued, presumably you feel it. Even Rinnegan looks at Nagato's scrawny body. The side effects won't be so strong, right? Nagato's lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to say something in the end still couldn't speak. Conan embraced with both hands. It is faintly visible that her hands are trembling slightly. Feng Yu, why, what do you want to do? Hui looked at the two with a smile. Extend right index finger. Promise me one thing. If it is forbidden to start with Konoha, then don't talk about it. Nagato said coldly. I saw. Hui shook his head. It's not. The two looked at Hui suspiciously. What? Nagato's shocked voices came. Then I looked at Hui solemnly. You sure? Hui nodded with a smile. That's it. After the secret conversation, Hui left Rain Shinobi Village contentedly. Nagato and Conan look at Huey's back. Can't speak for a long time at this moment. Aozumaki appeared in the void. The voice of Madara came. It seems you have been attacked here. Nagato looked back at Madara coldly. You should have come here earlier. Madara spreads out. Well, I did some preparations after all. What preparations? Rinnegan of Nagato stared at Sharingan of Madara and asked Feng Yu why. Scarlet light circulates in Sharingan. That boy, can't let it go. Nagato sneered inwardly. Only make insidious tricks behind as you expected. Turning his eyes, Hui holding a paper umbrella, walking in the forest. Kurama asked at this moment, boy, are you really going to do this? Hui said while looking at the map. You can only do this. Kurama said suspiciously. Why? Boy, don't tell me that you can't solve it with your ability. Hui shook his head. It can be solved naturally, but isn't it more interesting? Kurama heard the words and stopped talking. I can't beat him anyway. Why do you care about so much? Where should I go next? Hui looked at the map and muttered to himself, the Kingdom of Wind. Speaking of which, Gaara's life shouldn't be so comfortable now. Well, made up my mind. Well, go to the Iron Country. Kurama's ears moved. Hey, brat, the country of iron is east of the country of fire. Hui nodded. Yeah, I know. Are you special? Kurama held back, suppressing his temper and said, boy Hui, but we are now in the west of the country of fire. If you want to go to the country of iron, you have to cross the country of fire. Do you know how far it is? After hearing this, Hui fell into contemplation. Then the right hand fisted on the left hand. It turns out that you can cross the country of fire. Scratched his head. I'm thinking about returning to the land of the country the same way. Ha. Damn it, is this someone who never wakes up and pretends to sleep? 3 months, 3 full months. Hui is either on the way or drinking, and after drinking, you must enjoy the scenery. Kurama felt it was so torture to watch the scenery for the first time. It seems that if you are free for a long time, you will get tired easily one day. Hui and Kurama walked slowly in the forest. Kurama jumped in front of Hui, looked straight at Hui. Boy Hui, let's discuss one thing, okay? Hui moved his hand holding the umbrella away a bit. What's the matter? Kurama, look, our goal is to go to the Iron Country, right? Hui nodded. But we have been walking for 3 months, right? Hui continued to nod. Kurama hears the words and clasps her claws together. In this way, I get bigger and you sit on my back. Let's go faster, okay? Kurama's eyes are full of expectation. Hui thought a little bit, although the proposal is very good. Tap, verbal Varu, are you special? Kurama is furious at this time. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Wow. A kill of flies behind Hui. Hui turned a little sideways, avoiding the attack of Kunao. Look at the tree behind her. A few times I saw a total of 3 people. Hui looked at the forehead protector on Lai Ren's head. 2 corrugated strips on top and bottom. Missed Shinobi Ninja. Then I looked at the person's appearance. Isn't this the 7 ninja swordsman? The one on the left has short black hair. Forehead protector is worn on the front side, bandage on lower face and neck. It is the owner of the beheading sword. That I will not be beheaded again. The woman in the middle has long brown red hair with a vertical braid, with sharp teeth. The neck is also wrapped with a bandage. It is the owner of Thunder Tooth Blade Ringo Yuyuri. The man on the right has white hair. It is the owner of the double sword Flounder Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Tao Du will not cut again and said, you are Feng Yu. Why, right? Although it is a questioning sentence, it is said in affirmative words. It's like a fake replacement. Looking at the 3 ninja swordsmen, Huey's heart is thinking about strange things at this moment. Why are they all sharp teeth and bandaged? The 3 of them didn't seem to plan to meet Hui Moji. I don't even cut the knot in the hands. Ninfa mist shinobi technique. The mist in the air gradually became stronger. Scattered Ringo Yuyuri gave an order. The 3 of them left the trunk in an instant. I saw 3 big swords cut Xionggui's head, heart, and abdomen respectively. Hui seems to have just reacted from his thoughts. The surrounding riots directly form a shield. After all, the attacks below cage level, I can't hurt Hui at all. If someone from another shinobu village comes, certainly not so presumptuously offensive however, Kirigakure has been blocked for a long time, intelligence gathering is too slow nanny. The slashes of the three slashed on the faint film can't go any further. I saw the three quickly retreat simultaneously, seal in the hands water style, water dragon bomb technique, times 3 water dragons merged into one, rushing towards Hui. Hui frowned slightly. Sure enough, I still hate water style. Hold your right hand in the void. I saw the water dragon can't enter again. Exert a little effort, just listen to a bang, the water dragon exploded instantly. Don't cut. The three people looking at each other again escape, decisively chose to retreat. As the three of them retreated, Hui moved Shunpo, one kid with one knife. After that, regardless of whether the three people live or die, move on leisurely. Boy Hui, don't you need to interrogate? Hui shook his head. No, Kirigakure dare to do something to me at this time. There is only one possibility. What's possible? It's disgusting for me to be manipulated. Say no more words instead. The attention is attracted by the system template host. Fengyuai physical strength XX, break the limit, energy XX, break the limit, Ryutsu XXX, breaking the limit, currently fused character Yamamoto genryusai, 89.9% fusion, evaluation, the first person in the ninja world. Higher goals are waiting for you. Since defeating Pain, the degree of integration has been maintained at 89.9%. The three of them were cut down in an instant, and the degree of integration did not rise the slightest. Hui thought about it. It seems that mere combat can no longer satisfy the improvement of integration. What is missing? And the breakthrough limit behind the brackets, is it a breakthrough in this world, or the limit of the old man? After thinking for a while, still can't find the answer simply, Hui didn't think about it anymore. Secretly scolded a few brainless systems. I embarked on the road to the country of iron. Finally, after another month of travel, Hui finally came to the gate of the Iron Kingdom. Karama tears like rain. Finally the horse is here. Obito, first thing, go to the bar first. Karama growls above his head, you really have enough. In the end, the two came to the izakaya. I drank the shaku beautifully. Hui headed for the capital of the Iron Kingdom. The samurai passing by the country of iron on the road from time to time wearing silver laminated hanging armor, equipped with more than 2 knives with a gas mask on the head. Karama curiously said, is this the samurai of the Iron Kingdom? It's really the first time I saw you. Hui Vinyan asked, have you never seen a samurai before? Karama shook his head. After all, it is permanently neutral. Hui nodded. A country of iron that will not initiate a war. They rarely appear on the battlefield. Speaking of, boy Hui, what is the purpose of your coming to the Iron Country? It's impossible to just visit the Iron Country, right? Hui shook his head. Of course not, I am trying to improve my swordsmanship. Karama couldn't believe it. The swordsmanship that destroys the heavens and the earth must be advanced in the Iron Kingdom? Are you afraid that it's not against the Iron Kingdom? Are you kidding? Hui shook his head. The leader of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune, has superb swordsmanship. That can't match your kind of swordsmanship, right? Nature cannot be compared. Karama doubts. Then you. Huey's footsteps stopped. I have come to Mifune's office to hone my swordsmanship. Hui said lightly. Politely knocked on the door. There was a puffy voice from inside. Who is it? Hui replied, a swordsman. Why did you come here? Hon Jiangxin crunched. The door is opened. A middle-aged man appeared. Man's face fortitude. There is calmness in his eyes. Glance at Hui. Speaking of come and bring Hui through the front courtyard. Came to the courtyard behind the house. There is an old man in the courtyard. A katana lies flat on both knees. Close your eyes and meditate. The middle-aged man said, you wait a moment here. After all, walk to the old man. After whispering a few times, the middle-aged man retreated. The old man's eyes looked towards Hui. You are Feng Yuwei, right? Hui nodded in response. It seems that Mr. Mifune has also heard my name. Mifune said with a smile, I just heard about it below. Okasuk's character has always been like that. I hope you don't mind. It seems that the middle-aged man's name just now is Okasuk. Think for a moment and Huey's heart nodded and replied, naturally don't mind. Sit down. The two sat looking at each other. I heard that you are here to hone Jiangxin. Yes, Mr. Mifune, I heard of your swordsmanship and its power. Why do you still need to hone Jiangxin? Hui thought for a while. Replied, I always feel that my sword is missing something. Hearing this, Mifune just smiled and nodded. Come here every afternoon from now on. Hui was overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Mifune. In this way, Hui settled down temporarily in the country of iron. Unknowingly, time came to Kana has 51 years. This year, Hui is 8 years old. In the courtyard of Mifune, sitting cross-legged, Hui opened his eyes. A teenager who has already grown up, his long black hair was tied into a ponytail, flying with the wind. Huey's eyes were filled with calmness. Clenched a fist. Finally, master, host, Feng Yuwei stamina, XXX energy, XXX Ryutsu, XXXXX currently fused character, Yamamoto genryusai, 100% fusion, number of draws available, once evaluation, the strongest. Satisfactorily checked his attributes. System, lottery. It's still the lottery picture like that cheap online GameStop with the name Hui had a meal. Will you get him? The corners of the mouth rise. It looks like I have something like a summoning beast. The second fusion, Asakura Yuong. Current degree of integration, 30%. After all, the attributes are the same, they are all playing with fire, and the initial degree of integration is a bit high. But the most anticipated, still, Fire Spirit. According to the description in Summoning King, Fire Spirit is one of the 5 great elves of the Pucci tribe. Has the title of the strongest fire spirit, its flame can burn bones, souls, and everything. As long as the more souls absorbed, the stronger it is. Hui got up and patted the fallen leaves on her body at this time. Hui's height has reached 1.7 meters. Slender figure without a trace of fat, still wearing a jet black kimono. Turn Ryujinjaka into a paper umbrella, gently hold up the umbrella. Kurama, call out Kurama's name softly. I saw the small Kurama lying on Hui's head like a familiar road. Boy Hui, are you leaving now? Ah, it's time to go back. Kurama shows a hint of emotion. Time flies so fast. Hui smiled. Yeah, Naruto is 4 years old this year, right? It's time to go back and see them. After all, Hui walked towards the house. Boom, boom, boom. Come and open the wooden door and look at the 3 boats sitting in the house. Hui bowed deeply. Mr. Mifune, thank you for the teaching over the past 3 years. Mifune looked at the beautiful young man, smiled from the corner of the mouth. Excessive reputation, Zaiwai. Your strength itself is not bad, it just takes some time to settle, to feel that power. Hui nodded. Thank you, Mr. Mifune. 3 ships waved their hands. Zaiwai, are you leaving now? Well, although I am very reluctant, but it is time to go back. The two were silent for a while. Mifune seems to be a little bit emotional, and a little bit dissatisfied. After all, these 3 years have really taught Feng Yuwei. In the end it can only be turned into a sai. Zaiwai, the future of shinobi will be the stage for your young people. Fai Gongxiao. Mr. Mifune, no matter how you change, the country of iron will always exist. Mifune smiled relievedly. 3 ships have been shocked by Hui's strength more than once in the past 3 years. If you ask who is the strongest in this world, Mifune must have said Feng Yuwei without hesitation. At this moment, I heard Hui's promise. Mitsune speaks with your words, I'm relieved. Hui watched San Chuan gradually move into old age, speaking slowly. Father, the affairs of the Iron Kingdom can be done by Uncle Okasuk. Don't be too tired. Mifune laughed. Boy, I'm not that old yet, don't worry, I'm still waiting for you to come back and inherit the Iron Kingdom. Hearing Mifune's words, Hui's mouth twitched. Master, you have been talking about this for 3 years. Mifune looked straight. Boy, the old man will tell you seriously. One last time I saw Mifune looking directly at Hui. Iron Country, the old man really intends to leave it to you. Father, let's talk about this when you are too old to walk. You kid. Hui shrugged. Well, I'm leaving, then I will come back to see you. After that, Hui left. Talking about Mifune, Hui expressed fear. I'll come back often when I have time. The voice of Mifune came. Hui didn't look back, just stretched out his hand and swung back. Konoha, Hokage Building, Hokage Office. The glasses of 4th generation are thickened by Tenten, the youngest Hokage in history, has also faded. Broken heart for Konoha. This can be seen from the thickness of his glasses. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. A pineapple-headed man in a green vest walked in. Minato looked up. Ah, it's Luju, what's the matter? Nara Luyu said, Master Minato, the Cloud Shinobi Village mission has come to Konoha. Minato put down the pen in his hand and squeezed his temple. Well, arrange them to the meeting room, Master Minato. Nara Luyu hesitated and stopped. What's wrong? Lu Ju, I just think Cloud Shinobi Village sends out missions at this time. I'm afraid the Komer is not good. A flash of light in Minato's eyes. Ah, indeed, after all, the war has just ended a few years ago. Master Minato, what do you mean? I will send Umbu to monitor their every move. Before they don't make any extraordinary moves, they can only watch the changes. Lu Ju could only nod his head in response. Just when Minato met with the Cloud Shinobi Village mission, Hui also stepped into the forest belonging to Konoha. Hui holding a paper umbrella, slowly admiring the surrounding scenery. I really miss it. Yeah, I haven't come back in years. I don't know what happened to Naruto and the others, and Itaki. Seems to have thought of something. Hui pats his forehead. Hi, Kurama. Didn't I say hello to Itaki when I left? Kurama opened his glasses. Oh? How do I know? At this moment 2 figures with animal masks fell in front of Hui. This is Konoha's range. What's the matter? 2 voices of a man and a woman came from under the mask. Listening to a familiar voice, Hui moved the paper umbrella away. 107. Hearing this, the man trembled. Some people can't believe it. Hui-kun. Hui smiled happily. Ah, it's me. Itaki took off the mask. The joy on Ferret's face can't be restrained. Hui stepped forward and hooked Itaki's shoulder. My dear friends, they have grown up and have all entered Umbu. Hearing this, Itaki complained, I don't know who left without saying goodbye. Oh, plus, oh forward. Hui smiled awkwardly. Ahahaha, the situation was urgent at that time. I can take care of Kushina's sister's house in an emergency. Ahaha. Itaka sighed. Hui-kun, forgive you this time. 107 matches high. Yu Zian on the side looked at the 2 screaming. A blank in my mind. Feng Yuwei. Minister Umbu. I saw Uzu Zian, and immediately knelt on one knee. Your Excellency. Welcome back. Hearing what Zian said, Itaka finally remembered the best friend in front of me is Minister Umbu. Hurriedly prepared to kneel down, but was held by Hui. Okay, don't care about these details. After all, look towards Zian. Get up. 2 yes. Patted Itaki on the shoulder. Come with me to the Hokage Tower and have a drink together at night. After all, turn around coolly, leaving Itaka standing there dazedly. Drink. Have you developed such a good habit outside these years? Itaka felt his blue veins stick out. Pulling Zian, he hurried to catch up with Huey's pace. Passing by Konoha Gate, the guards have been replaced by Gang Zitai and Shinayu Izumo. Watching the Hui trio walking into the door, Gang Zitai patted Shinayu Izumo's shoulder lightly. That person just now. Shinayu Izumo smiled on her face. Konoha's Minister Umbu is back. Looking at Konoha, that is completely different now. Shining eyes. Oh, 1,007. 1,007. Konoha actually has a TV. Itake was relieved from the shock of drinking. Yes, I heard it was specially sponsored by a company. Wow, so strong. Hui raised his thumb, then asked in confusion, but what can I watch on this TV? Zian raised her hand on the side. I know this, Lord Minister. Well, just call me Hui. Yes, Master Hui. Whatever. Shiyan continued. Now at 8 o'clock every night there is The Adventure of the Wind and Cloud Princess. Isn't this a movie? Hui asked curiously. Although it's a movie, it's actually a series. 8 episodes have been released so far. Suga Hui stopped and went all the way. Keep asking questions. Itake and Zian explained to Hui without the slightest impatience. Finally came to the Konoha building. Hui looked back at the two. Okay, just send it here. Zian, thank you for your explanation. Shiyan's face blushed after hearing the words Hui. Master Hui. No, you are welcome. Hui looked at Itake. 1,007, don't forget to drink at night. Oh yes, please inform my idiot brother. Itake nods. Well, leave it to me, just go to Akamika's Yakiniku restaurant, okay? Hui flashed a trace of memory. Akamika's barbecue. Okay, then it's settled, see you tonight. After that, Hui turned around and entered the Hokage building. Zian behind her stared blankly at Huey's back. When Itake saw this, his face was full of teasing. Zian, Hui-kun has gone far. Shiyan nodded, still stunned. The ferret on the side coughed. Zian, do you like Hui-kun? Zian felt as if she was shocked when she heard this, swinging in the air with both hands, indiscriminately flushed. I don't talk nonsense. Itake just smiled faintly, turned and left. Humph, woman, I have already seen you through. Hui opened the door of the office but found out that Minato is not inside. Instead, another figure is sitting next to the office. Hui squinted. Nara, Luyu. Luju looked at the handsome man in front of him. Kun was lost in thought, then suddenly realized. You are Zaiwai. Uncle Luyu, long time no see. Luju hurriedly got up and came to Huey's side, looking at Hui, who was about the same height as his own side. Zaiwai has grown up too. It's okay, just a little bit taller. Luyu's mouth twitches. I am only 175.5 centimeters on horseback. Really grow a little bit taller. Uncle Luyu, if you have anything to say before drinking at night. Hui glanced at the office full of files. Where is Uncle Minato? Hearing this, Luju sighed. Master Minato is in the meeting room downstairs to receive the delegation from Cloud Shinobi Village. Cloud Shinobi Village mission? Hui thought in his heart, is it for Byakugan? No way. Hui asked, what is the purpose of the Cloud Shinobi Village mission this time? Establish a friendship between the two villages. Hui interrupted Luju after hearing the first sentence. The muscular guys in Cloud Shinobi Village still know the friendship between the two villages. This is too much. Just then, the office door was opened. Minato walked in with a slightly tired figure. Looking up at the boy in front of you. Zaiwai? Hui raises his hand. Yeah, Uncle Minato, you can count back. Putting aside tiredness, Minato touched Huey's head. How? The village has changed a lot, right? Minato's tone was a little proud. Thoughts flashed in Huey's mind. Sure enough, keeping Minato alive is more important. Speak. I have seen changes along the way, as expected of you, Uncle Minato. Ha. For some reason, watching Hui come back, Minato's mood relaxed all at once. Cloud Shinobi Village? Spicy chicken. Several people sit down on the sofa. Minato carefully looked at Zhu Hui, seeing Huey's goosebumps. Uncle Minato, have you seen enough? Minato coughed awkwardly. Zaiwai, haven't been back in years. Yeah, don't talk about it yet. Hui has a straight face. The potential of the body becomes stronger. Leave it to me. At Cloud Shinobi Village, as long as they dare to do something good, kill. Minato and Luyu felt cold sweat constantly oozing from their backs. Hui, you have become stronger. It's really much stronger than before. Zaiwai, then Cloud Shinobi Village will take care of you. Don't worry, Uncle Minato. After talking about business, Minato laughed. By the way, Zaiwai, you haven't visited Kushina yet, have you? Hui shook his head. I came to you to report directly when I return to the village. Then you have to be careful. Hui looked dazed. Meow meow meow. Did you tell Kushina that you will come back often? Yes, so you are done. Hui hurriedly got up. Uncle Minato, have a drink in the evening. I will visit the village. Right here is the door of the office was violently pushed open. Blood red pepper with flying hair. Wind. You. Hui, the fire in the eyes is shining. Hui was frightened, standing in place, speaking awkwardly. Ahaha, Master Kushina, your news is so well informed. I am going to see you. Boom. Kushina punched Hui in the head. Boy, if it wasn't for Gang Zisha to come and tell me, I don't even know you were back. Damn it, careless, those two gatekeepers. Just when Hui was at a loss, Kushina hugged Hui. I have never felt the glory of family happiness. At this moment, both hands are swaying in the air indiscriminately. Mo, Zaiwai, welcome back. Hui stopped swinging his hands wildly. I'm back. Let go of Hui. Kushina looked at Hui, who was already taller than herself. Zaiwai, you are so tall now. Haha, it's a little bit longer. Hey, Master Kushina, have dinner in the evening, let Uncle Minato tell you specific things. I will go to Umbu first. Kushina heard the words and understood that Hui was going to deal with business matters. No more fooling around. Well, go. Zaiwai say hello to a few people. Huibian came to the Umbu building non-stop, looking at the Umbu building that is much more spectacular than 3 years ago. Hui nodded in satisfaction. Uncle Minato is also interested. Enter the underground training hall. I saw that Umbu had assembled long ago, waiting quietly for Huey's arrival. 3 years have come. Welcome the minister back. Hui eyed a black line. Hey, forget it if you are welcome. Is the evil god with a crooked mouth on a horse? Looking at Umbu below, Hui feels relieved. Sure enough, Umbu is still comfortable, randomly speaking calmly. Umbu, has the current captain changed? Ching came out with a green mask. Minister, the captain has not changed in any way. Where is Kakashi? Vice Captain Kakashi is on a mission. I won't be back later today. Hui nodded to express understanding. When I return to the village today, I heard that the Cloud Shinobi Village mission visited. Give you a task. Cloud Shinobi Village. During Kana has time watching them tightly all the time. As long as there is a slight change, report it to me immediately. Yes, Lord Minister. Now, go. Hahalumbu's figure has all disappeared. A young man with ribs on his back stayed. Fai looks to the youth. Yeah, Shisui Hui, it's been a long time since I saw you. It is Shisui. Because Hui has already killed Danzo and rewritten Uchiha's fate. So a genius like Shisui was included. In Umbu talked to Shisui for a few words and told him to go to dinner at night. Then Hui left the Umbu building ready to go to Kushina's house. Walking on the road, Karama, who has been invisible for a long time, said, Boy Hui, even though I am a tail beast, but I also know you better not go to Kushina's house empty-handed. Hui was anguished for a while. Let's take a look at the commercial street. Stroll in the commercial street. Pick left. Pick again. I finally chose a bracelet. Oh yes, there are gifts from Naruto and Sasuke. Thought for a moment, well, what gifts do the two little kids want? Karama, of course. Hui wouldn't fail to prepare gifts. I have chosen a gift. Hui came to Kushina's house. Give the prepared bracelet to Kushina. Mo, Zaiwai, don't spend money lavishly in the future. You have to save some, otherwise what should I do when I get married in the future? Hey, that kind of thing is still early. Kushina heard the words, her index finger pointed Huey's forehead. No, life is fast, so prepare early. Helpless, Hui can only nod in agreement. By the way, where is Naruto? Kushina said. Naruto, probably at Sasuke's house. Oh, go and find Sasuke? It's not playing, two people train together. Fai feels curious. Hey, you started training at such a young age? Kushina glanced at Hui. It looks like you are earlier than them. Furthermore, he has been on the battlefield since he was 3 years old. Hui scratching his head. It's the war years after all. I'm just going to Uchiha's house, so let's go and see them both. Kushina nodded, then remembered something and said, oh, by the way, Zaiwai, eat at home at noon. Fai staggered. Hey, I will eat at Uchiha's at noon. Sister Mikato hasn't seen each other for a long time. After that, Hui fled from Kushina's house. Even if Kushina cursed at the back, she wouldn't look back. Joke, just came back one day. Should I make my stomach suffer? Walking on the street, a problem deeply troubled Hui because I cleaned Uchiha before the rest of the tribe, led by Fugaku, have all returned to Konoha. So, Uchiha moved. So here comes the problem. I seem to be lost. Standing on the cross street, Huey's figure is so lonely. Hui-kun? A voice rang from behind. Hui turned his head and looked. Yo, Red, it really is Hui-kun. When did you come back? Just came back today after chatting with Yurihong. Red belly laughed. So you are lost now? Nodded helplessly. Yeah, I can't find Uchiha's house. Red speaking. It just so happens that I'm fine. I'll take you there. That's great. Two people walking side by side on the road. By the way, Hong, how are you and Asuma? Not to say it's okay. I saw a burst of anger on the red face. Mo, Asuma guy, quarreled with third generation. I have to run to be the guardian of the 12 ninjamen. That's it. After chatting, the two came to the new Uchiha tribe. Hui, this is it. Yeah, thank you. Red too polite. Hui-kun. Come to dinner in the evening and drink soju. There was a gleam in the red eyes. Worthy of you. Red. Then it settled. See you tonight. See you tonight. Watching Hong leave, Hui entered Uchiha's clan land. Look at the smiles on Uchiha's faces on both sides. Hui felt a moment of trance. Kabuto finally came to Uchiha Fugaku's house. Knock on the wooden door. There was a woman's voice inside. Who? Crack the door is open. Mikato with black long straight hair shows her head. You are Zaiwai? Fengyawai scratched his head. Mikato still remembers me. Mikato opened the door excitedly. What is Zaiwai saying? Come in quickly. Then bother lead Hui to sit down in the living room. Mikato keeps asking questions. Hui also responded. Suddenly Mikato slapped his head. Oh, so happy to meet you. I forgot to inform Fugaku them. It's okay, Mikato's sister. I heard Master Kushina say, Naruto and Sasuke are training at your home? Mikato nodded yes. It is. Mikato's eyes were filled with relief. The two kids have heard about you and Itaka since they were young. After a pause, I added tea to Hui. Keep talking, but you have not been in the village, so the two will challenge Itaka from time to time. It turns out that I don't need to say much. Every time I come back with a disgraced face. However, neither of them has been convinced. Hui smiled and answered, these two boys, where are they training now? Mikato recalled. In the morning, Fugaka said he wanted to take them to the waterfall at the back of the village. Hui knows it, put down the teacup in his hand, Sister Mikato, then I'll go see them too first. Okay, Zayawai, stay with my sister for dinner at noon. Hui nodded vigorously. According to Mikato's tips, Hui came to the waterfall looking at the three figures under the waterfall. Hui quickened his pace. Uncle Fugaku, who maintained his majesty, looked back, then there was joy on his face. Zayawai? The two who were fighting also stopped. The two little eyes stared at Hui. Jet black kimono holding a paper umbrella with a pet on his head. Naruto looked at Suzuki and said softly, it doesn't look like a strong one at all. Suzuki Tsundara snorted. The tail of the crane, brother said, don't judge people by their appearance, besides, this is someone my brother also admires. Taro walked to Fugaku's side. Fugaku patted Huey's shoulders. Zayawai, I have grown taller. Fugaku looked back at the two little ones who were stunned. Frowned. Who allowed you to stop? Shouted Naruto. Uncle, can't we say hello to big brother Hui? Fugaku gave a cold snort. Humph. You can say hello anytime. Now you are fighting. Understand? Two little ears drooping. I know times two after all, the two are fighting together again. Hui looked at the scene in front of him with interest. Sure enough, it's the right thing to keep Minato alive. Hui has already lamented the sentence many times. Taro and Fugaka no longer speak. Look at the two little ones intently. It happened to be Naruto's offense. I saw the seal in Naruto's hand. Shadow clone technique. Bang! Several clones appeared, collectively rushed towards Suzuki. Suzuki looked at the Naruto who came straight. The actions of his hands are not muddy. Basically punch one shadow clone at this time. Suzuki felt a cool back spine. The body rolls to the side. Subconsciously a shuriken brushed Suzuki's body and flew over. Hey, the two of them are really desperate. Fugaku looked directly at the two of them and said, if you don't work hard, how can you survive in the profession of ninja? Well, that's right, so how do you deal with it? Suzuki stomped on the ground with his right foot and escaped from Naruto's encirclement. Hasn't landed yet. Hand seal fire style. Great fireball technique. There are not many chakras in the body, forming a fireball along the throat and gushing out. Bang 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 like a bulldozer along the way. Annihilate all the clones of Naruto. Hatter Suzuki landed on the ground, dressed in coarse clothes. After all, I'm not very old and I don't have much chakra in my body. Looking back at Naruto, even without Kurama providing chakra in the body, but it was originally the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Although he is not very old, but the volume of chakra has already opened up a lot of peers. Naruto looked at Suzuki panting. Grin. This time I won. A smile appeared on the corner of Suzuki's mouth with his head down. Fool. Boom. Suzuki's figure disappeared in the white smoke. Nanny? Clone technique. When a handle is placed on Naruto's neck, take advantage of the large number of clones, use clone technique and transformation technique one after another. Hui can see through Suzuki's disguise at a glance. Good job, Suzuki. The battle between the two ends, and the seal of reconciliation is concluded. Naruto pointed angrily at Suzuki. Fart. Suzuki, I will win next time. Probably because of the victory, Suzuki's head held high. Look at Naruto with disdain. The tail of the crane. Lose the same next time. Hui enter applause. It is worthy of being the second pillar of the king in the future. This taunting ability has been full since childhood. The two came to Hui for the brother I met when I was young. The hearts of the two are full of curiosity. After all, Brother Zu said that Feng Yuwei is someone he needs to follow all his life. Is his best friend. Hui looked down at the two people who seemed a little afraid of life. One hand, one ravaged their hair. Ahaha, you two, a wonderful matchup. Sometimes, the barrier is so easy to break, especially for children. Soon the three of them become one. Several people sitting cross-legged on the ground. Suzuki asked curiously, Brother Hui, that? Suzuki, it's okay to say something straight. Suzuki's eyes are golden. Brother Hui, can you guide our practice? Hui felt a little surprised. Looked towards Fugaku. I saw Fugaku nodded with a smile. Yes, but my practice is very bitter. The two hurriedly said, we are not afraid. Naruto raised his hands and said, Brother Hui, can you fight me? Several people looked at Naruto strangely. Naruto said weakly, what's the matter? What's the problem? Suzuki said disdainfully, do you know how strong Brother Hui is? You just play against him, you can't help yourself. Having said that, Huey's peeking eyes were still caught by Hui. Smiled in my heart, these two little ghosts dare to act. Yes, Suzuki and Naruto are indeed acting just to fight Hui once, although I want Hui to guide, but he was quite curious about Huey's strength. Hui shrugged. Well, let's fight. Two little faces are happy. Nene. Brother Hui can't go back if he agrees. That's it. Hui shook his head helplessly. Anna, I won't regret it, but if you fight like this, is it a little boring? The two are puzzled. Hui raised his right index finger, continue to say, well, if you two lose, then promise me one thing. The two nodded. Naruto asked, then what if big brother Hui loses? Fugaku can't help it. Hui can lose? I put the computer on the spot. No, I drank the waterfall water on the spot. We also thought about it seriously. If I lose, as he said. Hui took out two teiki from behind. Pull out the blade. Don't talk about two little ones. Fugaku's eyes are straight. Although the shape is simple, it looks like an ordinary tato, but the momentum is not simple. Huey's right hand flicked the blade lightly when a crisp sound. This is a knife made by a famous craftsman in the Iron Country. If I lose, these two knives will be given to you. Insert 2 Taeki into the ground. Taro and Fugaku quietly await the recovery of chakra soon. Get ready together. Two little ones stand opposite each other, each holding a handle of kunao. Hui stands on the opposite side casually holding an umbrella, smiling, looking at the two. Then, the battle begins. Ha! Ha! The two figures disappeared in front of Hui. Hide somewhere. Oh, it really looks like a ninja. Hui was not in a hurry, staying in place, waiting for the attack. Two small trees behind the big tree in the distance. Some discussion finally decided to attack. Wow! Several shurikens flew towards Hui. The exquisite shuriken technique sealed Huey's retreat, leaving a gap deliberately. Hui gave a chuckle. It seems that this is a trap. After speaking, avoid the shuriken without hesitation. The body passes through the gap left. Suzuki looked at Huey's position. Shout Naruto. It's now. I saw the ground floating under Huey's feet. Boom. Naruto's figure broke out of the ground. The blue ball in the hand hit Xionghui. Hui eyes narrowed slightly. Have you learned Raiznan? Looking at Raiznan close at hand. Hui can't dodge, just stretched out my hand. The delicate left hand collided fiercely with Raiznan. Boom. Suzuki watched the scene in front of him nervously. I saw Naruto flying backward first. Hit Suzuki's body. Breathing in Huey's hands, the skin did not receive the slightest damage. Fugaku can't help feeling Raiznan just now, even if I didn't dare to insist on it. Zayawai, what is your strength now? Hui shook his hand. What other tricks are there? Let's use it. The two looked at each other. Suzuki took out a storage scroll. Untie. I saw countless shurikens flying out of the scroll. Naruto also completed clone technique F***K shuriken clone technique. Countless shurikens shot to Huey's side. Interesting. Hui opened the paper umbrella in front of him at this time. The resisted shuriken suddenly became Naruto. The two are only one step away. I saw that Raiznan in Naruto's hands was ready. Is it the only way? Hui asked. Suzuki's hands are sealed. Of course not. Lightning style go. Countless small thunder and lightning rushed to Huey's body along the steel wire. I'm paralyzed. It's now. Naruto. Oh. Raiznan in Naruto's hands hit Huey's body fiercely. Boom. There was a huge roar. A huge pothole was formed in the ground. Suzuki came to Naruto. The two looked nervously at the hole. Did it succeed? Huey's figure quietly appeared behind them. The fourth of Bakuto. This rope. Two rope-like light cords entangled on the two of them. Come on. This is what Big Brother Hui said about the special ability. Suzuki thought the two tried to break free, but it can't be solved at all. Look at the spotless splendor. Bowed his head. We lost, Brother Hui. Hui smiled and said, well, you two are really amazing. To be honest, I have lost some effort to avoid it. Two little words brighten up. Is it right? Isn't this very strong? Big Brother Hui. Hui raised his thumb. Very strong. Don't cry silently again. I'm familiar with this trick. Fugaku looked at Huey's back with deep eyes. I thought of Zayawai. You didn't avoid it at all just now. Only the flesh. Fugaku shook his head. You, how strong are you now? Hui looked at the two people in front of him who were a little depressed. Wave of right hand. The two Tato swords in the distance fell on the hands of the two. The two looked at Hui suspiciously. Although you lost, it was indeed a wonderful duel. Hui touched their hair. Aha. Fugaku also stepped forward. Hurry up. Thank you, Brother Hui. The two heard the words. Bow hurriedly. Thank you, Brother Hui. Times two. Hui waved his hand carelessly. Okay, time is almost there. Let's go back to eat. Everyone returned to Fugaku's house. A feasting meal. After leaving, Hui finally returned to Heideki's house. Looking at Heideki's house, unchanged excitement flashed in Huey's heart. The taste of home. Kurama teased that Hui did not refute. Yes, the taste of home. Step back home. I'm back, Hui said to his home. As a result, a white-haired figure poked its head out of the sofa. Hui, welcome back. Taro looked at Kakashi in surprise. Big brother, aren't you on a mission? Kakashi flips through the book in hand. The task has just been completed, and I just got home. By the way, brother, aren't you going to give a hug or something? Hui said. Kakashi closed the book in his hand. Extend a hand. Hui looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? Kakashi stared at the fisheye gift. Huey's mouth twitches. Worthy of you. The first thing is to ask for a gift. Hui can only take out the collection of books that he bought on the way to travel. Oh. This is. Hui waved his hand. The new book collection edition of The Lascivious Old Man. Just one copy. Kakashi can't wait to open the book. Really a loyal fan. By the way, brother, since you just came back, didn't you meet Itaki? Kakashi said. No, what happened? Hui said. I will organize a dinner for everyone in the evening. You also want to come? Kakashi looked at Hui. His face was full of words. Isn't this nonsense? Then he said. Have you notified Guy? Hui scratched his head. Ahaha, not yet. Let me inform. Thank you, brother. Kakashi shared the book in his hand. Look at Hui. How have you been in the past few years? Hui nodded. It's pretty good. Hui will join Kakashi with his experiences over the past few years. Kakashi is surprised from time to time after listening to Huey's story. Kakashi looked at Hui. It seems that you have had a pretty interesting life these few years. Hui said. Yes, I met a lot of interesting people. Unconsciously, the sky outside has gradually turned black. Kakashi glanced at the watch on the wall. It's almost time, Hui. Well, let's go, brother. The two got up and walked out the door. Opened the door. I saw Itaka kept knocking on the door. Yeah, 107. You are here, Hui said. Itaka nodded. Kakashi looking behind. Brother Kakashi, three people walking on the bustling street. Hui couldn't restrain his curiosity. Keep looking left. And then Kakashi says, Hui, I'll go to Guy first, and see you at the barbecue restaurant later. Okay, see you at the rotisserie. After all, Kakashi's figure disappeared. Hui and Itaka came to the barbecue spot together. Itaki asked Hui along the way, how was your travel these years? Hui shrugged. Well, pretty good. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely take you out for a walk. Itaka nodded. The two came to the rotisserie. Akamika Dingza standing in the doorway with a big belly. Look at Hui finally back. Zio why? Haha, Uncle Dingzuo. Sure enough, you still can't forget the taste of your rotisserie. Dingzo laughed. Go inside and do it. The innermost private room. Itaka told me this afternoon. I heard that there are a lot of people. Hui nodded and agreed. Yeah, a lot. Hui and Itaki entered the private room. Not long after, old friends came one after another. Everyone was eating happily. Welcome back to Hui. Last of the last, Minato also came to the barbecue spot. It seems that since becoming Hokage it's been a long time since I was so relaxed. Hui sitting by the window drinking a little wine and looking at the scenery outside the window. Hui-kun, it's better to drink less drinks. Itaki is like a broken mother. Got it? Itaki helpless. Hui put down the wine glass in his hand. Fight with everyone. Finally at midnight, the dinner party ended perfectly. Waved goodbye to everyone one by one. Taro and Itaki, Kakashi walking on the way home. Hui-kun, then I will leave first. Itaka said. Hui nodded. Well, pay attention to safety. 107. Itaka responded, turned and left. Taro and Kakashi finally returned to Heitake's house. Two people sitting on the sofa drinking hot tea. Kakashi looked at the calm Hui and said suspiciously, Hui, is there anything else you want to do? Hui looked at the teacup in his hand. Well, the Cloud Shinobi Village mission is here today. I heard about this. Kakashi recalled. It seems to be for the friendship between the two villages or something. Big brother, do you believe it? Kakashi was taken aback. Hui, what does this mean? I'm pretty sure Cloud Shinobi Village has other purposes. Oh? Kakashi wants to talk. It just so happened that Umbu came to the window. Master Hui, they really acted. Huey's eyes are lingering where? Outside the 3rd Avenue, taking hostages. Subordinates dare not act without authorization. Umbu looked up. Huey's figure has disappeared in the room. Kakashi asked, who is the hostage? Yes, Miss Hayaga Hinata. Kakashi's pupils shrank. This is no small incident. Big hand wave. Hurry up and report Hokage-sama. I'll be there at Hayaga's house. Yes, Deputy Minister. A turn of perspective. 3 silhouettes jump on the roof again from time to time to launch kunao and shurikens behind him. Boss. Umbu came too soon. The boss gritted his teeth and said, damn it. It looks like we were targeted by Umbu from the beginning. Boss, what should we do? The leader looks at the short-haired girl in his arms. Don't panic. We have hostages. At this time, a sound came into the ears of the 3 of them. Oh? Hostage? Isn't it for Byakugan? The 3 of them were taken aback, stopped and looked forward. I saw a handsome boy standing in the void. The teenager is holding a paper umbrella, wearing a jet black kimono. In your hands. Holding a child? The boss is surprised. Looked down into your arms but found that there was nothing. Nanny. Ha. 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 At this moment, Umbu behind him also caught up. Surround the 3. The boss's expression changed. Ha. Konoha treats guests like this. That's it. Surround us at night. What is it like? The 2 of his men are also clamoring. The loud voice awakens the villagers who need more. Sometimes someone looks out the window with a probe. The corners of the boss's mouth are raised. What do you do next? I glanced across the faces of Umbu. What's wrong? Keep attacking. Provocative words kept coming out of the mouth. Hui raised his brow. Are the people of Cloud Shinobi Village sand sculptures? Hui raised his right hand. Hate. Oh no. 32 Sakura flower flash, yellow fire flash. A yellow shock wave emanated from the palms. The boss's reaction is not too slow. Dodge in a hurry. It's just that the 2 subordinates didn't respond so well before the screams were made. Be annihilated. The boss stared at Hui, swallowed deeply. You can't do this. We are the mission of Cloud Shinobi Village. Hui looked at him indifferently. The moment you do it, you are Konoha's enemy. Ha! The invisible slash struck the body of the boss in an instant. The light in the boss's eyes faded. Sheianjai subordinates are here. Sheianjai knelt on the ground, looking at Hui in the void like a god. Seal the corpses of these 3 people. Yes. I glanced over the people of Umbu. You did a good job, but not enough. The cold voice spread throughout the audience. The moment they act, you have to be more decisive. Huey's expression is serious, and everyone can't look up because of the momentum on his body. Tomorrow's training volume doubles. Everyone answered yes. Lord Minister. After speaking, Huey's figure left. Everyone wiped a cold sweat that didn't exist. Minister's aura is getting more and more terrifying. As expected of the minister. Yu Zian also said with emotion, only Minister can achieve this level. Right, 3 jonin were killed in an instant. The strength is even more terrifying. After a few words, Umbu disappeared. Hui came to the door of Hayaga's house watching Hayaga Hayashi and Kakashi who were walking outside. Hui came to everyone. Hayaga Hayashi saw Hinata in Hui's arms. At a glance Hui stuffed Hinata to Hayaga Hayashi. This time Hinata was captured. It was Umbu's miscalculation. Hui said, "Don't say that, Master Hui." Hayaga Hayashi hurriedly said, "Umbu has done his best. This time, my Hayaga's defensive ability is not enough." "Okay, your fault." Hui decided not to talk back. Kakashi frowned. "Hui, it must not be that simple. I need to discuss with Teacher Minato and make a decision." Hui actually wants to kill the Thunder Country directly. After all, the reason for such a good game against Cloud Shinobi Village, it's not common. After that, Hayaga Hayashi, Kakashi, and Hui still came to Minato's office. Minato has also got the news waiting for a few people in the office. Early enter the office. Everyone discusses what to do next. Hui also took this opportunity to see if it was Minato. How will this matter be handled? After all, what the third generation project can handle is not pretty. Between Minato slapped the desktop. "If you want to fight, you will fight. Why not be afraid of Cloud Shinobi Village?" Hui smiled. Fortunately it is Minato. Minato summoned Uchiha, Ino, Shika, Cho, and the heads of major families. The meeting room is filled with a breath of solemnity. Minato looked at everyone who had arrived. "Speak. Kirigakure deceives people too much for Byakugan. I dared to break into Kana. Everyone who I think I'm doing this kind of thing doesn't want it to happen in your own family." Everyone said yes. "Hokage-sama, go to war." Minato squeezed his hand and motioned everyone to be quiet. If Cloud Shinobi Village wants to raise the flames of war, then Konoha naturally need not be afraid. Master Minato is wise. "Fight." Nara Liu calmly said, "Hokage-sama, Cloud Shinobi Village is surrounded by towering mountains, and it's filled with clouds. Easy to defend but not easy to attack." After all, everyone fell silent. Indeed, if there is a war, the terrain of Cloud Shinobi Village is indeed not easy to capture. Then everyone began to discuss how to tear up the defense of Cloud Shinobi Village. Hui really can't stand it anymore in this way. "Don't even think about discussing the results tomorrow." Hui stood up. Everyone's eyes are attracted. Unconsciously feel the momentum on Hui. The voices of the people gradually became smaller. Finally shut up. Hui swept everyone. Everyone has good courage. "I like Konoha of his hind. Leave it to me." About the attack on Kirigakure. Hearing this, the patriarchs were shocked. "Master Hui, this won't work. Although you are strong, you are attacking one country by one person. It has been a long time since such a person appeared in the ninja world, except for first Hokage and Uchiha Madara a long time ago." Hui motioned everyone to be quiet. Then he stopped talking. "Look at Minato." Minato said, "Zayawai, are you sure? It's easy, just crush it over." Minato thinks for a moment. "Then please." Hearing this, Hui turned around and left. Watching Hui leave from the back, Minato can only bless silently in my heart. Then I continue to discuss Plan B with the patriarchs. If Hui learns about Minato's approach, won't say anything. After all, I have never seen my own power. Hui's figure came outside the Hokage Tower. Sheianjai, her minister. "Give me the scroll." "Yes." Sheianjai respectfully handed the scroll to Hui. "My lord, do you really plan to enter Cloud Shinobi Village alone?" Hui walked forward step by step. "Sound floating in the air for me. The world is too small. It's very difficult for the master to step on the ant without killing him. Instead of that, kill it." White's figure flickers in the void from time to time. At dawn, Hui had already arrived outside Cloud Shinobi Village. Looking at Cloud Shinobi Village surrounded by towering mountains and thunder from time to time. Hui's expression is extremely cold. Floating slowly in the air above the void, walk into the village without hurries. The white paper umbrella has long since disappeared. The quaint Ryujin Jaka held in his hand, sword pressure extreme. Wow. The huge slash towards the Reikage building like a blinding sky. Boom. The roar concealed the thunder of the sky. The Reikage building fell apart. Several figures flew out of the building. The headed Reikage AI glared at the young man in the void. "Boy, who are you?" At the same time I was angry. A trace of fear flashed in my heart. The slash just now was too strong. If it's not facing the window, it is very possible to die directly under the slash. At the same time, the alarm of Cloud Shinobi Village has sounded. Villagers were evacuated in time. Countless ninjas gathered together looking up at Hui. Hui waited quietly for everyone to gather. "Are there only these ninjas?" muttered. The knife in the hand swung down. Cut. The vertical slash flies towards the ninja army. Reikage hurriedly said, "Spread." The speed of speech is still no match for the speed of slashing. Countless Cloud Shinobi ninjas died under the slash. Reikage's eyes contain anger. "Who are you? Why come to my Cloud Shinobi Village to kill?" Ryujin Jaka in Hui's hand pulled a sword flower, slowly speaking. "A few days ago, you Cloud Shinobi Village sent a mission to Konoha. What about this?" Reikage heard that it was bad in his heart. It seems that the plan to take Byakugan has failed. The embassy is also bad luck. Reikage has a straight look. "Boy. Although I don't know where you got the news, however, if there is any error in the mission, I will let Konoha Village bury it." Hui glanced at Reikage with disdain. "Throw the scroll behind you." To Reikage, Darui guards Reikage behind him. "Hold the scroll in your hand seal untie." Bang, white smoke go away. I saw the body of the mission leader appeared in front of everyone. Raikage's pupils shrink. He clenched his fist and said fiercely, "Where are the rest?" Hui shrugged, "It's too weak to leave the body." Boom. I saw the lightning flashing on Raikage's body. Lightning style chakra mode. Open. Raikage's figure instantly appeared beside Hui. Boy. Go to hell. Lightning style lariat. Boom. A huge force hit Hui's body. Darui and others watched Raikage's actions resolve. No. Raikage looked up at the indifferent Hui unscathed. Raikage, is there only this level? Zanpakuto swings out. Raikage dodges back in a hurry. What a strong defense. Raikage clenched his fists. It can't be broken. But, kid, this is the beginning. After all, Raikage continues to rush towards Hui. Heavy current violence. Elbow. Withstand. No injury. Guillotine drop. Top-down kicking skills. Withstand. No injury. Raikage is extremely corrupt. Are you the king of QTE? So capable? At this time a voice came. Big brother. I'll help you. Stupid A*****. Whole Raikage looked back at the younger brother Killer Bee. Raikage shouted, "Birth. Don't come over." Killer Bee has come to Hui. Wild Heron cuts a knife. I saw Killer Bee with knives all over her body. Flexible cut to the bright. Hui raised his eyebrows. Oh? With swordsmanship. After all, Hui also responded with swordsmanship. When? The sound of swords colliding. The bigger the Killer Bee, the more scared. Remove that powerful defense. Swordsmanship is also a strong mess. Where did this monster come from? Just now. Raikage secretary Azabuyi came to AI's side. Speaking of Master Raikage, the investigation is clear. Raikage glared, "Who the hell is it?" Linen speaking. Feng Yui. The Rock Shinobi battlefield was called the Child of the Devil a few years ago. Raikage was surprised when he heard this. You mean, the young man in front of him is actually not even in even age? Sackcloth trembling tone. According to the intelligence, it's like this. Not just Raikage, everyone at Cloud Shinobi Village was shocked. Raikage looks at Killer Bee, who was gradually falling into the wind. Konoha actually hit a monster. Boom, the voice just fell. Killer Bee's body was kicked, ruthlessly installed on the mountainside. Hui retracted his outstretched foot, smacking tisk, bells and whistles. The crowd is anxious. Cloud Shinobi, who was already grumpy, encountered with the taunting ability. Max Hui, how can you suppress your temper? I saw Darui and others come to Raikage's body instantaneously. Raikage, rest assured chakra. We will stop him for you. After speaking, Darui rushed up. Hui shook his left hand. I said, "Are you going to save Grandpa by the gourd baby?" After all, Shunpo started. The figure in front of Darui disappeared. Nanny, just before Darui hadn't reacted. It just feels like the sky is spinning. Darui, everyone exclaimed. Darui's head and body separated instantly, dumping the blood on Ryujin Jaka. Hui looked at everyone provocatively. Can this be tolerated? I saw all the ninjas were furious. Most people have Ji-Yin in their hands. Lightning style thunderbolt. I saw Hui's side arranged in a triangle formation. Bright eyes narrowed slightly. Is the lightning enchantment? But what's the use? At this moment, I rushed to Hui's side. Sandemu Ludo. At the same time that Ami used the body arts to fight against Hui. Cloud Shinobi Village. Jumps around Hui. Lightning style 16 pillar binding technique. I get out of the way. Hurriedly jumped away. Leave if you want. Have you asked me? Puff. The Ryujin Jaka in his hand pierced I's chest. Raikage shouted. Looks at Amui, who is dead. Released the 16 pillar binding technique in advance. I saw an earthen wall rising around Hui. The earth wall is full of thunder and lightning. Condensation. Digital gave a low voice. I saw the earth wall crazily approaching Hui. This time you are dead. Hui feels the thunder and lightning around. Take the knife back to the sheath. Linen speaking. Master Raikage, did he just capture it like this? Raikage looked at Hui solemnly. Impossible. At this moment, Hui's eyes opened. Wisp Extreme second stage. A huge Ryatsu shell is ejected from the bottom of the scabbard. Boom, there is a roar. I saw the soil wall instantly collapsed. Hui indifferently swept the shocked people. What else did you use? Come on. Everyone heard Hui's voice, actually flinched. Hui brow frivolous. Oh? Why do you want to keep the distance? If you really want to kill me, you should come close to me and attack, or when you are afraid to approach me, any part of my body may disappear out of your sight. If that's the case, it's just a superfluous worry. Hui raises Ryujin Jaka in his hand. Ryatsu on his body was ruthlessly suppressed on everyone. The combat distance will be meaningful only when the opponent's strength is equal. Between me and you, the combat distance has no meaning. Everything in Vientiane is ashes. Ryujin Jaka. Boom. The Ryatsu on Hui is surging wildly. The inferior ninja was crushed to death. Raikage looked at Hui incredulously. The eyes are full of fear. Killer Bee, who just returned to the battlefield. I kept trembling inside. Jayaki's crazy tips in the body. Killer Bee, run away. Then, boom. Ryatsu spreads out to form a shockwave, blasting on everyone. Most of the ninjas were staggered by the shockwave. Take a closer look. The Ryujin Jaka in Hui's hands is burning with an inextinguishable flame. The long black ponytail spreads out, draped over the shoulders. The surrounding temperature is like a hot sun. This is the real power of Ryujin Jaka after Shikai. Hui backhand holding a knife thrust into the ground fiercely hell from the heat. Dozens of pillars of fire rose into the sky. Countless ninjas run wildly. Maybe it's intentional, maybe it's bad taste. Hui took special care of Reikage, did not ignite there. Reikage could only watch the surrounding cloud shinobi burn in despair. Fang Yuwai. Stop. The desperate sound of super ninja class came from Reikage's mouth. Enough. Enough. Cloud Shinobi Village surrendered. We indemnify. Huey's eyes turned to Reikage. Not enough. The indifferent tone is like Shinigami. The voice just fell. Huey's Ryatsu is even bigger. The pillar of fire in the hot hell has become even more bursting. Reikage yelled desperately. Feng Yuwai, aren't you afraid of Konoha becoming a public enemy of the ninja world? Hui gave a chuckle. Public enemy? Do your other shinobu villages have the same power as mine? A simple question make Reikage speechless indeed. Huey's strength is really too strong. Nothing. Faint way. Then why did the public enemy say? Whether it is you Cloud Shinobi or Rock Shinobi, or Mist Shinobi and Tsunaga Court, the difference is actually not that big. It's all ants. It's nothing more than being stronger or weaker. Hui pulls out Ryujin Jaka. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi have been wiped out. Said with a smile, are you right? Reikage now completes chakra recovery. Although your strength is very strong, but don't underestimate this ninja world. Kid, huh? Reikage instantly came to the top of Huey's back. You just released that move outside. It should be a period of weakness now. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. The violent lightning style chakra focused on the hands. Jump high, dive down. Hand split. Zion Wei. Hui turned his head and said indifferently, who told you that I am now in a period of weakness? Torch. Hui instantly detonated all objects around. The violent explosion and Reikage come in close contact. Boom. The powerful energy directly makes Reikage vomit blood. The body falls freely to the ground like a kite. Big brother. Killer Bee roared, Jayaki, give me strength. Have you decided? Killer Bee, even if I die, I have to take a layer of skin on him. Killer Bee's body is overflowing with red chakra. Boom. In an instant, Killer Bee's body was covered with a dark red tail beast coat. The first 8 swords. The beast-like body flies towards Hui. Dare to attack with your head. Really an iron after all. Ryujin Jaka in Huey's hand slashed out a slash. Boom. Slash and Killer Bee collided. Killer Bee's body retreats fast. Stop the body. Killer Bee took a deep breath, completely beastly tailed. The dark red chakra leaked madly. The huge chakra wraps the Killer Bee. 8 tails. Jayaki. Debut. Hey, boy Hui. Let the old man move his muscles and bones. Kurama wants to jump off his head. Caught by Hui. No, I just want to experiment with my new pet. Kurama was surprised when he heard this. Kurama, who has been with Hui for many years, I've never heard of it, and I've never seen Hui conquer the summoning beast again. In the eyes of Kurama's expectation, Hui drinks softly. Fire spirit. The small fire spirit appeared from Huey's shoulder. Kurama was surprised at first, then smiled. Kid Hui, that's it. Kurama, take a good look. Hui said to Burning Spirit, engulf them. Fire Spirit. There were so many ninjas killed on the battlefield before. Naturally, the number of spirits will not be less. Fire Spirit opened his mouth. Countless spirits fly into the mouth of the Fire Spirit, chewed and swallowed. Hui feels the increase in fusion at the same time. Huo Ling's body began to grow wildly. 10 meters, 100 meters. Eventually it skyrocketed to the same height as 8 tails. Kurama's mouth opened wide. What the hell is this, horse riding? Looked at Hui with a puzzled look. Hui chuckles, this is the fire spirit, it's barely my summoning beast. Jayaki looked at the bright red fire spirit in front of him, solemn expression in his eyes. This guy is not easy to deal with. Jayaki, kill him together. Jayaki's huge body is advancing fast. Fire spirit, use flame gun. I saw that the speed of Huo Ling was not slow at all. 2 slender claws catch to death Jayaki. The claws are entwined with flames that can burn the soul. While being caught, Jayaki felt that something was wrong. The body twisted frantically, trying to escape. However, the power of Fire Spirit is not weaker than Jayaki. No matter how he twists, can't escape the clutches. Kurama screams, Jayaki, I can't bear it. After all, they are both tail beasts, but Kurama didn't do anything without him, because Hui is too strong. Jayaki, concentrate. Tentacle clone technique. Jayaki pulled hard, ripped the tentacles directly. Fire Spirit looked at Jayaki, who broke free, very angry. In my heart, after all, this is its first battle since its debut. Hui raised his hand. Well, Huo Ling. Huo Ling stopped immediately and quietly returned to Huey's back. Killer Bee lifted the tail animalization, kneeling on the ground, panting, ha ha ha. What kind of monster is this? Hui smiled, pointing to the fire spirit behind him. How about my new summoning beast? How? What do you say? Frontal rigid tail, what do you say? But Killer Bee can't take care of it anymore. Hui looks at Cloud Shinobi Village, which is close to destruction. Frivolous Cloud Shinobi Village? Spicy chicken Raikage's figure crawled out of the pothole. Fang Yu. There was fear in his eyes. For this person who can be called a monster, Raikage only feels deeply powerless. I saw Hui put Ryujin Jaka beside him. Open your mouth to speak. Is that all there is to it? Is there anything else I haven't seen? Raikage language. Stop. Hui sighed. Since you have nothing more fun, then destroy it. Huo burning city extreme. On the blade of Ryujin Jaka, unleash a fiery wall. Wrap the entire Cloud Shinobi village. Raikage's heart is shaking. Fang Yu. Is there really no room for conversation? Hui said lightly. What do you think? Raikage is extremely corrupt. That's just a pair of Byakugan. Besides, we didn't succeed either. Hui shrugged. You may not have heard of a story. There was once a man butchered 229 people for a dog. Here is 8 John Wick. After all, I don't pay attention to the wailing of Raikage and others. Ryujin Jaka swings. The surrounding inflammation wall shrinks infinitely. The land that the Yanbai has passed is turned into scorched earth. In the end, Cloud Shinobi village ceased to exist. At the same time, spies from other countries watching the misery of Cloud Shinobi village from afar feel horrified one after another. Fang Yu is a monster. This information must be brought back. The intelligence personnel disappeared one after another. Hui glanced at Cloud Shinobi village, which had nothing left. Closed the knife and leave. Did not hesitate. After a while, about half an hour, the ground in the middle of the battlefield shook. A dark red hand broke through the ground. It was Killer Bee and Raikage. It turned out to be at the end of the last Killer Bee tail. Beastization. Use endless chakra to resist the inflammation wall. Chakra disperses. Killer Bee holding Raikage in her arms. Killer Bee said she didn't want to talk. Put the Raikage in your hand on the ground. Gutsy clothes. Soon Raikage's fingers moved slightly. He woke up. Raikage opened his eyes. Strong support. Sit on the floor staring at the surrounding ruins. Cloud Shinobi village. It's over. Turn around to look at Killer Bee. The demon is gone. Killer Bee nodded. Have no strength to speak. Raikage hit the ground with an angry punch. Damn it. How can there be such a strong person in the ninja world? Good question. A slightly green voice came from behind the two. Raikage both felt cold. Turned his head mechanically. I saw the demon wearing a black kimono, holding a white paper umbrella, smiling at the two. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Hui said jokingly. At the moment when the knife was closed, Hui felt the vigorous vitality coming from underground. As for why pretend to leave? Maybe it's Hui's evil taste. Raikage growled. Fang Yu, look around you. Cloud Shinobi village is gone. Now you are satisfied. Hui listened to Raikage's roar. Maybe this is the barefoot who are not afraid to wear shoes. Throw the mess of thoughts out of your head. Reach out your right hand. The 61 of Bakuto 6 Rod Light Prison. The 6 paths light sheet emerged from the void. Locked up. Raikage's actions locked the Killer Bee like the law. Raikage struggled to break free, but to no avail. Raikage glared at Hui. Kill me. Has lost the Raikage of Cloud Shinobi village. I don't want to live in this world. Hui shook his head. Although it's easy to kill you, but you who are alive are more valuable. Hui commanded the two on their way back to the village. At the same time, intelligence personnel from various countries tried their best to return to their villages. Put Hui's information non-stop on the table of the shadow of each village. Tsunegakur 4th Kazekage looks at the intelligence on the table, shaking hands. The aides on the side asked, Master Fengying, what happened? Luo Sha let out a deep breath. The land of thunder, Cloud Shinobi village, destroyed. Everyone took a breath after hearing the words Nanny. How can this be? Is it a natural disaster? Luo Sha motioned everyone to be quiet, lips slightly open. It's a young man from Konoha, named Feng Yu. His everyone's expressions changed. Master Fengying, is the information wrong? Luo Sha shook her head. The intelligence personnel of various countries have received this news. It is estimated that soon, it will spread throughout the ninja world. As Luo Sha said, Feng Yu's information has spread throughout the ninja world. Uegakur, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji, also known as 2 Libras, slowly put down the information in your hand, looking in the direction of Konoha. Konoha, really talented people come out in large numbers. Compared to others, Onaki's longevity, let him meet a ninja with the same haki when he was still young. Uchiha Madara. Onaki's strengths go in one bite. Longevity is really a good thing. Summon Umbu, raise Feng Yu's level to the highest level. I met this person during the mission. Give up the mission immediately. Yes. Master Tsuchikage. What happened in Cloud Shinobi village can't hide from White Zetsu's detection. Akatsuki in the base Tiendeo is organizing regular meetings. White Zetsu's figure emerges from the underground. Yeah everyone, there is a great news. If you have something to say, don't hinder this uncle to worship the evil god. Haiden yelled carelessly. White Zetsu ignored him. Come to Tiendeo's side. Tell God what happened in Kirigakure. Hearing the words of God, his expression is cold. In fact, Nagato in the distance has already rolled inside. Sure enough, it was a monster. I slightly adjusted my mentality. Tiendeo's eyes swept over everyone present. Just got information. Cloud Shinobi village is destroyed. Everyone is surprised. Who is it? Who is it? Deidara jumped to say Feng Yu. At the same time, Konoha Hokage building. Everyone in Minato is still arguing about the war plan. In the conference room, Sheiyanjai appeared in the meeting room. Master Naruto. Minato nodded. If you have anything to say right here. Sheiyanjai can no longer restrain the excitement in his heart. The minister destroyed Cloud Shinobi village. Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki have been captured. On the way back to the village, Minato and the patriarchs heard this. A moment of silence. Seiyanjai, is the intelligence reliable? Seiyanjai nodded vigorously. Very reliable. Everyone exclaimed. Fengyu, why, sir, you can be called the first person in the world of ninja. Yeah, it's so strong. The feat of destroying one country by one person. Everyone sighed at the same time. The eyes of the patriarchs exudes a strong light. Be sure to get involved with Fengyu. Why? Without him, too strong. Minato leaned back on the chair. The whole person relaxes. Too shocked? Of course, shocked. While shocked, Minato was also thinking, what reward should I give Zaiwai? Fengyuai, after a few days, finally rushed back to Konoha. At this time, there is a sea of people outside the Konoha gate led by Minato. The patriarchs stand behind. Then there are countless villagers. Master Hui is back. The news from the front row quickly reached the ears of the people in the back row. Where? The ninja who maintains order feels a big head. Don't be crowded. Don't be crowded. Everyone can see it. While maintaining order, he looked at that figure. Minato came to Hui, smile on his face, patted Hui's shoulders. Zaiwai, you really did a big deal this time. Hui shrugged. It's okay to look at Reikage. Mainly the people at Cloud Shinobi Village are too weak. That's because you are too strong. Zaiwai. Kakashi also walked out of the crowd. Hui-kun is too strong. Itaki also said, what you say will do. Minato comes to Reikage. AI, it's been a long time since I saw you. Reikage looked up at the yellow flash in front of her. Minato, you Konoha has a monster this time. Reikage seems to put everything down along the way. Reikage thought about revenge, thought of running away, thought of suicide. In the end, all came to nothing under the power of that young man. Can't help but sigh. Why does genius always appear in Konoha? Doesn't it smell good when it appears in Cloud Shinobi Village? Minato looks at Reikage with infinite emotion, shook his head gently, and said, AI, do you believe it? Reikage looked at Minato suspiciously. Believe in what? Minato's eyes are full of light. I believe he will be the one who ended the war. Reikage sneers. Minato, don't be too naive. In this world, as long as there are people, there will always be wars. Minato doesn't refute Reikage's ideas, but I believe him. After all, he is strong enough. Reikage feels speechless, looking at the calm Hui. Yes, he is strong enough. Reikage murmured unconsciously. He also began to wonder, a teenager named Fengyu, why, can the war be ended? Hui and his party walked towards the Hokage building, except the cheers of countless villagers along the way. Finally came to the Hokage office. Hui took a breath. Heroes or something? Don't you want to be a hero? Zaiwai. Minato jokingly said. Hui waved his hand. I am not a hero. At the same time, I added, maybe, I am the devil. Minato listened to Hui's words and just chuckled. Look at Reikage and Killer Bee on the knees, face straight. AI, Killer Bee, presumably you also know why you are not allowed to die for the time being? Reikage snorted. Minato boy, don't you just want to exchange us for the resources of Thunder Country? Minato nodded. So, if the transaction is successful, you two still have a chance to survive. The voice hasn't fallen yet. Reikage shook his head. Impossible, just kill us. Minato asked suspiciously. You don't seem to have confidence in the Kingdom of Thunder? Reikage twisted his body, changed to a comfortable position. It's not that the old man has no confidence in the country of thunder, but there is no confidence in us. Everyone in the office was surprised when they heard the words. What's the meaning? Hui asked. Reikage casts a deep glance at Hui. Speak. It's impossible for Thunder Country to agree to a deal for the two of us, because we are not worth it. Hui frowned. What? Does Thunder Country have a lot of Reikage? Reikage nodded, then shook his head. There are not many Reikage in Lei Ji Country. I don't know, but Lei Ji has a lot of cage levels. I saw everyone except Minato, and they were very shocked. Hui observed Minato's expression. Uncle Minato, what do you know? Minato nodded. Know a little bit. A flash of memory flashes in Minato's eyes. When I first became Naruto, have been to Daming Mansion once. I felt that at least 10 cage levels were protecting the daimyo there. I think the situation in each country should be the same. Everyone is numb, however, after another thought, feels reasonable again. After all, the daimyo controls a country. If the daimyo has no means, the ninja has turned the sky. Long ago in the original book, almost every time the daimyo appeared, all seemed to be indifferent to ninja affairs. It's like life at high latitudes, treat life at low latitudes in general indifferent and casual. Minato looked at Reikage, who was kneeling. Although knowing this fact, but I don't believe that the name of Thunder Country can give you up at will, or give up 8 tails Jinchuriki. Reikage did not refute this time. He knows that the Kingdom of Thunder will not give up 8 tails Jinchuriki. After all, Wooden Golem is still guarding the daimyo mansion. In fact, it was to protect Jinchuriki. The Thunder Country also came to Killer Bee before, but because of AI, Killer Bee did not go to the Daming Mansion. Minato clapped his hands. About Reikage and Killer Bee, temporarily detained. Tomorrow I will report to the name of the country of fire. Listening to Minato's decision, everyone nodded in response, then he retreated. Hui also got up from the sofa. Leave it to me, anyway, for Umbu is the strong one. The two listened to Huida's words. I just feel hot on my face. The strong have, the prisoners are no more. Reikage ridiculed himself. Hui holds an umbrella and looks at Reikage. Although you are right to say that. However, in this ninja world, you are indeed strong. Reikage heard the words and stopped talking. come to heavenly prison, lift the shackles of the two. Reikage Hui is going outside. Reikage's voice came from the darkness. Feng Yuai, if Lays Higuo sends someone to rescue us. Are you scared? Afraid? I seem to have said something. Hui stopped in his footsteps and glanced diagonally at Reikage. An ant is always an ant, not obedient? Kill it. After coming out of heavenly prison, Hui returned home. As soon as I walked in, I saw a white hair on the sofa. Hui, I'm back. Hui nodded. Big brother, why didn't you go to read your I book today? Kakashi's mouth twitches. Hello, why do you have to watch it today? I saw. Hui looked shocked. Index finger points to Kakashi. Admit it. It really is I book. Kakashi growled. Is not I book. Damn it. Taro ignores the frustrated Kakashi. Walks slowly to the opposite side of Kakashi. Brother, what's the matter? Kakashi coughed, looking at Hui seriously. Hui, what Master Minato said today about the daimyo. Hui blew the tea beside her mouth. About the shadow, right? Kakashi nodded. If anyone comes from the land of thunder, I'm afraid of you. Hui put down the teacup. Are you afraid I can't beat it? Of course not. Hui asked suspiciously. Then what are you afraid of? I'm afraid you will kill them all. Is there any problem? Kakashi held his forehead. I really plan to kill all 897. Otherwise? Keep the name of the Kingdom of Thunder protected? Kakashi's face straightened. Hui, this is the crux of the problem. If you get rid of the people sent by Thunder Country, maybe it will provoke a war between the two countries. Kakashi looked directly at Kazuo. Hui, this world is big. Don't underestimate any person or country. Huey's gaze does not shy away. Big brother, if you let anyone from Thunder Country, wouldn't they go to war? After all, I have destroyed Cloud Shinobi Village. Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words. His worry is nothing more than fear that the war between the two countries will spread too much. But as Hui said, he has already wiped out the armed forces in Thunder Country. Cloud Shinobi Village anyway. Thunder Country won't let it go, right? Figured this out, Kakashi didn't know what to say. Hui stood up and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Okay, brother, don't think so much, just leave it to me. After speaking, don't care about the dazed Kakashi, went upstairs to sleep. Lao Ka sits alone on the sofa, thought for a long time, finally sighed. In the end, I still have to trouble you. Hui. The next day, after Hui finished daily training, Itake came to Heitake's house. Hui wiped the sweat on his head and asked Itake, why come here so early? Itake scratched Zhao's head helplessly. It's Suzuki and Naruto. Hui asked curiously. What happened to those two boys? Did you not give them a knife last time? Huey's mouth twitched. So hey? They want me to teach them how to do swordsmanship? Itake smiled awkwardly. Ahaha, it is true. Huey's frivolous brows. Didn't you teach them ninjutsu before? Maybe they like swordsmanship better now. Why? Because I adore you. Hui felt speechless, and finally nodded in agreement. Then go there. Afterwards, the two came to the waterfall in the back mountain. Those who were far away saw the two hacking with wooden knives. Could it be? Huey's face was full of shock. Itake, who scared aside Hui-kun, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Hui said, could this be the legendary Xia G8 cut? Hui-kun, is this a cold joke? Hui shrugged. Sure enough, I don't understand. At the same time, silently thought in my heart, maybe only handsome guys and beauties can understand. So, cast some flowers. Orz. The two came next to Naruto and Suzuki, quietly watching the two hacking there. In the end, Hui really couldn't stand it anymore. Hui came directly between the two. Boom, boom. There is a big bag on everyone's head. Little ghosts. Swordsmanship is not used like this. Naruto pouting. Brother, Hui doesn't teach us either. Yo-ha? Co-authored or my wrong side? Seeing Huey's increasingly unkind eye, Suzuki put a hand over Naruto's mouth, speaking nervously and embarrassedly. Aha. Brother Hui, don't care about these details. Aha. Hui shook his head. Well, forget it, don't care about you. Suzuki hurried to Huey's side, pinching Huey's shoulders. Aha. Brother Hui is good. After a fight, Suzuki and Naruto are holding Tai swords. Listen to Huey's explanation first. First point. Hui stretched out a finger, the technique of holding a knife. Slightly leave the hilt of the knife, two fists forward and backward, it's about 2 to 3 fingers apart. Watching the two change their grip, Hui nodded in satisfaction and continued. The second point, breathe. Breathe steady, quiet, slowly, and use your abdomen to breathe. The third and most important point, choose a knife position that suits you. There are currently 4 knife holding positions divided into upper posture and lower posture, 8-phase posture, and drag the knife posture. Hui explained the 4 poses to the two one by one. Okay, I will talk about that much today. Seeing and eager to try, two people. You two will practice each other again. After Xiuoming and the two formed a seal of opposition, they fought together. Huey's voice came from the side gel. Naruto, Suzuki has come in front of you. Why are you looking at the ground? Suzuki, don't put on the 8-phase structure when fighting. One morning passed quickly. Several people eating ramen at Ramen. Hui is still explaining the shortcomings exposed in the actual combat for the two little ones. After eating and drinking, Hui put down the money. Everyone walked out for a happy ramen. Of course, it's Itake's money. At the same time, Konoha outside, the silhouette of a group of people leaped among the trees. What a few cracking sounds came from the door of Konoha. Gangzisha always looks at people 5 dressed in pure black ninja costumes and white cloaks. Who are you? Steel iron drink. Shinyuki Izumo next to impresses on the shoulders of Gangzisha. Xiaotai, see clearly, that is the symbol of the Kingdom of Thunder. Gangzisha heard this, his pupils shrank. Did the Thunder Country come so soon? The headed middle-aged man, with a resolute face, said nothing. The breath that has been in the top position for a long time. Man takes out a scroll from his arms. A deep voice came from my throat. The command of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder. Come and claim Cloud Shinobi Village. IP. Shinayu Izumo helped down the glasses. Sorry, we can't call the shots on this matter. Everyone, wait here for a while. I'll report to Master Naruto. A young voice came from behind the man's shadow. 6. Why? Do you need to do this? Isn't it enough to just break through? 12. Middle-aged man, that is Yinki, cast a cold glance at the speaker. Shadow 10, do you know why you can only be Shade 10? Because of your character, you can always only be your younger brother. The ridiculed Yingshi gave a sullen cold snort and stopped speaking. Yinki said to Shinayu Izumo, excuse me, let me know Hokage. Watched a farce for free. Shinayu Izumo nodded in response, about to turn around and leave. A few Umbu's figures appeared beside everyone. No, I have sent someone to inform Master Naruto. Shinayu Izumo was slightly taken aback, nodded, and went back to the guard room. At the same time, the Hokage office. What Umbu's figure appears. Master Minato, people from Thunder Country are here. Minato, who was correcting the document, put down his pen. Take off your glasses and put on a hat. Go, let them come to the meeting room. By the way, send someone to notify Zayawai. Yes, Umbu responded and turned and left. Uchiha Mansion, continue to guide Zyuoming's Hui. Look for a while, it's already here. Looking at Itake, the two looked at each other. Itake nodded and left. Hui looked at Zhou Ming. Boys, train well. The movement of the two hands stopped. Brother Hui, X2 Hui waved his hand. There are some things that need to be dealt with. You two make good contact, and I will check on another day. Zyuoming nodded fiercely. Okay, Brother Hui. X2 Hui turned and left the Uchiha Mansion. By coincidence, Umbu appeared beside Hui. My minister, where are they? Umbu was secretly surprised. Sure enough, nothing can hide from Minister. People from Thunder Country have gone to the meeting room. I see, order to go down and be more alert. Tell Itaka, by the way, be careful. Yes, Lord Minister. Hui stepped to the door of the meeting room. Not yet entered. I heard Minato's exclamation from inside. Impossible. Don't think about it. Squeak. Hui opened the door of the meeting room, sweeping his eyes to the men in white cloaks present. Ying Lu frowned and looked at Hui. You are Feng Yuai, right? Yingshi sneered. Scream, destroy Kirigakure's demon boy. Roar. Yingshi's voice just fell, the body was smashed to the wall. Only then did the other people react. The breathing of the shadow guards became heavy, and there was a stormy sea in their hearts just now. I didn't see a shot at all. Yingliu exhaled a long breath. Feng Yuai, on the order of the name of the country of thunder. Come with us. Looking at Feng Yuai in front of you, even if his own strength is cage level, still feel terrified. Thought of perhaps, as long as Ying'ai can sit on an equal footing with him. Fai's eyebrows are lightened. Haven't said anything yet. I saw Yingshi's figure rushing towards Hui. The thunder and lightning on my body crackled, swearing a **** hole. You are looking for death. Hell stab for Kanshao. The powerful thunder and lightning chakra is condensed on the 4 fingers of the right hand. Hui calmly glanced at Ying Shi, who rushed over. Thought of if I remember correctly, this should be the trick of third Reikage. It seems that the guards of the name of Thunder Country will not make me bored. Thoughts flashed by. Hui held a paper umbrella in his right hand. The left hand is in a fist-like shape, close to the side of the body. One bone. Boom. The powerful Ryotsu gathered on the fist, hit Keishi's body fiercely. Kara. Yingshi feels that some kind of external energy has entered the body. For a moment, gushing out of the body frantically. Too late to think about 930, the body began to shatter from the abdomen. Yingshi finally felt the pain in her body. The intense pain made Yingshi roar with heartbreak. Yingshi looked at everyone. Help, help. The others took a look at Shadow 10 indifferently. I no longer care about it. Hui saw this scene, the corners of the mouth are raised. It seems that the daimyo's guards are not monolithic either. The thoughts in my mind flashed by. Shadow 10's breath weakened, finally lost his life. Huey's left hand ran across Yingshi's body at random. The white flame bloomed silently on Yingshi's body. Between several breaths, Yingshi's figure was turned into ashes. Sheiyanjai. Hui whispered softly, my minister, clean up. Yes, minister. Everyone quietly watched Hui finish the matter. Hui walked to the position of Minato's left hand, sit down bluntly holding a paper umbrella in his right hand. Head with left hand. The few people who glanced indifferently across the land of thunder. The name of Thunder Country is not convinced, isn't it? The shadow guard was relieved from the shock to Hui. Yingliu heard the words slowly and said, what did you do? Do you still need me to remind you? The trembling hand still exposed Yingliu's heart. Hui saw this scene and didn't say it broke, instead smiled and said, you are the guards responsible for protecting the daimyo, right? Yingliu nodded and suddenly reacted. He actually subconsciously obeyed Huey's words. For him, it was only the first time we met. Am I so scared? After that, I seemed to think of the pervert of Ying'ai. I have a little confidence in my heart. Cough slightly. Shadow 6 speaking. We are affiliated with the Shadow Guard and are responsible for protecting the safety of the daimyo. Huey's left hand hits the desktop. I heard that your strengths are all shadows. After hearing this, Yingliu proudly said, Deming maintains the destiny of a country. The Shadow Guard is naturally the highest configuration. Hui said, so, you are not the strongest person in the Shadow Guard, are you? Yingliu heard the words, and his figure paused. Yes, my strength ranks 6th in the Shadow Guards, so, everyone calls me Shadow 6. Hearing words, Hui no longer speaks. Minato on the side said at this moment, Mr. Shadow 6, let's continue the topic just now. Yinglu nodded. Minato helped the Hat of the Will to support the fire. Your terms, I forgive me for not agreeing. After all, Cloud Shinobi Village is destroyed, your Thunder Country is already a defeated country. I want to redeem Raikage and Killer Bee just for compensation. This is impossible. Minato's tone gradually increased. Hui can understand what's going on. It turns out that the Shadow Guards only want to pay compensation in exchange for the lives of the two at this moment. Yingliu opened his Naruto. I think you have misunderstood. Yingliu straightened his cloak. It doesn't matter what the current Raikage is. Killer Bee must be handed to us. Minato looked at a few people angrily. Everyone, even if you just redeem Killer Bee, but Konoha still won't agree to such conditions. Minato said strongly, our request is not too much, right? It only needs Thunder Country to provide 2/3 of Konoha's mission volume every year, and 3/10 of annual income. Hui listened to Minato's request, nod of approval. Is this too much? Thunder Country now doesn't even have Cloud Shinobi Village. Why do you want a task? Without the village, it also reduces the extra expenses of the daimyo. 3/10 of annual income. This is not too much, right? Ying-ai listened to Minato's request. The corners of the mouth are also twitched, then calmed down, speaking coldly. Your Excellency Hokage, Thunder Country will not agree to such a condition. Minato glanced at Hui. Hui nodded gently. Suddenly feel full of confidence since there is no talk. What Hokage-sama, see a visitor out. Cage 6 didn't seem to expect Minato's attitude to be so determined. Gaze across Hui. Is it because of Feng Yue? Ying Lu waved his hand. Wait. Your Excellency Hokage, do you mean the war is on? In that case, I will truthfully report to the name. The Shadow Guard stand up. The people who glanced over Konoha finally stayed on Huey's body. His Excellency, since you don't want to go with us, we won't force you to go, so do it yourself. After that, turn around and leave. Hui lazy voice came. Wait a minute, I will go with you. A smile hung on Yingliu's mouth. How about being strong? Don't you still have to serve the daimyo in the end, ninja? Yingliu smiled at Hui. His Excellency, you made a wise decision. Originally, Cage 6 wanted to see the reaction of Konoha. After all, the drama of turning a head against each other is not seen every day. Seeing the sympathy in everyone's eyes, Shadow 6 feels very full. Wait a minute, they seem to sympathize with me. Ying Liuyi faced dumbfounded. What the hell? Say good things turn against each other. Look at Xiang Hui again. I only heard that Hui was having a relationship with Minato. Let Master Kushina use less condiments when cooking. The smell is too strong. Shui scratched his head awkwardly. Ahaha, I see. Zayawai, come back early. Hui nodded. Hurry up, maybe I will be back tomorrow. Speaking of which, Uncle Minato should report this matter to your name. Suga. I forgot all about it. Yingliu can't stand it anymore. Interrupted the conversation between the two. His Excellency, come with me. There was a complaint in the tone. Obviously followed me, but you're shaking his head, throwing out unrealistic ideas. Let's go, Lord Hui. No one stepped forward to stop. Everyone came out of Konoha safely. Shadow Guard has some doubts. After all, it has officially declared war. No good, then we will face the war next. On the other hand, Konoha did not feel nervous, although doubtful, but more indifferent. After all, things in the ninja world, they rarely intervene. The Shadow Guard's gaze swept over Hui, who was holding an umbrella behind him from time to time. Feeling Huey's energy calmly, everyone is extraordinarily speechless. Come on, this brother is calmer than anyone else. No more words. Times of day. The Shadow Guards led Hui finally to the capital of Thunder Country, Thunder Rod City. That's right, it's called Lachin. Escort with a Shadow Guard, Hui came to the Daming Mansion smoothly all the way, looking at the huge and incomparable. It can be called the famous Manor House. Hui is also curious. His Excellency, come with me. Followed Shadow 6 and entered the Daming Mansion. There have been countless investigations and inquiries along the way, and countless investigations. Glow nozzle, as expected of the famous mansion. It is heavily guarded. Yingliu heard this and said proudly, after all, it is the Lord of A Country. If the guard is not tight, the Thunder Country has long ceased to exist. Hui nodded in agreement. Enter the lobby. Finally saw the name behind the curtain. Master Deming. Feng Yue has brought it here. Yingliu said on one knee. Daming slapped the paper fan in his hand. Well, Yingliu, it's very good. Subsequently, the daimyo continued to say, did Killer Bee bring it back? Shadow 6 heard the words, hesitated. My lord, Konoha village swears to death. The movement of the diaming fan stopped. Closed the paper fan, looking at Yingliu with a calm gaze. So, did the mission fail? Shadow 6 is like an ostrich at this moment, head down, dare not speak. 930. For a while, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. Shadow 6, you know what to do. Daming took a sip of tea, his tone was full of chill. Yingliu's body trembled. Yes, my lord. Then, two figures came out from the darkness. Surprisingly, it is the 4th and 5th Shadow Guard. Yinglu looked at the trembling Yinglu, raised the knife in his hand. Shadow 6, the mission fails, the punishment is realistic. Yingliu stretched out his hands honestly. What? Knife light flashed. What? Yingliu's hands fell to the ground. Hui doesn't care about Yingliu's cry, just staring at Yingwu, who is punishing superb knife skills. Gave his own evaluation after dealing with Shadow 6, Deming ordered someone to take him down. Long and Narrow Eyes looked at Feng Yuwei, according to the rules, you destroyed Cloud Shinobi Village then, you have only two options. Hui interrupted Deming, okay, got it, one obeys, one dead, damn it, such an old story. Hui can't stand it. The daimyo listened to Hui's words, speaking with a smile. Feng Yuwei, it's been a long time since I met someone as interesting as you. Hui shrugged, it's just to save time. I sweat. The darkness behind Daming almost come out. Shadow guards, naturally. The shadow guard did not come out. Hui sighed lightly. Hey, this name is too fake. Do you want me to cooperate in acting? Slap, slap, slap. There was a sound of applause in the dark. One with a tall stature, middle-aged man looking at Hui with a smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm curious, how do you see through? Hui looked straight at the person in front of you. Is it hard to guess? This counterfeit name, every time he speaks, he pauses for a long time, obviously waiting for someone's message. The applause of the middle-aged man resounded again. As expected of you, Feng Yuwei. So, you are Keijichi? Middle-aged man nodded. Yes, I am the current boss of the Shadow Guard, Shadow 1. Since it's you, it's easy to handle. Hui put down the paper umbrella in his hand. Kill you, the Kingdom of Thunder is over. Yingyi heard the words, not the slightest panic. On the contrary, Hui said with great interest, yes, after all, I am the strongest person responsible for protecting daimyo. If I die, the daimyo will naturally not survive. The Kingdom of Thunder, of course, is over, but Keijiaki's smile faded away. Can you do it? Feng Yuwei. The paper umbrella gradually recedes, and Ryujin Jaka reveals his true appearance. Can it be done? This kind of question is meaningless. Because of me, we will win. What? The voice just fell. Hui's figure appeared in front of Yingyi's eye. Shunpo. There is no panic on Keijiaki's expression. Too slow after all. There was a black thunder and lightning from all over Keijichi. Lightning style chakra mode. Hui's brow lightly confessed. Black chakra? Chuckle. You guys have a relationship with Third Reikage after all. The black lightning style is the original creation of Third Reikage in the original work. Only Darui can be used. Keijichi ignored Hui's words. The right elbow hit Hui fiercely. Heavy current violence. Attacking Xianghui at an incredible speed. I saw Tuyui's right hand Zanpakuto resisting in front of him. Boom. Hui's figure flew upside down. I felt the power of Keijichi. Hey, uncle, I have a lot of strength. Keijichi put down his raised elbow. The eyes are full of killing la. Keijiaki's figure disappeared before Hui's eyes. A huge chakra burst out from behind Hui. Lightning straight. Yingyi's fist hit Hui fiercely. Hui's figure blasted to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Dust is splashing. The ground is sinking. Everything within tens of meters was shattered. Patter's shadow falls on the ground solemnly looking at the big pit on the ground. Yingyi was pretty sure that his fist hit Hui's body just now, but feeling the feedback from the fist, it's not the touch of the human body, on the contrary, it is like steel. Zhen's Yingyi's hands are numb. Dead. Hui's figure came out of the smoke, patted the dust on the body. Watching Shadow 1. Good job, Keijichi. Yingyi's fists clenched. Feng Yuwei, you deserve my all-out effort. At this time, the distant Shadow 2, Shadow 3, Shadow 4 and Shadow 5 all appeared beside Ying. One boss, shoot together. Ying waved a big hand. No need. I can kill him alone. Yingyi finished speaking and took a deep breath. Muscles all over. Shout. Lightning style chakra dash full force mode. Boom. The black lightning style chakra is entwined all over. Keijiaki's big back was also stimulated to stand upright by the lightning. What? Yingyi has a suffocating breath. Looking at Hui with a wild face. Hui looked at Yingyi. At the moment the corners of the mouth grinned to a huge arc. Second round. Let's start. Hui's voice just fell. Keijichi has appeared behind Hui. Yingyi stretched out a pair of big hands, tightly wrapped around Hui's body. Thunder Eye Blast. I saw Keijichi raise Teru aloft, hit the ground fiercely. Boom. The Daming Mansion can no longer withstand such a battle. The big name mansion crashed to the ground. Yingyi appeared outside the Daming's mansion by using instantaneous body. Looking at the Daming Mansion, which is already in ruins. Taste. Crushed stone splash. Hui twisted his neck, looking at Yingyi with excitement. That's it. Continue to show your full strength. Shadow 1. After all, Hui puts Ryujin Jaka in front of him. Keijiaki's eyes condensed. Hui's information has long been spread throughout the ninja world. Yingyi drank to the people behind him is coming. I saw Hui yelling that Jifangyu excitedly. Everything in Vientiane is ashes. Ryujin Jaka. You humming? What is the concept of Ryutsu who has reached 5x on his body? Even Keijichi had to bear this weight. Not to mention the second-class people. Keiichi looked up at Hui in front of him with difficulty. Is this Feng Yuwei? What a monster! At the same time, the temperature of Hui's body rose rapidly. The high temperature that reaches the surface of the sun can even be felt by the entire Thunder City. The strongest flame. Zanpakuto. Ryujin Jaka. Shikai is done. Hui takes off his upper body kimono showing strong muscles, looking directly at Keijichi who is struggling to resist the high temperature. Get me excited, isn't it better? What? Shunpo. Huey's figure came to Ying Ai's side in his hand. Ryujin Jaka swung down from the upper left to the lower right. Not good. Shocked in the shadow of his hind. Move your body. Keijichi, with the most powerful willpower, finally moved his body. Swiss technique. Keijiaki's body appeared a few meters away, gasping for breath. Ha ha ha, looking at Hui with dread. It's so difficult just to dodge an attack. Hui holds Ryujin Jaka in an 8-phase structure. Vita Ryujin Jaka on his shoulders, looking at Yingyi with disdainful eyes. Shout, being looked down upon by the kid, it's really uncomfortable. Ying Ai said, thinking in her heart, it seems that I can only use that trick. Thoughts flashed by. I saw Ying Ai's figure flashing come to Yinger's side. Yingji looked at the furious Yingji in front of her. The eyes are full of fear. No, Keijichi, you can't do this. Ying Ai can't care about other things at this moment, and has only one purpose, to kill Feng Yuai. I saw the black chakra emerge from behind, form the appearance of a monster. It will swallow the shadow in one bite. Swallow the other people like the law. Hui looked at the scene in front of him qualitatively, but did not stop. This kind of method similar to the Atsutsuki clan made Hui very curious. Ying Ai, who had devoured a few people, stood there quietly. Every muscle in the body is trembling irregularly. The black lightning-style chakra around is destroying wantonly. Keijiaki's consciousness is in chaos. The saliva from the corners of the mouth can't stop flowing out. Huey's brow light Buddha. It seems that the drawbacks are also great. Keijiaki's eyes turned wildly, finally fixed on Huey's body. What? There was a roar like a beast. The right foot slams on the ground. He rushed towards Hui in a straight line. Hui points Ryujin Jaka to Keijichi. Don't you know how to use the Shushin technique? Such swallowing is meaningless. Torch. Hui is not polite. A tornado-shaped flame wall gushes out from the ground. Wrap Shadow 1. Puff. I saw Ying Ai without fear break through from the encirclement of Songming. As if there is only glory in my eyes. Hui looked at Yingyi with flames on her skin. Frowned slightly. Songming's threat has become smaller. It didn't cause any substantial harm. Hui's eyes became serious. Carrying Zanpakuto, he also rushed towards Keijichi. The collision of knives and fists. Boom. The ground, the sky, everything. It collapsed from the intersection of the two. Boom. Woolen cloth. Boom. The punches of Ryujin Jaka and Keijichi kept colliding. A strong sonic boom was produced. Hui escaped from Keijiaki's attack. The corner of the mouth evokes a dangerous arc. Haha, I really didn't expect it. There are actually such people in the ninja world. Sure enough, the shinobi world is huge. The original is just following in Naruto's footsteps. Jump out of the original. This world is really interesting. The two fought together again. Keijiaki's consciousness awakened in the battle, looking at Hui, who was getting stronger and stronger on the other side. The more Ying Ai hits, the more frightened. Where is the monster that popped up? Hui resisted Keijiaki's fist. I caught the moment when Yingyi was shocked. The palm of the left hand is placed on Ying Ai's abdomen. Kun admirer. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, flap your wings, something that bears the name of a human being, truth and temperance, the wall of innocent dreams, only stand on it. 33 of Hato Kang Wo pendant, explosive fire attack in the palm. Yingyi heartily shouted, not good. It's a pity, it's a step too late. Blue and white explosions blasted Keijiaki's body. Puff, the immense power directly made Ying Ai as if hitting a truck. The body is free falling like a kite. Puff. Yingyi hit the ground heavily. Wow. Spit out blood in the mouth. I braced my body and stood up. Pada, the wooden exhibition collided with the ground, making a nice sound. Hui stood firmly on the ground. The eyes of the two meet in the air. Yingyi said tremblingly, Feng Yuai, you won. Hui got a curl of his mouth spray. It's another battle that's not full of fun. Ying Ai heard the words and looked at Hui in surprise, finally smiled miserably. It turns out that the true strength hasn't been used. Hui shook his handsome arm. However, fighting with you is pretty cool. What? Hui Shunpo came to Keijichi, squinting eyes, looking at Shadow 1. It turned out that Yingyi's whole veins had already been broken. Being able to stand depends entirely on Keijiaki's willpower. You are a good guard, Hui said lightly. Zanpakuto in his hand waved down mercilessly. Pappy. Ying Ai smiled contentedly. I gradually lost the light in my eyes. Yingyi finished speaking and took a deep breath. Muscles all over. Shout, lightning style chakra, full force mode. Boom. The black lightning style chakra wraps around the whole body. Keijiaki's big back was also stimulated to stand upright by the lightning. What? Yingyi has a suffocating breath, looking at Hui with a hideous face. Hui looked at Ying Ai at the moment. The corners of the mouth grinned to a huge arc. Second round. Let's start. Huey's voice just fell. Keijichi has appeared behind Hui. Yingyi stretched out a pair of big hands, tightly wrapped around Huey's body. Thunder Eye Blast. I saw Keijichi raise Teru aloft, hit the ground fiercely. Boom. The Daming Mansion can no longer withstand such a battle. The big name mansion crashed to the ground. Yingyi appeared outside the Daming's mansion by using instantaneous body, looking at the famous mansion that is already a ruined city. Taste. Crushed stone splash. Hui twisted his neck, looking at Yingyi with excitement. That's it. Continue to show your full strength. Shadow 1. After all, Hui puts Ryujinjaka in front of him. Keijiaki's eyes condensed. Hui's information has long been spread throughout the ninja world. Ying Ai drank to the people behind him is coming. I saw Hui yelling that Jifangyu excitedly. Everything in Vientiane is ashes, Ryujinjaka. Buzzing. What is the concept of Ryutsu who has reached 5x on his body? Even Keijichi had to bear this weight. Not to mention the second-class people. Keiichi looked up at Hui in front of him with difficulty. Is this Feng Yui? What a monster! At the same time, the temperature of Hui's body rose rapidly. The high temperature that reaches the surface of the sun can even be felt by the entire Thunder City. The strongest flame Zanpakuto. Ryujinjaka. Shikai is done. Hui takes off his upper body kimono showing strong muscles, looking directly at Keijichi who is struggling to resist the high temperature. Get me excited, isn't it better? What? Shunpo. Hui's figure came to Ying Ai's side in his hand. Ryujinjaka swung down from the upper left to the lower right. Not good. Shocked in the shadow of his hind. Move your body. Keijichi, with the most powerful willpower, finally moved his body. Shattering technique. Keijiaki's body appeared a few meters away, seeking flowers, Zero gasping for breath. Ha, looking at Hui with dread. It's so difficult just to dodge an attack. Hui holds Ryujinjaka in an 8-phase structure. Vita Ryujinjaka on his shoulders looking at Yingyi with disdainful eyes. Shout, being looked down upon by the kid, it's really uncomfortable. Ying Ai said, thinking in her heart, it seems that I can only use that trick. Thoughts flashed by. I saw Ying Ai's figure flashing come to Yinger's side. Yingji looked at the furious Yingji in front of her. The eyes are full of fear. No, Keijichi, you can't do this. Ying Ai can't care about other things at this moment, and has only one purpose, to kill Feng Yui. I saw the black chakra emerge from behind, form the appearance of a monster. The mouth will swallow the shadow, swallow the other people like the law. Hui looked at the scene in front of him qualitatively, but did not stop. This kind of method similar to the Otsutsuki clan made Hui very curious. Ying Ai, who had devoured a few people, stood there quietly. Every muscle in the body is trembling irregularly. The black lightning-style chakra around is destroying wantonly. Keijiaki's consciousness is in chaos. The saliva from the corners of the mouth can't stop flowing out Hui's frivolous brows. It seems that the drawbacks are also great. Keijiaki's eyes turned wildly, finally fixed on Hui's body. What? There was a roar like a beast. The right foot slams on the ground. He rushed towards Hui in a straight line. Hui points Ryujinjaka to Keijichi. Don't you know how to use the Shushin technique? Zero, such swallowing is meaningless. Torch. Hui is not polite. A tornado-shaped flame wall gushes out from the ground. Wrapped Shadow 1. Puff. I saw Ying Ai without fear break through from the encirclement of Songming. As if there is only glory in my eyes. Hui looked at Yingyi with flames on her skin. Frowned slightly. Songming's threat has become smaller. It didn't cause any substantial harm. Hui's eyes became serious. Carrying Zanpakuto, he also rushed towards Keijichi. The collision of knives and fists. Boom, the ground, the sky, everything. It collapsed from the intersection of the two. Puff. Film. Puff. The punches of Ryujinjaka and Keijichi kept colliding. A strong sonic boom was produced. Hui escaped from Keijiaki's attack. The corner of the mouth evokes a dangerous arc. Haha, I really didn't expect it. There are actually such people in the ninja world. Sure enough, the shinobi world is huge. The original is just following in Naruto's footsteps. Jump out of the original. This world is really interesting. The two fought together again. Keijiaki's consciousness awakened in the battle, looking at Hui, who is getting stronger and stronger on the other side. The more Ying Ai hits, the more frightened. Where did the monster pop up? Hui resisted Keijiaki's fist. I caught the moment when Yingyi was shocked. The palm of the left hand is placed on Ying Ai's abdomen. Kun admirer. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientiane, flap your wings, something that bears the name of a human being, truth and temperance, the wall of innocent dreams, only stand on it. 33 of Hadokang Wo pendant, explosive fire attack in the palm. Yingyi heartily shouted, not good. It's a pity, it's a step too late. Blue and white explosions blasted Keijiaki's body. Puff, the immense power directly made Ying Ai as if hitting a truck. The body is free falling like a kite. Boom, Yingyi hit the ground heavily. Wow. Spit out blood in the mouth. I braced my body and stood up. Patter. The wooden exhibition collided with the ground, making a nice sound. Hui stood firmly on the ground. The eyes of the two meet in the air. Yingyi said tremblingly, Feng Yui, you won. Hui got a curl of his mouth spray. It's another battle that's not full of fun. Ying Ai heard the words and looked at Hui in surprise, finally smiled miserably. It turns out that the true strength hasn't been used. Hui shook his handsome arm. However, fighting with you is pretty cool. What? Hui Shunpo came to Keijichi, squinting eyes, looking at Shadow 1. It turned out that Yingyi's whole veins had already been broken. Being able to stand depends entirely on Keijiaki's willpower. You are a good guard, Hui said lightly. Zanpakuto in his hand waved down mercilessly. Puff. Ying Ai smiled contentedly. I gradually lost the light in my eyes. After solving Keijichi, Terra scattered to Shikai. Return Ryujinjaka put on the jet black kimono tops on both sides of the body. Ryujinjaka is transformed into a paper umbrella. Hui walked slowly to the famous palace that had collapsed. Facing the empty mansion in front of him, speaking lightly, "Don't plan to come out yet. Your shadow guards have all been killed." The voice falls, and there is silence behind the broken stone pillar in front of him. A slender young man walked out. The young man holds a paper fan in his hand. The white damning mansion on his body is messy, but the potential on his body is still tough. Hui looked at the youth and said unexpectedly, "The name of the country of thunder is a young man." Deming also looks at Hui. "I never thought that the man who ruined my kingdom of thunder was actually a teenager." The two eyes met, mysterious auras collide invisibly. They are not willing to give in. 930 Hui's reliance is naturally his own powerful strength. On the other hand, daimyo relies only on the power of a country's daimyo. After a while of silence, the daimyo spoke first. "Feng Yu, why? What drives you forward?" Hui looked at Deming with puzzlement. "What makes you so obedient to Konoha?" Hui's frivolous brows. "I said, it's already this time. Are you still instigating discord?" Deming shook his head. "No, it's just that I want to know the answer. Because I can't figure it out. Why would you do so much for Konoha?" Faint opening. "There is no why, if you insist on saying a reason." Hui's momentum changed. The king-like haki swept over the daimyo. "Konoha is what's in my bag. Do it earlier and later, it makes no difference." Deming trembles when he hears this. The look in Hui's eyes is full of jealousy, finally turned into a light sigh. "Feng Yu, why? You won, I said, this battle will be won." The daimyo seems to have all the strength of his body taken away, kneeling on the ground. "The last request, tell me the story, leave my whole body." Hui came to the daimyo without a word. Raise right hand on the head of the daimyo. Mouth up. "I thought of a better idea." Huimian. Ryatsu is gathered in the palm of the hand, covering the sky spirit cover. The name has appeared. Byakugan then, fainted originally. This trick of the old man was to erase the enemy's consciousness. But Hui slightly improved. "I implanted an instruction for the daimyo, always obey you, Hui. In this case, the kingdom of thunder is in his bag. Own the resources of an entire country. It's much better than killing the daimyo straightforwardly." Done all this, Hui quietly waiting. At the same time, the soldiers of the Daming Mansion finally came back to their senses. Everyone looked at Hui, only feeling the body trembling uncontrollably. No one dared to step forward and disturb Hui. The soldiers surrounded the Daming Mansion very tacitly. The residents of Leichen are forbidden to explore. Hui is also happy and leisurely. Release the fire spirit, devour the spirits of the dead. Hui open the system panel. Looking at the light blue system panel, tap your own character template. Host, Feng Yu, Y physical strength, XXXXX energy, XXXXX Ryatsu, 10x magic, 3x currently fused panel. Yamamoto genryusai, 100% fusion, Asakura Leaf King, 70% fusion. Hui nodded in satisfaction for the template of Asakura Leaf King. Hui has always used fire spirits. For his other abilities, Hui ignored while waiting for the name. Hui began to investigate the skills of Asakura Yuang. Soon, I browsed the skills to one side. Hui can't help sighing. King Asakura, really a terrible human being. King Asakura is known as the strongest summoning person. The most promising man to become the king of summoning, possesses the highest spell of yin and yang. Taishin Mansion Con Festival. Hui looked through the super belonging to the Asakura Ye King, probably understood the true strength of Asakura Yuang. Attribute conversion, black young, 5 elements technique, rune, spiritual vision, both are powerful forces. Hui sighed. It seems that I underestimated King Asakura Ye before. At the moment Daming woke up. There is chaos in my mind. "Yeah, are you awake?" Hui's voice came to Daimyo's ears. Daming looked back. "Something seems to flash in my mind, owner." Hui smiled satisfied. "It seems successful. Use Ryatsu to drag the daimyo up between waves." "Well, you don't need to talk about polite words. This time, I think it will spread throughout the ninja world soon. No matter what you do, I can't expose our relationship." The daimyo nodded to express understanding. Hui looked at the soldiers around. "I'll leave the matter here to you to solve. Also, I have sent Reikage and Killer Bee, and they should be here soon." Just at this time, a soldier came to Daimyo's side. "Deming, someone is asking to see you outside." Deming asked suspiciously, "Who is it?" Professing to be Uchiha Attack. Behind him, Mr. Reikage and Mr. Killer Bee from Cloud Shinobi Village. Deming looked at Xiang. Hui nodded. Deming ordered, "Go get them here." Although I was shocked by the daimyo inquiring about Hui, but the soldiers didn't dare to ask more. Answer quickly. Yes, the soldiers who were ordered brought the 3 of Itaki over. The 3 of them watched the aftermath of the battle along the way. Dilapidated Daming Mansion, bumpy ground, big pits everywhere. A few people swallowed indifferently come to Hui. Itake looked at the unscathed Hui. "Speak, Hui-kun, are you okay?" Hui looked at Itake like a fool. "Do you think I have something like this?" Itake looked at Hui carefully, even planned to lay hands on it. Interrupted by Hui. Okay, it's really okay." Itake nodded, then said to Hui, "I brought Reikage and Killer Bee back." "Well, good job, Itake." It turned out as early as that afternoon, Hui told Itake, "If you go to the Land of Thunder, then be sure to send Reikage and Killer Bee back to the Land of Thunder." At that time, Hui 12 understood that the Land of Thunder must be his own territory. Sure enough, the plan went smoothly. Deming has become his own now. Reikage and Killer Bee looked at Hui. In front of them, "Aren't the shadow guards your opponent?" Reikage smiled like a self-deprecating smile. "Maybe, I should have thought of it. After all, the enemy is you monster. Hui glanced at Reikage. Damn it, always call me a monster, believe it or not, I'll give you a knife? Deming interrupted Reikage in time. AI, bye, I have agreed to the Lord Feng Yuai's request. Reikage surprised how much psychological trauma did this cause daimyo? Actually compromised? As for the daimyo being controlled, Reikage didn't even think about it the whole ninja career. Let Reikage never have the thought of questioning the name the daimyo. Continues. Reikage, rebuild Cloud Shinobi Village after returning, and establish an alliance with Konoha. Reikage was a little surprised and relieved. I was afraid of being beaten. Nodded and said, yes, follow the daimyo's orders. The daimyo regained his power as a man waving a paper fan. Reikage, during this time, let's build Cloud Shinobi Village. Necessary manpower can be drawn from me. Reikage surprised daimyo is planning to put people in Cloud Shinobi Village. I have to say that the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village is actually a good thing for daimyo. The daimyo has always wanted to control Shinobu, but almost every country's big name will not succeed. Because most of the ninjas in Ninja Village are trained by themselves, it's not easy to get involved. And now, Hui destroyed Cloud Shinobi Village, nearly all ninjas were slaughtered. This allowed the daimyo to also find an opportunity. And Reikage had to obey. After all, no one of his subordinates is available now. Hui looked at Deming and had done everything to perfection. I am also very happy in my heart. What a good guy. It seems that I need to subdue some more subordinates. Thoughts flashed. Hui said, since the matter is over, then we have to go too. The daimyo said, Hui Dawai-kun, don't you stay for a few more days? Hui waved his hand. No, I will come here often when I have time in the future. Reikage listened to Huey's words and shouted in his heart, don't go and harm other Shinobu Village. Please. Hui seems to have a feeling, said to Reikage, damaging other Shinobu Village or something, it depends on the situation. Reikage was completely shocked. Feng Yuai can actually see through people's thoughts. In fact, it belongs to the ability of Asakanjai King, Lingxi. Lingxi's ability is to see through the hearts of others. I have to say, this ability is really easy to use. This matter. Hui and Itaka set off on the way back to the village. I am in a good mood. Stop and go along the way. Every time I pass by the bustling villages or streets, have to go in for a sip. This is a bitter ferret. For 3 full days, the two hadn't even left the land of thunder. At this time, the border of Thunder Country, near the sea, Itaki was looking at Taro, who was drinking sake with nothing to love. Itaki is obsessed with discouraging Hui from drinking, so that the two of them are now splitting. That's right, it's really off the track. How else can you see the sea? The soul of Tuko and Itaka's heart burns. Obviously, between the country of thunder and the country of fire is the country of Tien, that is a piece of land. As a result, the writer now actually walked to the beach. Who does this make sense? Itaka can't stand it. Politely, he didn't make the act of throwing the bottle angrily, just grabbed Huey's wineglass and fell heavily on the table. Itaka's eyes 930 stared directly at Hui. Hui-kun, we have a big problem now. Hui looked at him suspiciously. What is the problem? I think we need to take a break from drinking. Why? The ferret gritted his teeth and said, because we went the wrong way. If we want to return to the village, we have to go a long way. Hui scratched the long ponytail. So, where are we now? Itaka takes out the map, pointing to the beach. We are here now. We need to follow the coastline, go all the way to the junction of the country of Tien and the country of thunder. Hui looked at the map and let out a doubt. We seem to be quite close to Yunokuni. Why don't you leave Yunokuni? Itaki thought for a moment, approved this answer. Actually, if you go from Yunokuni, it's okay. Hui nodded. Yeah. And, I heard that the hot springs and wine in Yunokuni are great. Straight process of trigeminal nerve. Roared, this is your purpose, right? Itaki looked at Hui angrily. Hui waved his hand. Well, let's travel. Don't wait for Itaka to speak. Hooking at Itaka's shoulders, and set off towards Yunokuni. Itaka was angry but helpless. Angrily as drinking, helpless because I can't beat him. Secretly thinking, I will die from now on, so I won't go out with Hui-kun. The two came to the dock of Thunder Country, rented a boat, after a day finally arrived in Yunokuni. Actually, this country is not famous at all. There is only one ninja in the original book from Yunokuni, the Three of Donsheiden. I don't know if Thulhu was here. Huey's thoughts flashed. By then I was attracted by the taverns on the street. Take it to the tavern, beautifully tasting the wine of Yunokuni. Take a sip of soju. Harp, Itake. Are you sure you won't come a little bit? Itake waved his hand hurriedly. 930 Hui-kun, I won't drink anymore. Raise the juice in your hand. By the way, I just have this. Fai laughed. Ha ha ha. Itake, you have to learn to grow too. Brother, growing up is not about drinking. Damn it. Looking helplessly at Hui, drinking. Hui-kun, stop after drinking this cup. I got it, you really don't drink it? Itake Ferret's expression is tangled, looking at Huey's intoxicated watch. Or, just have a taste. 5 minutes later, boom. Itake smashed the bottle heavily on the table, flushing hiccup while talking. Hui-kun, do you think your father feels that he puts on a stinky face every day? I dare not smoke him? He pulled Hui over and put his arm on Huey's shoulder. Look at Suzuki again. One Tenten can't learn anything. Isn't it all born by the same parents? Why is he such a dish? Big guy can't afford to provoke. can't provoke. Hui thought silently, whoever steps on a horse will dare to let Itake drink, I will kill him. It was originally the home court of Hui Win. As a result, Itake rebelled against customers talk about it for more than an hour, drink 3 or 4 bottles of shaka during the period. Looking at the drunk and unconscious Itake, Hui sighed. Finally Te Niang fell asleep. Hui can finally taste the wine in peace, looking at the darkening sky outside the window. Lively crowd quietly waiting for Itake's awakening. Finally, the night is very. Itake woke up soberly, holding his aching head, looking at the opposite Hui. The memory in my mind gradually emerged. Itake's face is full of embarrassment. Hui-kun, did I say something that shouldn't be said? Hui shrugged. No, that means you want to beat your old father and despise your lovely brother, and scold me for spicy chicken. I think about it. And Itake stretches out his right hand. Stop. I saw Itake flushed with embarrassment. Hui-kun, please forgive my nonsense after drinking. Well, Itake, don't be like this. Drink, just be happy. Well, I am so happy. Now Hui-kun knows a lot of embarrassment. It's over. My life. Hui looked at the ferret gradually falling into darkness, twitching at the corners of the mouth. Hey, it's just a drink, it won't be enough. Itake lowered his head. No, Hui-kun, you don't understand. Hui is good or bad. Finally calmed down. Itake's emotions wiped a cold sweat that didn't exist on the forehead. Lao Ziai's first time actually gave it to you. The green veins of the ferret burst out. Hui-kun, please don't say such ambiguous words casually. Hui eyebrow light. But Itake, you actually understand. Nonsense. It seems that this wine makes Itake a lot more cheerful. Maybe it's a bit too cheerful. Hui said. Okay, Itake, don't let your consciousness go down anymore. Hui, yes, I thought about it. Well, Itake, let's go to the hot springs. Itake didn't react for a while. Warm hot spring. I was stunned by Hui pulled to the largest hot spring hotel in Yonokuni. Mother-in-law Matsushita no hot spring hotel. The two get dressed. Hui I sitting in the hot spring, feel the hot spring flowing through your body, washing my soul. Hui let out a comfortable moan. The two lay in the hot spring, looking up at the stars in the distance. I seem to have finally calmed down. Hui-kun, do you still have dreams now? Hui didn't know where to take out a smoking gun, smoked a cigarette. Huey's eyes didn't focus, just calmly looking into the distance. Dream's own strength. It's not an exaggeration to say crush the world if you still want to improve. You can only rely on the system, but Gouri's system, I don't know if it can travel through the world. My dream seems to be in the foreseeable future. Hui gave up thinking and turned to ask Itake. 107. What about your dreams? Itake meditates for a moment. My dream used to be to solve the problems that Uchiha in the village only saw, but look at Xiangui, this matter has been resolved by my best friend. The two smiled at each other. So, my dream now being Hokage, right? Ahaha, Uchiha is hard to be Hokage, this is consensus. But this world is not the same, because this world is brilliant. Hui smiled lightly. In that case, I also set a small goal. I saw Hui stretch out his hands, hug the sky. First unify the ninja world.